So, yes, was it a little bit of a late start? Yes. Did we kind of forget what time we officially needed to maybe be here because I was a little bit behind? Absolutely. We're tired. It's understandable. Give us a break and we will deliver. Look, this is day 3 of live draft coverage. And you might be thinking, why? Why on earth are these degenerate psychopaths going to sit down for so many rounds, for so many more hours? Well, it's because these are the rounds that can win you your leagues if the right fantasy player goes to the right spot. And we want to be on top of it. Joining me, like there has been the last couple of days, again, is Ryan Heath, Lucas Gilbert, Jacob Sanderson. Let's give a rundown of everything we have going on today. Not only is the draft happening, we're going to talk about some picks that were made over the last couple of days. We're going to obviously talk about the picks being made today, but we have a lot to get through. We are going to let everyone know who missed it understand that the bet has been paid between Lucas and Jacob. That bet has been cashed in. We'll go through that. We have the pickleback shots that must go down today because Ryan Heath helped Jacob beat Lucas and I in the weekly player picks game for Dynasty Points. And we have a Jonathan Brooks helmet giveaway. Very easy to get in on this. All you have to do is be in the Fantasy Points Discord. It is very easy to do if you already have a subscription. It's on the website. You can follow through those instructions, get in there, take a screenshot, let us know that you're in there, and be subscribed to the Fantasy Points YouTube channel. Take a screenshot and DM us those 2 things. You're automatically entered. We will pick a winner on the upcoming Dynasty Points. Everything out of the way. I'm excited. I want to get immediate. Who is the player left on the board that shouldn't be, and why? Next up, anyone? Jacob.
There is no player that's left on the board that shouldn't be, because our job is to make determinations based on what the NFL does, not to substitute our opinions for theirs.
Oh, one day, I'm gonna get a hot take out of Jacob. Ryan?
No, I mean, obviously, look. All right, I had my chance. I blew it.
All right. Yeah, no, but I mean, kind of to Jacob's point, yes, we have to take it seriously in terms of the NFL has told us that these players remaining on the board are not worthy of day 1 or day 2 draft capital. And it is something we need to understand. For me, just from a fantasy perspective, when I'm looking at guys taken on day 3, I'm always going to gravitate toward like the weirder profiles that maybe never really had a shot of making it into day 2, but where I see extenuating circumstances or reasons to believe that there could be talent underneath like all of the weird stuff. So for me, the names that come to mind there are Tyrone Tracy and Johnny Wilson. So I'm sure we can get into both of those players in depth later on, or maybe we can right now. But just generally, a guy that is converting to the running back position, then I can kind of write it off and say, okay, this is a profile that NFL probably would have missed on, even if he were really, really good. With Johnny Wilson, like a 6'6" dude with questionable hands, questionable feet, but who could potentially just kind of out athlete everybody there and who actually has college production. That's another profile where I can say, okay, like a typical NFL evaluator is probably, I can understand why they're not into this. But despite that, I can see enough things to latch onto to where I'm at least somewhat interested if he is going to go in round 4 or something.
Yeah, I can't hype up the Tracy train enough. As of recently, I've been really put onto him, and I got to tell you, he's been a Dynasty Points favorite the last couple of weeks. Lucas, let's get the same thing from you. Maybe they're all the same. Maybe I'm out of my depth, but I think there's at least one player on my mind that I don't think should still be on the board.
And it's one of my favorites too. And I don't know, going off to what Jacob said, maybe he should still be on there, and there's just something wrong with my process, but I can't help but look at Troy Franklin and wonder what was the NFL seeing that very many fantasy analysts aren't. in his profile. I understand that there's issues with the size. He's not an elite athlete, but his explosiveness, his burst, his speed shows up on film consistently. He wins downfield. He is an excellent route runner. Yes, his hands aren't the best in the class, but they're not just garbage. And he has a good frame and awesome production. Absolutely love how he progressed throughout all 3 years of college. And he came out as arguably one of the top 3 wide receivers in the Pac-12 this past season. Rip Pac-12. But I'm looking at him still here, start of the 4th round. And I have no idea where he's going to end up going. I really hope he goes somewhere nice. But I don't
now.
think that. Yeah, that would be awesome. But
could we get the Broncos to draft him and just destroy the Marvin Mims dream?
Oh, no.
I would enjoy that.
I thought the Broncos were going to take him in the 3rd round. I mean, they already drafted Bo Nix, right? Why not go draft Bo Nix as number 1 wide receiver? I just think that makes sense.
It would be fun.
I mean, I wrote about
to...
Franklin a lot last night, and it was sort of, I kind of used him and to some extent Mitchell as sort of the basis for my introduction into the breakdown. And my view on him is like, I had him ranked too high. Everybody had him ranked too high. I was lower than the market on him, so I guess pat on the back. But it's, when I'm looking at his profile, I was like, I don't think this guy's game translates subjectively. Like I look at him, I'm like, this is a guy who lined up at X wide receiver who's 6'2", 176 pounds, struggles to be able to beat man and press coverage. Like his best skill sets, in my opinion, and based on other film people that I've watched him, are okay. He's a strong route runner against off coverage, and he's a downfield separator. He didn't play a position in college in which you'll face off coverage in the NFL, right? Because the way teams cover X wide receivers in the NFL is just not how they cover X wide receivers in the Pac-12. And then you add in, okay, he's a downfield separator. 4.41 speed is, I think I said it's really fast for a human being. It's pretty fast for an NFL receiver. It's not that fast for a field stretching wide receiver. And the more concerning part was his 10-yard split is 1.61. It's a faster 10-yard split than Troy Franklin. David Bell.
Oh,
David Bell has a faster 10-yard split than Troy Franklin. So I was like, we can't get off the ball, right? And we're really skinny. So I don't know how we're beating press, and it shows up. So then my issue is, how much do I weight this production profile that's built on a role that I don't think he can play? And my rank pre-draft was kind of a hedge because I was like, I have these concerns, but his draft prop was like in the high 30s.
Yeah,
so like
way too high.
I'm as surprised as anybody else that he didn't go off. Right at the end of the day, like I don't know how to project these things. Like the market is telling me he's over under of pick 40. Like I think he's probably going to go pick 40, right? So based on that, I'm like, we have I have these concerns, but some NFL team is probably not that concerned. They're a little concerned. They're not taking him in round 1, but they're not that concerned. They're taking him in round 2. And you add that production profile and, that as a baseline level of interest. Now you go day 3. It's like, well, this production profile, the NFL has now told us it's not going to translate. We'll see. It's hard for me to balance, like, how much do I only care about this production profile in the context of how they're drafted versus how much do I think it's a signal that they're undervalued? And I think it's somewhere in between. Like, there are examples of guys like Stephon Diggs and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I mean way, way, way lower impact players, but like still clearly better than where they were drafted in the NFL, like a Darnell Mooney or a Gabe Davis, where you look at like, okay, these were really productive college players who fell to day 3 and they beat the odds, and you want to give some credit for that level of production. Even a Puka Nacua got it per route.
Yeah.
Right. But then, the much longer list is, oh my God, I can't believe the NFL was wrong about Tyler Johnson. Oh my God, like why doesn't the NFL respect David Bell? Like, oh my God, like the NFL doesn't give any respect to Seth Williams. Oh my God, I can't believe they missed out on Tylan Wallace. Like, it's just, that's more often than not, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think like you said, it depends on the landing spot. Like I will like Troy Frank. I mean, I can almost guarantee you I'll rank Troy Franklin above any other wide receiver drafted today, with possible exception of Johnny Wilson. That being said, I still think there's going to be enough truthers in my league where we're going to be drafting like a day 3 receiver at the 206, and that's just a tough scene for me, right? Like if we're doing that.
Nick hits this. Tylan Wallace just needs a chance, right? Like that's
Yeah, babe.
fantasy
Oh.
football copium
You
at
guys-
its maximum.
you see the
Just
first,
made it.
first pick. We've got
Yep.
a fantasy valuable first pick.
Yeah, we're gonna go to that right now. Jatavion Sanders.
I don't know about valuable, but fantasy position playing first pick.
Yeah, Scott had him
Fantasy
projected
relevant.
draft capital round 2 as the tight end 2. Obviously a 5-star recruit coming out. 54 receptions, 613 yards, and 5 touchdowns in 2022. Obviously can catch and run. I think he immediately is the best tight end on Carolina's depth chart. I mean, all the years of, I believe Hayden Hurst was there for a year. We had Ian Thomas. We have Tommy Tremble. We have just had a multitude of mid-tier awful tight ends that dynasty players have fallen in love with. Tight end premium leagues. This is a big boost for me. This is a big boost for me. Especially if you look at how Cade Otton, right, got used in Tampa Bay. Obviously, Canales can really work a tight end's game in, and I think that's going to be good for Bryce Young's game.
Yep, and Denver
like
just traded
Jatavion
up,
Sanders.
so we might see what y'all were talking about with them taking Troy Franklin here.
Oh, man.
and
That'd be
Denver.
fun.
What's with the Denver Broncos, man? Like they don't have any picks. They don't try to trade back to take their day 2 quarterback. They just take them on day 1. Like a bunch of rooks. They just don't have a second round pick. Then they get into day 3 and they're like, oh, we're trading up. Like, do they not realize that they have one of the worst rosters in the NFL?
There
and
it is,
that
Troy Franklin.
They have more picks. He went.
Troy Franklin.
Okay.
It's done and done.
Wow, I called that
Well,
about
hot
5
start
minutes
for
before
fantasy
it
here.
happened. Wow.
Back-to-back
Right.
fantasy relevant picks here. BV wants to know, how are we not running circles for our boy Lad? We have done a lot of Lad talk over the last couple of days, and we probably will get into more today, to be honest with you. It's going to be quite a day. So we're definitely going to get into more Lad. Don't worry. Obviously, this Troy Franklin, we just spent a ton of time talking to him. Now that we know where he is, it says, as of now, Sutton, Mims, Franklin, 4 Knicks, and of course, obviously, they're just clearing out defenders from the box so they can check it down to Javonte Williams. I think we all know how the offense is going to go.
Oh, I got to stop you there, actually, because you said this last night, and I meant to contest this a little bit. Javonte Williams is not getting the check down role. That's Samaje Perine. I don't know what we're talking about here.
No, P. Ryan's not going to be involved this year. I don't think so. I think this
So inside the last 4 minutes of the half, Samaje Perine led all running backs in target share last year. It was like 30%. Literally, he just has that 4 minute check down role. It's him.
I think that role can
Williams.
very easily evaporate. Like they have 2 talented backs there. I think with
They have
Javonte
3.
you're recovered from injury and they have 2. I'm not including P. Ryan in this case.
Oh, okay.
Like they have Javonte Williams another year off the ACL. They have Jaleel McLaughlin, who was a UDFA last year, who's forcing his way onto the field. Like I don't know. I mean, maybe early in the season, I have a hard time envisioning that they're still going to go out of their way to find a role for Samaje Perine. Like maybe I don't know. Two running backs is plenty, and I think they've been bringing guys along. Both Javonte Williams and Jaleel McLaughlin have been strong in the passing game. Like, and in terms of, even if Samaje does have that role, which would be a bummer, especially for Jaleel, Javonte's always had a really high targets per route run rate for a running back. And it was like off the charts last year. All 3 of the Denver running backs. That's why I've been pounding the table for this whole situation on all these running backs. All 3 of them were in the top 10 in yards per route run among running backs last year, which is crazy. Like they were just force feeding them with checkdowns. I don't know. It would be a bummer if it was Perine, but I'm hoping that they've moved towards just a Javonte and Jaleel split and put Perine out to pasture, but maybe that's wishful thinking.
Yeah, I agree. I'm rooting for it to be Jaleel, but like he did not really catch passes at all in college. Like, yes, he made some nice plays as a rookie, but I just don't know that this is like, okay, we can just earmark one of these non-Perine running backs for all of this valuable work. Just a little bit of pessimism on April 27th, but that's how I'm feeling.
This is my favorite thing about doing a draft when players are getting picked. It's like we got Sanders who went to Carolina. Great. Very quickly, Troy Franklin gets picked to Denver. And yet we are still, as a dynasty community, discussing Samaje Perine. Like this, it is the most dynasty fantasy football sicko conversation that you could possibly be having. But what I will say is it is nice that Denver, even though they traded up, even though they had limited assets, are seeing an importance in adding a little more for Bo Nix. I believe this shows they're a little bit more invested, which you obviously have to feel good about. Where he fits in the offense, I don't know. Jacob, you just said you're probably ranking him ahead of pretty much everyone else. Does that stand really much at this point? I mean, Sean Payton's a hell of a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I would, unless like the only guy who I would have even similarly valued at all from a talent perspective today is Johnny Wilson at the receiver position. So if he comes off in the next 15, 20 picks and gets like the greatest landing spot on earth, maybe, but probably Troy Franklin's my highest rated wide receiver. There's still some really juicy running back spots where if guys like Audric Estime or Jalen Wright or Will Shipley land on like the Chargers or the Cowboys or something like that, then maybe we're talking about these running backs. But I think with that spot, like I'm looking, let me pull up where I had things ranked. I want to say that Troy Franklin will enter back into my round 2, probably. Like when I sort of charted out my ranks last night, I felt like really strong through to 18, which was Leggett. And then I had Mitchell, 207. I'd have him over Franklin. Polk at 208. I'd have him over Franklin. Burton, I'd have over Franklin. Corum, I'd have over Franklin.
Okay.
And then I have Roman Wilson at 211. I think I would move Franklin ahead of Roman Wilson.
And then obviously more backs.
And picks after Roman Wilson in the real NFL draft, 15 picks. Like, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Obviously, you have to like that. There are some. Brett Whitefield says, also shout out Brett Whitefield, man. The guy did so much insane content.
I hope he plays tight end. Give me that extra 0.5 per reception. He's a lot more valuable as a tight end.
Important to remember that the Broncos did trade up for Mims last year as well. They are being aggressive and they have a tight. Paul Patterson, he wants to know, do we have the Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin Spider-Man meme yet? And then with another,
remember, the Marvin Mims was already a Spider-Man meme for KJ Hamler. So the
Awesome. Brett also says the Patriots keep drafting obscure offensive linemen. I think Bill Belichick is still calling the shots there. He has something on someone that is just enforcing them to take these obscure offensive linemen. I know you love Drake May.
Offensive linemen.
I know I'm so skeptical with what they're building. I really am. It's their choice of offensive linemen are interesting to say the least. Well, while we're waiting for a little bit more fantasy notable news, there was a running back we didn't discuss yesterday that, because we went for an additional.
Say, you guys can't be on here last night being like, you can't be excited about Drake May. The offensive line is horrible, and now be like, I don't know about Drake May. They keep drafting these linemen. Come on, pick a lane.
I'm just saying.
I will say too,
like, even Brett had never heard of. Like that takes a lot.
Have you ever watched the Patriots draft before though? Like, come on,
I have.
I've
also known how bad it's been.
Offensive linemen, of course, they're random men. That's what day 3 interior offensive linemen are. Just random dudes.
Like, yes, the Crafts have just surrounded themselves with all of the yes men that they can find, and yes, this is like Jonathan Kraft's like whole show at this point, which I'm not particularly happy about. But I do think people like overstate the weakness of the offensive line. Any offensive line that has to protect Mac Jones, where he receives the ball and has absolutely no idea what he's doing with it before the snap. Like I genuinely, that's the impression I get from watching him is he just doesn't have a plan. Like doesn't know the play call. I am not entirely sure what has been going on there, but I think May with a little more escapability can go a long way with this offensive line.
And again, for Darian Lowe and Mafi, I forget Mafi's first name. I don't care. He sucks. Like combined for an average of a pass block grade of 31 in the NFL.
Yeah, terrible.
And played like 900 snaps. Like crazy. Crazy town. I don't know. We'll see. I'll tell you what. Like if these interior offensive linemen suck, you go watch some Drake May, North Carolina. He's used to interior pressure. That's all I'll say about the UNC offensive line. Every play you're
right
like
at
watching,
home.
like, why is Drake May's footwork so bad? He's just drifting, and then you see like a center on the ground, and it's like, well, that took him a second and a half.
I will say pretty much all of my Drake May discourse for the next like month is just going to trigger Jacob. Like that's the goal of all of it, is to see he's already shaking his head. The goal is to just trigger him. BV says, I'm in 6 drafts right now because you're a sicko and degenerate and we love you. May has gone sooner than 107 in only one of them. So he is becoming a value already, which I think is interesting. And just for the record, I'm not crazy. I'm not going that far off the beaten path. Okay. Obviously, he's still like my 104. All right. So I'm not saying, don't hear what I'm not saying. You know what I mean? Texan Wolverine. Dang. Can we get a RB to the Chargers here? People have been expecting it for the last 2 rounds. So I think we can. I don't know which one. I think, Estimate just kind of fits.
Estimate is the one that fits, right? Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, he kind of fits what they already kind of have there. Could be interesting for that
player.
But let's talk about another running back until yeah. So the Cardinals take a safety. We can talk about Lloyd. Brett Whitefield loved the spot. He assumes he's going for the Aaron Jones type role. Let's talk about it. I'm in on it. I actually like the role. We know that 2 running backs can be quite successful in Green Bay under LaFleur's system. I don't think this is a doom and gloom type landing spot. This is like a mid-second round pick-esque landing spot to me. Jacobs is on basically a really fancy 1-year contract. And A.J. Dillon is one of the worst backs I've ever watched try to play football. So let's talk about it. Up or down, better than you expected. Let's talk about Lloyd and what do you think he can be?
So I'm going to be in on it right now when the cost is like round 2, probably late round 2 rookie picks. I'm into that. I like Lloyd's game. Extremely just fun player to watch. But that also scares me a little bit because I definitely see a little bit of like the DeAndre Swift type of stuff that coaches may not be super enthusiastic about. I think there's a solid chance that 4 months from now, we're talking about Lloyd as this year's version of like Tony Pollard or Jalen Warren, where like the spreadsheet people on fantasy Twitter are just perennially like pointing to the efficiency stats and saying, this guy's so much better. Why isn't he playing and getting more touches over this bum Josh Jacobs? So once the redraft price, I'm guessing, will reflect that, I won't be as interested. But yeah, I think it's more that just this kind of archetype of player has hurt me before, and I'm running away from my own shadow a little bit. But I am happy to get some shares in rookie drafts.
Yeah.
Lucas, you're the Lloyd guy. What's your take? I think you're the biggest on him of the group here.
Myself?
Oh, no, Lucas, I was saying.
Oh, I was going to say, like, no, damn, Lucas is.
I would have loved to be a little bit more sure about what he was going to do in his first year. I do think that Green Bay is a good landing spot for any running back, so that does have me a little excited. We'll see
Chargers
how much
did not take a running back, by the way. They took a nose tackle.
Yeah, but I do think that this is going to be a pick that you'll be able to maintain value going into next year, but it's a year 2 pick. He's a year away from being like what you really, really want him to be. So we'll see. I'll be really happy though just to see him get any playing time on the field. I do think that he can command some of that passing down work. He is a good blocker. He is a good pass catcher, and he's more explosive than people give him credit for. So yeah, right now I have him ranked 20th, which would be about the 208, just where he's currently sitting. And we'll see. That's just all my reactionary type ranks. Once I get some of the emotion out of it all, then I'll try to do something a little bit smarter. Right now I still have Jalen Polk ranked ahead of Marshawn Lloyd, but I have a feeling Polk's going to start.
I have Polk ranked pretty high. But I mean, look, I gotta rank Polk high. I'm the Drake May truther, and
That's
he's
true.
probably his wide receiver 1. So if I'm gonna stand on business, I gotta be a Jalen Polk optimist. I have Lloyd at the 212 right now. My issue with Lloyd, there's some issues I have with his game, which is just that he's really mistake prone. You know, I don't think he does a great job of consistently making good reads. I mean, he has massive ball security issues. He averages a fumble every 50 carries in college. That's a good way to get yourself in trouble in the NFL. But talent-wise, also has it in spades, right? Tons of juice. It's like a total bowling ball out in the open field at like really compact, really fast, has, I think, pretty insane cutting ability, and he wasn't used a ton in the receiving game, but when he was used pretty dynamically. So I think that's led some people to get pretty optimistic. I've been burnt on that profile before with like J.K. Dobbins or Dameon Pierce, but still I think worth noting. And my major holdup at the landing spot is just like I don't think there's like a succession plan in place. I think the Packers just have a running back fetish. Like they just always draft running backs. They drafted Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams, and then when they had both and they were 1 year away from a contract year, it was like, we got to get AJ Dillon. And that wasn't a succession plan. That was just, we lost Javonte Williams. We're going to keep Aaron Jones. We had to draft our round 2 successor to be our backup running back. And then it's like finally AJ Dillon can take over. No, we're going to rework Aaron Jones' contract. We're going to keep him. We're going to then bring in, like, it's just Josh Jacobs. Like, they just spend up on running backs all the time. So to me, the idea of like, they'll get rid of Josh Jacobs after 1 year and let Marshawn Lloyd be the bell cow, it's like, probably not. Like, probably they'll just keep Josh Jacobs for another year. And when they decide they don't want to keep Josh Jacobs, they'll just sign some new running back or draft some new running back. Like, to them, a round 3 pick, to some teams, a round 3 pick is like, this is our starting running back. With the way the Packers operate, a round 3 pick is like a totally reasonable thing to spend on a backup running back because they just always want to have 2 running backs they're invested in. I think it's more of a hurt to Jacobs, right? Like, the hope, if you were really bullish on Jacobs after that signing, the hope is, okay, yes, they've always done this 2-back system, but they ditched Aaron Jones because they didn't think he was reliable enough. And even though Josh Jacobs hasn't been as efficient in most of years of his career, he is the guy who can handle the workload and stay on the field. And so maybe we're changing our mindset and we want to go to more of a full workhorse. And then they go spend a round 3 pick on a running back. And so now it's probably the same 70-30, 65-35 split that they've kind of always ran. And that's fine. You know, Jacobs will still be a starter every single week. But if you're talking about investing in a guy who we know his value can only go down, right? We're talking about a prime age running back, then that's a little painful if we're taking that 18, 20 point upside kind of off the table projectably and inserting Lloyd into a role. So I think he'll have a role. I just think it might not be a great fantasy role outside of contingent basis. And even on a contingent basis, AJ Dillon's still there. So like, I don't know if he just walks into 90% of touches. Like I trust Lloyd to beat out AJ Dillon, but if Josh Jacobs gets injured in week 4, like what's Marshawn Lloyd's snap share? Is it 80%? I think it's not. I think it's like 55%. AJ Dillon's still being annoying.
Well, Nick Jones says Josh Jacobs isn't a bum, you spreadsheet dweebs. Well, look, first off, no one said he was a bum. Second off, he is on a glorified 1-year contract. That's not hyperbole. That's just what it is. So there's some understanding there. And you were right. You were hoping they didn't bring anyone in because with what they had, we knew what AJ Dillon was. He was not very good at his job.
Yeah.
So the hope was they wouldn't bring in somebody who's capable of expanding more, and we would get a Raiders-esque workload and a very good offense. Lloyd does cut into that no matter how you want to shake it. I like Brett Whitefield's call here. Yeah, Lloyd doesn't really profile as a bell cow anyway, was always destined for a split, with the hope being he gets Aaron Jones or a Kamara role. So that is it. I think that's what you get. The reason I am so excited about this is that obviously with Scott Barrett's RB4. We love that. Scott's in on somebody. I want to be in on somebody. He's an exciting player, and somewhat fantasy relevant role. I really think he's going to be. Top right said the hypothetical spreadsheet dweebs would say he's a bum. Yeah, there's a word there. It's hypothetical spreadsheet dweebs. So appreciate you. Keep hammering in there. We will we'll be there for you. Theo Johnson goes to the Giants. I don't mind this spot at all. Yeah, Darren Waller is gonzo.
Okay.
He is yeah, I think the Giants might have made the decision for him, to be honest. But I'll say this. Even though obviously rookie tight ends, we have been like spoiled. We have been spoiled for rookie tight ends, especially last year, the second year. Whatever. We got some good ones. Although one was number 34 was drafted yesterday. That's weird. Hopefully he gets a real number, but this is a good spot. This is good offense. Dabble knows how to use his players, and I'm going to say something into this microphone that I hope people don't really take offense to. I'm going to be kind of in on Daniel Jones. I'm going to be in. I think round 4, Daniel Jones was always such a gross, disgusting concept in the dynasty community. It was never the right call. But I mean, if we're getting back to round 10, 12 beyond Daniel Jones, I think I'm going to be in, guys. Like I'm right there. We're getting some offensive weapons. Wandale, Theo, Neighbors, and the running back cockroach himself, Devin Singletary. Like it's
unfortunately they got to deal with the Darius
this.
Slayton holdout.
Well, it's gonna hold Daniel Jones back not having that. That's insane. Totally.
I like the spot. Like immediate path. There's no one on this team other than Malik Neighbors who you can realistically be certain of a target share in a role. So if the goal of the tight end is to try to become the second target on the team, pathway is available.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I will say that this kind of fits into the mold of what I talked about earlier, where if we're taking shots on day 3 guys, it should probably be more unconventional profiles. Theo Johnson, like freak athlete tight end, we do know that is predictive. Production isn't there. But the out to that is, well, Penn State tight ends are just always kind of weird. No one really knows what they're doing with them. So the lack of production is a little less concerning to me there. So yeah, I'm kind of into it as well. He's competing with Daniel Bellinger, I guess. I believe that's still what the Giants have at tight end right now. So I also do see the path there. Just because Daniel Jones will need targets, and I trust Brian Daboll as an offensive mind.
Well, just for example, as of right now, according to DynastyDataLab.com, what's that?
So this sounds like great news for Drew Lock.
Oh my God! Enough of that. It's never. Drew Lock is the fetch of the NFL. Yeah, no, that was what he is most known for as an NFL quarterback, is lip syncing on the sideline. Daniel Jones, QB 32, round 12. We talk all the time on this program. You want the 10 round and beyond quarterbacks. I'm so distracted right now because I can see what Jacob is doing, and I'm trying so hard not to look.
You should go to the single box for him when he's doing that, just so everyone can see how quickly he stops. Yes.
Oh my God! You set everything off the rails. No, you want the round 10 and later starting quarterback, and Daniel Jones is that. It's very good. Nick Johnson says Vanilla Vic has wheels. Hopefully he still has wheels, but he can
Drake
run.
May gets another weapon. Javon Baker, welcome to the New England Patriots.
Okay.
I actually like that one.
I do like it. Yeah.
I like that.
Good spot for everybody, I think.
Yes.
They need. Okay, now we have like an impression of a real receiving core.
Yeah.
It's not good, but
like what
they have
Cody
a
says here
theoretical
real quick.
receiving core with Javon Baker and Jalen Polk and Demario Douglas. They have people that are able to play act real receivers.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yes. Yeah, no, I mean Baker looks something resembling an actual X receiver who can win on the boundary. I think in Scott Barrett's draft coverage, he was basically going through the thought experiment of if we pretend like UCF had moved to the Power 5 a season earlier, Javon Baker's production profile actually looks pretty good. We could have pretended that with Tank Dell, and maybe that would have tipped us off there. That would be maybe the only justification for doing something like that. But yeah, I'm kind of into it. I also like the team fit just in terms of filling out all of the different roles on the field that you want from a real receiver core, as Jacob says. So yeah, I am. This is probably like the most okay I've felt as a Patriots fan over the last 48 hours.
I mean, hopefully they just got a hit on one. If one of Polk or Baker is able to establish themselves as a legit starter, even if that's a legit number 2, they have the slot in Douglas. We're moving somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
Mhm.
And then this team's going to be bad this year. Sorry, Ryan. No offense.
None taken
Top,
there.
top 5 pick incoming.
So if you look to the future and see whichever one of Polk or Baker establishes themselves as the boundary wide receiver 2, Douglas in the slot, and Luther Burden or Evan Stewart as their eventual wide receiver 1, like now we have a team.
Yeah, it's just funny to me that we're talking about like how there's just like a skeleton of a receiving core, and that's enough to give hope. That is how bad and futile this team is. But I still like all of these things for Pop Douglas, right? Like Pop Douglas has been.
Brett, I guess, doesn't. Brett's saying Baker profiles best as slot, which I've seen that. I mean, I think he played outside a good deal in college, but if he projects the NFL that way, we'll see.
Yeah, I still think this is totally fine for Pop Douglas, right? Like we have seen him be a good NFL wide receiver. He was a good fantasy flex play multiple times last year on a terrible team. He says, I would say drafting Baker means they don't love Douglas too much, would imagine they battle it out for the starting slot. I just don't know. I've got dynasty brain, dynasty take lock here, but I'm still fine with this. I'm fine having Douglas. Don't know if I want to stack Douglas to and Baker teams maybe at the same time then, Brett. But and Cody says Polk is a slot too. So maybe they're just going the Giants route and they're just going to draft 9 slot wide receivers and let them figure it out.
I don't think Polk is a slot. I think he can play inside, but I think Polk, like in terms of what he does best, I think he can kick inside if you needed. But to me, I think he's an outside wide receiver.
Yeah, Polk literally forced Jalen McMillan, who's a pretty good outside receiver, into the slot just so they could get him on the field. Like, yeah.
Yeah, great points. These are...
I've seen him comp to like a Robert Woods type or a Jacoby Myers type, where it's like those are guys that have had success when asked to move inside, but like also have been entirely capable NFL wide receivers as boundary wide receivers.
So I think, obviously, I like the Javon Baker. It's starting to look like the 3rd round is getting really juicy now at this point. And I know we always do this as like fantasy people. We're like, this sucks. These are terrible landing spots. We're like, yeah, but you know what? That 3rd round looks real. Oh, the 2nd round looks really great this year. You know, I feel like these are the same kind of conversations we do all the time. But in all seriousness, the mid to late 2nd round is going to be a little confusing at this point with some of these spots. So it's just going to be coming down to maybe diversifying your portfolio a little bit, get a little bit of all of them because you can't be too sure. One thing I know for sure that if you're watching this over on YouTube, what you should be doing is heading over, if you're watching this on Twitter, you should be heading over to the YouTube channel, which if you are on Twitter and you are watching, the link will be just below the tweet you are watching this from. Obviously, you want to go to youtube.com/FantasyPoints to get every video that we have done. Obviously, Dynasty Points pops off every single week, giving you the best Dynasty content Fantasy Points has to offer. Film versus analytics, going at it back and forth. Scott Barrett and Brett Whitefield all the time. They had a lot of this. What was happening in the draft, absolutely pegged. You're not going to want to miss out on that. They're doing another series post-draft that you're not going to want to miss out on top of plenty of other content. We have you covered from Hanson's Hints and beyond. Get tapped in to the youtube.com/FantasyPoints over on YouTube. Hit the like, sub, and subscribe. It's free, and it helps us out more than you know. Of course, I have to mention once again, Jonathan Brooks helmet giveaway. All you have to do, screenshot a picture of yourself being subscribed to the Fantasy Points YouTube channel, and take a screenshot, and also send that via DM to any of us, and show that you are in the Fantasy Points Discord. You do those two things, you're automatically entered to a free Jonathan Brooks signed mini helmet provided to you guys today, because we so much appreciate this. There's a reason why we go for basically going to be going 18 hours of live streaming this draft, and it is for all of you sickos who are out here doing it with us. So much love to all of you. Hit that like and subscribe. It means a lot. Whew. All right. Nick Johnson said Jacoby Myers was real. I think one of their biggest mistakes was one of the start of the downfall of this organization was letting Jacoby Myers walk out the door
And replacing him
And
with
then
Juju.
signing Juju Smith-Schuster for almost the exact same money. Yes, I know. We're reliving my trauma here tonight. I know.
Hey, to be fair, Falcons fans have had to live a lot of trauma. I feel like it's the Patriots' turn.
Yeah.
I mean,
no,
on the
fair
bright
enough.
side, that move, losing Myers and then signing an unplayable player in Juju, got Pop Douglas on the field faster. And now,
true.
they
And it got us
discovered
to Drake May.
a real player.
Who they might have replaced.
May. But like, if Jacoby's on that team and just running 90% of the routes, who knows if they discover Pop Douglas at that point. He's like, what, a round 6 pick? And I mean, he just kind of got on the field because everybody else was unplayable or injured. And then it turns out, he has a lot to his game. So we'll see. I'm a Pop Douglas, big Talk Douglas fan.
And kind of on that same point, just with these Patriots rookies, at least the previous coaching regime absolutely hated Kendrick Bourne. Like, he would be in the doghouse for random stretches of weeks where he would just run 20% of routes for like a month and then be back as a full-time starter. So there are a lot of potential opportunities for a Polk, for a Baker to be discovered in that way and to have that path to routes that they may not on other teams with a functional receiver core and a functional coaching staff.
Yeah, man, I need them to be good. And obviously, we haven't really talked a lot about the running backs for New England much, but Drake May's going to really like those guys as well. Like, if he has a check down bone in his body, he's going to be very happy with Gibson and Mondre Stevenson. But I also like all of these moves for them as well, because they're definitely going to be heavily involved. Most definitely. Theo the Greek, shout out Theo. Hypothetically, who is going to pay the taxes on the helmet if someone in Canada? We'll get that figured out. We'll be taking care of that, Theo. Don't worry about that. Do not worry. Oh, Canada. Does Taekwon suck, or was our offense ran poorly? He's not good. He was a bad pick last year. It continues to be a bad pick, and will continue to be a bad pick.
So I've
He
seen.
says we'll hang up and listen. Nick, you're one of my favorite people. That's so dope.
I've seen a lot of discourse on Twitter comparing the Jalen Polk pick to the Tyquan Thornton pick, and I don't think these are even close to the same realm of situations or even same realm of like players. Like, Jalen Polk is a legit player, and I was hoping he would go to a slightly different landing spot, but I think he is perfectly fine in New England and is actually moving it up just because of what his opportunities are going to be there. He was extremely solid in college. He was going to be a steal in the 3rd round of your startups, but now I think he's going to be more appropriately priced, probably a mid-second, and he's still going to be a good pick there. So I really like that pick for him. We've talked a lot about how that impacts Drake May, but Jalen Polk is a really, really good player.
Yeah, there's no comparison to Tyquan Thornton. That was like I was in my university bar and I made a scene and got really upset in public when that happened. I don't know if I'd heard of him literally at that point on day 2 of the draft. And I don't dig like as heavy into all these day 3 prospects as maybe a lot of people tend to in the industry. But if we're drafting someone on day 2 at a skill position that I am not familiar with, then that's a whole different level than drafting Jalen Paul.
Yeah, Thornton was that was one of the weirder picks that I can recall, for sure. I remember being live streaming somewhere during that, and it was like, I mean, did they take him? They took him ahead of George Pickens, right? Is that right? It was all in a row.
I can't remember that.
I can't remember the exact sequencing, but I know that Thornton, Pickens,
maybe they traded
Sky
back.
Moore, and Alec Pierce all went off within like a 5 or 6 pick range. And I don't know if it was they traded back or they actually. I just remember, at the time. I mean, obviously, it turns out Sky Moore sucks, but he was expected to go in that range or higher, and we're all excited about him. Pickens, another guy that's solid profile. Pierce, we didn't really like, but he was like expected to go in that range, and then we hear the Tyquan Thornton, and it was like, who's in the what's it? Like, who did you just take?
So, okay. So it was...
Yes, he did go before
yes,
George Pickens. He
he
went
did.
before Alec Pierce, went before Sky Moore. That was
There we
just
go.
a time.
Devontae Walker is a Raven.
Oh,
Okay. Okay.
Happy retirement, buddy.
Yeah. Where wide receivers go to die.
It's so true. It's so unnecessarily
Next.
true. But he definitely fits their archetype. He definitely fits their archetype.
Drafted in round 4.
Yep.
They do love to draft a round 4 wide receiver.
But if you just look at his like height, weight, and skill set, you're just like, yep, that's exactly what the Ravens like in a wide receiver. At least they're not paying first round capital for a receiver they're not gonna use like they did with Rashad Bateman. So I mean, I'm not gonna worry about that. But that pretty much wipes him off the map for fantasy for me. So except for Zay, yeah, true.
And Jacob, the party line for Drake May is that Devontae Walker is just not anywhere close to a starting level NFL receiver, no matter what way you cut it, right?
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing, right? I feel a little bit bad about how much I dislike Tez Walker's game, because the reality is like I am not a wide receiver film scout. Like I watched all of the top guys mostly to satisfy my curiosity, and I rely on people like Brett or Matt Harmon and other sharper folks to do better film scouting than I do. To the extent in which I'm grinding the tape on guys, it's running backs and it's quarterbacks, and especially it's running backs. So I haven't watched most of the wide receivers all that closely that are in Tez Walker's range, but because I watched every single Drake May game, I'm just more exposed to Walker. So if I had been watching all these other round 4 type wide receivers, I would probably be like, oh yeah, like all these guys are not very good. But since the only round 4 wide receiver who I watched every game of this year is this guy, compared to the other wide receivers who I'm watching that much are all guys that go in round 1, I'm just like, this guy's ass, but it's probably not particularly fair to him. So, yeah, I think Drake May's supporting cast was a disaster. Walker consistently was running, I thought, like pretty lazy routes with not a lot of intentionality. I don't like his hands. Just not a good player in my opinion. But I will say, really productive at Kent State, and he has this transfer issue. So he comes to UNC, and before he was at Kent State, he was somewhere else. I can't remember. Lucas might know. He was at another Group of 5 school, I believe, prior to Kent State. He never actually played there. He ends up transferring there to Kent State. Then he transfers to North Carolina, and the NCAA originally ruled that he wouldn't be able to play for North Carolina. So he's practicing with the team, but the team doesn't think he's ever going to play that year. North Carolina Central, someone said in the chat. So if you're in this kind of range, it's like, how much is this guy studying the playbook? How much are the coaches making an attempt to make sure that he's getting refined into the system? They don't think he's going to play for the team all year. All of a sudden, the ruling gets overturned. Now he's on the field. And it looked like he was just kind of playing backyard football, which makes sense based on the fact that he didn't think he was going to be playing for the team until 1 week when they said, okay, now you get to be on the field. So, I've mostly only watched him at UNC. His profile is much more impressive at Kent State, and he got dealt a really shitty hand. So maybe there's something that I'm missing based in all that kind of peripheral stuff.
I mean, we've talked so much of the offseason about the value in wide receivers, particularly being able to get a lot of first downs per the number of receptions they have, getting first downs and touchdowns. He does that at a very good clip, and he is a freak athlete. So I know that we say that the NFL is not a developmental league. If he can progress in some of the more like things that actually make you a wide receiver and not just an athlete running routes, I think that'll be really good. I don't think that this is a waste, and he's definitely somebody I'll be tracking. I don't think he's a priority draft pick at all where you are in your rookie drafts, but some in the third round, yeah, I'll be perfectly fine taking him. He is my lowest ranked wide receiver that's been drafted so far.
Okay. Yeah, and it's where it is.
Same for me.
Right. Like that's also part of it. Just to go back to the New England Patriots for a minute. I know that's been like we're kind of focused on
Why?
that.
You've hurt me enough. Jesus.
Scott Barrett tweeted just now the 2024 New England Patriots quarterback Drake May, RB1 Mondre, RB2 Antonio Gibson, wide receiver 1 not available, wide receiver 2 not available, wide receiver 3 Kendrick Bourne, wide receiver 3 Demario Douglas, wide receiver 3 KJ Osborne, so on and so forth. And that's just that to me does feel like it encapsulates the entire New England offense.
Yeah, I do think if you airdrop a Brandon Ayuk onto this offense, it does suddenly make a lot more sense and kind of push everybody to be able to play like the more limited roles that they're maybe most suited to. But yeah, you're not going to hear me being optimistic about this wide receiver core. I will say though, I think I think this is a thing in fantasy football, just psychologically, where teams will have kind of a stink about them from the previous regimes. We saw this with the Texans last year, where, okay, they have a completely new offensive coaching staff, completely new quarterback, yet all of these wide receivers are here that are on this team, whether they're new additions or were holdovers from the previous regime. We're still feeling like, okay, well, where is the upside here on this Texans offense? But I think you kind of have to force yourself especially whenever there's a new quarterback plus play caller combination. We know so little about how successful these guys are going to be. I mean, we were all clowning on Drew Petzing and the whole Arizona Cardinals coaching staff in like the preseason, and lo and behold, they were kind of one of the better success stories of last year in terms of new coaching regimes. So anytime there's that combination of new QB, new coach, I do take a second look at all of the weapons. I'm not saying that every rookie quarterback is going to turn out like CJ Stroud, because that's obviously just not the case.
Yeah.
But in terms of like, if we're doing our underdog drafts and we're taking our 18th round picks, like I think just doing that thought exercise of, okay, what if this combination actually really works? What is that going to mean for these receivers? I think that's worth doing. So maybe that's me hyping up Demario Douglas, and that's fine if that's how you want to interpret that.
Well, I think you are right. Sorry, go ahead.
Deep wide receiver room all of a sudden. Like, I think
deep, if not
their depth chart.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. They don't have any top end guys unless one of these rookies is a lot better than we think. But all of a sudden they got a lot of NFL players in there. I think looking at the depth chart, like Rager is a returner for them, so he probably gets a roster spot. Juju, Taekwon, and Butte are probably all cut in camp at this point, because I think Rager gets the returner spot, and the other 5 spots now you'd think would be the 2 rookies, Douglas, Osborne, Bourne. And that's your 6. So all of a sudden, they got, like, depending on how these rookies work out, they might have 5 NFL quality wide receiver 3s. Is 5 wide receiver 3s as good as 1 wide receiver 1? We will find out.
There's 2 things I'm flashing back to. Is one, I'm flashing back to the Texans. This is kind of how we felt about their receiver core. Like, I know Jacob was a Nico Collins enthusiast. I don't think we were talking about any of these guys as like, oh, this is a bona fide NFL wide receiver one. And also it reminds me a little bit of what the discourse with the New York Giants last year, where they had 5 slot receivers and lo and behold, none of them were worth anything. So I don't know. I think there are 2 paths this could go down. I know which path I think is more likely, just in my heart and soul as a Patriots fan. But I do think, as I said, it's worth like doing the thought experiment in the 18th round of a best ball draft for what would happen if this offense with these new pieces is just completely different.
So we had another fantasy relevant pick here.
Yep.
Eric All.
On landing spot.
Yep. Eric All is a Bengal. Obviously, look, we're getting a lot of these tight ends. You want to take shots on it. Another team where the tight end isn't like a prominent target, right? Like we were always like, yeah, Irv Smith, Hayden Hurst, et cetera, et cetera. Mike Gesicki, get ready to learn French Canada, buddy, if you haven't already.
I would take this thing the other way. Hayden Hurst had like, I don't have that right in front of me, but I want to say he had like an 18% targets per route run on that team and had like a semi fantasy valuable role. And he's Hayden Hurst. He stinks.
That's first round pick.
I think if Hayden Hurst, I think if Hayden Hurst can be like semi fantasy viable, that they actually like. I don't think this is a death knell landing spot for tight ends. I just think that they've always had horrible tight ends.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, Eric All's now drafted on round 4, so he's also probably a horrible tight end, to be fair. But I don't know. You went to Iowa. You're gonna bet against an Iowa tight end? I'm fucking not.
How about an Iowa tight end for only 1 season?
Good enough for me. I don't care. Tight end. If I played tight end, I would transfer to Iowa even just for 1 game. I'd sign a 1-day contract and just to get some of the magic on me.
Hayden Hurst in 2021 had a higher target share than Tyler Boyd did. 13.4% target share, 18% targets per route run. So yeah, as Jacob said,
nailed the 18% targets per route run off the top of the dome, knowing Hayden Hurst's TPRR in 2022. I mean, if that's not top level analysis, what are
that had to have been underdog best ball related. Like that had to have been.
Do you want to guess the yards per route run?
I'll take a guess. I don't know it, so I'm gonna be wrong, but I'll take a guess. I'm gonna guess like 1.32.
Pretty close, 1.12.
Okay, he's even worse than I thought.
Yeah,
not a lot of efficiency out of my guy Hayden Hurst.
Brett says, I mean, he is an Iowa tight end via Michigan, which is basically just being an Iowa tight end. Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong. I think it's a good spot. I think the tight end premium rookie drafts, if you have 4 rounds, I think it's just going to be a lot of fun to just hammer all of these tight ends. You can never have enough of them. The young guys, all you need is one of these tight ends to pop for like 10 points per game for like 8 weeks, and you can immediately sell for more than what you paid to draft them. Like it just is what it is. Or maybe you hold on to them because tight end, if they're athletic and they get a little bit of juice, people will latch onto that for a long time. So lots of movability there. Lots of movability. So, well, where should we go next? We've had quite a bit. Can we talk about some players that have survived? Can we talk about Zamir White? I would love to talk about Zamir White. And any chance I get to mention Zamir White, I feel like I have to. Obviously wrote about him as my players who are undervalued in startups at FantasyPoints.com, I think about a month ago. That stands true. I know somebody had left a comment about taking the time to talk about our Lord and Savior Zamir White. Still one of my favorite late round running back picks. I understand the role is probably garbage in terms of pass work, but the LDD role with Vegas is just successful. It's just volume driven success. Now they have a good blocking tight end coming in and Brock Bowers, so that Michael Mayer can be out there running those play action routes like we all predicted. But all joking aside, Zamir White's kind of a smash for me.
Yeah, just to back up Thomas there on that credibility. His first article, he gets only 3 spots to write about 3 players, and he sends it to me. And I'm like, why is Zamir White like the the one that you're choosing here? This is like he was one of Thomas's actual top 3 startup values a month ago. And I did push back on it, and apparently I was wrong because this is exactly what he envisioned, I suppose.
Can the Colts draft a goddamn defensive back one time? We just drafted a dude named Tortellini.
Damn right they did. You're damn right they did.
I don't know. I don't know. Look, a guard from Wisconsin strikes me as a successful endeavor, but
they listed him as a center.
Cover anyone? Are we going to cover anyone? Sure, center, whatever. A fat dude from Wisconsin, thumbs up. Those work out. I just want one guy to cover someone. In 20 minutes, I'm going to pivot from this take, and I'm going to say it's a good sign that they didn't draft anybody in the secondary because it means they're signing Justin Simmons, but I'm not there yet. Right now, I'm angry.
A truly
not that a round 4 corner is going to solve all of our problems, but just,
right. But no, you're right. I do like Zamir White. And Nick, we're sure Zamir White isn't just Chuba Hubbard. Well, that's just the point, though. Late free running backs that get a massive workload and can average over 12 points per game are an absolute smash in fantasy football. Like, those are the guys you want to have on your roster, in my opinion. And let's not forget, he was I can't remember the data I had off the top of my head, but it was damn near 16 points per game in that stretch. Like, there's a little bit more upside there for an offense that we all took big lulls on for that period of time with Pierce and let's run the football, like basically Dan Campbell Jr. with how he wants to operate. Not afraid to just hand that ball off to Zamir White over and over. And if you want a little bit of sprinkle on top, he's basically top half Mike Davis. Like, if you want to get into workout photos and preseason stuff for like swag vibes, that dude's top half is something of a pro wrestler. It is insane, the work that guy put in. So I like him. Clearly the Raiders like him. There's a couple running backs here that would like kind of move me off of him. I believe he had like three catches a game. Zamir White did. So if they draft like a dedicated pass catcher, I might be upset. If they draft like an Estime LDD type back, then I'm down bad. I'm sad. But the best part was Zamir White, how free he is. It didn't matter if another running back came in and that value blew up. There were 3 backs that I really like late, and you guys can tell me if I was right or wrong. Obviously, one of them kind of dead now with Chuba Hubbard, at least until Jonathan Brooks really takes off. But it was Devin Singletary, Zamir White, and Chuba Hubbard were 3 prime late round running backs in startups and with values that you could trade for. I think one of those guys are done for, toast, gonzo, but Singletary and Zamir White, absolute smashes even still. Like, we do have to survive the next couple of rounds, but I think his role at this point is damn near locked in. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I just find it so funny. So 2 years ago, whenever I was saying that Zamir White was Josh Jacobs' replacement, Thomas laughed me off the show. And so that makes me feel a little good.
It didn't happen that
fantasy
year.
Football. Yeah, they say in fantasy football, you're always going to be right, whether it's a year or 5 years late. You can always eventually be right. So that makes me feel a little good inside. But yeah, I think that he definitely has the position locked down. I think that especially, what's his ADP right now? I didn't think to actually pull that up while you were talking about him. But with where he's going in, I think, the 8th round? Or is he even later?
I don't think he's...
Oh, he's 11th round. Yeah, you smash that all day, every day, and you feel good about having your RB2 there.
Trash, but he's going to score fantasy points. He's going to get a bunch of
touches. Well, that's the point of the
Exactly.
running back position. Of course they're trash. If you go to Dynasty Data Lab and add the rookies at their current ADP right now, he is going 1 spot behind Blake Corum, 1 spot ahead of James Conner. He's going after Jameson Williams. Stop with Jameson Williams, people. Like, I need
to check and see if I have Zamir White ranked out of Jameson Williams.
You need an intervention. if you do, Jacob, I don't know what to tell you. I will fly to Vancouver and
No, I got
conduct an
Samir
interview.
White higher. I got Samir White higher.
All right, we didn't have to have another fraudulent moment, but please stop with Jameson Williams, but continue with Zamir White. He is moving up.
He's a big winner of the draft.
What's that?
I'll buy Jameson Williams.
Oh my God.
No, stop.
Stop with your you do not need to consistently have all of these like mediocre wide receivers that were once first round picks. When they're bad, they're bad. They're just bad. Are you also buying Quentin Johnston?
No.
Well, then there you go. Stop with the first round wide receivers.
I don't think that these two are exactly the same. I think
Quentin Johnson was more productive, was he
has
not?
Actual juice and scored some impressive touchdown in the NFC Championship game. Like, he's a real player. Quentin Johnson,
when he gets that one carry that happens to go for 50 yards in a playoff game, you can really hope to count on that on your bench every time it happens.
I know we're putting uphill here against the spreadsheet socialists. But thanks, Brett. Thanks, Brett. There we go. Brett and I are fighting back against big spreadsheet.
Brett, I'll take a bet with you right now on Jameson Williams fantasy production. Like Detroit homerism is not going to shine through on this day. Nah. He's bad. He's bad at the position in which he's asked to play, which is wide receiver. Great run blocker, apparently, by Dan Campbell, though. Phenomenal run blocker. Really great for his skill set. When he gets his one carry and like design screen and maybe he hits on that one deep ball, maybe has a couple of 2 touchdown games again on your bench, you'll be fine. You'll do really well. Great, better in best ball. Jameson Williams.
I do want to inject like my spreadsheet socialist take here on Jameson Williams, because I just wrote a entire article about guys.
We'll find one, Brett.
About guys who are extremely efficient in terms of like yards per out run. If you sort by yards per out run, you're like, oh, okay, Jameson Williams looks kind of decent. If you compare that to the new stat we have in the Fantasy Points data suite, first downs per route run, Jameson Williams, I think, is bottom 10 percentile in first downs per route run.
Can we pause this? We got a really fun fantasy pick here.
Okay. Another running back.
Jalen Wright, you are a Miami Dolphin.
Oh,
which is, I think, the one that we called on the show with Noah Hills, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I think it's awesome. They the way that they play, right? They're always going to want 2 running backs. Their top 2 running backs are very small, and one of them's very old. So, I think you just have to plan for a contingency. I don't think that Wright is like a massive threat immediately to either of the other 2 guys, and I think makes them buys. But I think he is a perfect fit for what Miami wants to do. And then, Mostert's going to miss some time. Achan's going to miss some time. Wright comes in, takes 40%. Like I was arguing about this with people in the Discord. I thought they were going to draft a running back early on day 3. It's so based on the running backs they have, it's so important for them to have 2 and to have 2 of a specific type. Brett, I just don't think that really matters in this offense. Like I think that they have like a specific thing that they need, which is point, shoot, run. And like, if you're just saying like, who's the most Dolphin running back, it's Jalen Wright. Like,
yeah. Will Jalen Wright be in a millie maker winning lineup this year? I think the odds of that might be higher than anybody else taken on day 3, just based on this role. We have seen obviously Mostert get banged up, Achan get banged up. Yeah, I really like this. This is going to be a fun best ball pick as well.
The question is, now that backfield's kind of crowded now, right? Like, I mean, you said, yes, what is RB8 in Dynasty? But is this at all signaling for Achan, or are we just like going to ignore it? I don't think we can just knock Mostert out of relevancy completely, even though he's a bit older. I don't think Wright is going to
play. I don't think they're going to a 3 running back committee. I mean, first of all, it's a day 3 pick, right?
You take Jeff Wilson's
I don't think
role,
Wright. Yeah, I mean, Jeff Wilson only played last year out of necessity when one of the other guys was out, and he was quite bad. And I don't think he fits where this offense is going. So to me, Wright is a reserve back. And then if Mostert or Achan goes out, they no longer have to have this thing where it's like we have this explosive player and we have this lug in Jeff Wilson. And now we have an explosive player and another explosive players. And then Mostert probably moves on after this year. And then they move towards Achane and Wright as their two guys. That's how I would view it. So I don't think this hurts. I don't think this really affects Mostert or Achane and base that much. Maybe it affects it if you're saying, the contingent upside. But I just think that these guys have their roles and they just stay in them. One guy goes out and then another guy comes in. So I love it for Wright. I love it for the Dolphins. I love it. I just love it.
I think Mostert's just a really good comp too for Jalen Wright, just the way those two play. I hope that we will be able to see that Jalen Wright has vision. I know everybody's been talking about the Mickey Mouse offense at Tennessee. I'm sorry,
it's just kind of Mickey Mouse though.
It's common sense though that if you have 4 men in the box, you run the ball. Sorry that they're being smart and doing that, and then he just eats whenever that happens. So he will find the yards that are there, and he is just stupid fast. I absolutely loved watching him outrun everyone on that Georgia defense for a touchdown. It was the only joy I felt that whole afternoon. So I'll take what I can from it. But the guy's a beast. And the thing is that he had fumbling issues as a sophomore. He really improved that this season. I think he went from having 4 fumbles his sophomore year to only having 1 this season. It was on kind of a freak play where he just got stood up, was driving for yards, and then ended up getting hit. It's just one of those things that happens. It wasn't just like his standard running through the middle and somebody happens to get a hand on it, it comes out. Like, he really improved this season. He's always been just wicked fast, and I can't wait to see what he's going to do. I think Jacob is exactly right that this might be a contingency plan primarily for Raheem Mostert after the season. So we'll see. I do like the landing spot, though. I wanted this type of scheme for him. I'm pumped for him.
Yeah, I just think he definitely slides. He's definitely a 3rd rounder if we were to put it in rookie draft context. He's definitely a 3rd rounder. Yeah,
I will take him higher than that for sure.
I don't think I can. I don't. The part of it is
if I was drafting out like this is the opposite of the Michael Mayer. If I was drafting out what is the best possible landing spot for Jalen Wright, like we hit it. To me, like this is what fits his game so well. I get that it's crowded from a volume perspective, but like you have a guy who, to me, is a little light in the ass and doesn't do all that well in crowded spaces. The line of scrimmage. Light in the ass.
I like that.
But is an absolute lightning bolt in the open field and has incredible breakaway speed. Like that's the fit. This is the spot. So I think this is the team that can get the most out of him. I understand it's a little bit crowded. I just think he's going to be a really, really high upside pick if he can get into the mix. And I think that Miami has a clear plan of what they want in their offense, right? They're drafting for their system. And I think he fits their system. So I'm quite excited. Like I think we'll see. He's going to be like a healthy and active week 1 and people are going to freak out, but they shouldn't.
Devon Achane.
And Achane, they bring guys slowly, but I don't know. I think when he gets his opportunity, he's going to be really efficient. And I think he has a good chance of being in, the 40 to 45% of that split next year with Achane, where I think they found out last year that they don't want a Jeff Wilson or a Jordan Howard or like one of these, like they always have the speed back. They have the big back. I don't think they want to deal with that anymore. I think they just want to have their type of guy and they just want to have a stable of them. So if one goes down, they just bring in the next.
I think my biggest pushback is we know that volume drives fantasy like over insane efficiency. So if I'm drafting a running back in the 2nd round, I kind of want to have the hope that the volume will one day be there. I don't know if it ever will be here. I think with Brett, that Cincinnati or Houston might have been a better landing spot.
Do you need volume in Miami?
Yeah, I mean, Achane had like 4 or 5 usable games, and those are like extreme outlier-esque games.
Which were all the games that he played in. Yeah. Okay. If every game is an extreme outlier game, then they're not.
We're talking. We can admit that a 4 touchdown game is just absolutely absurd.
I mean, that sounds like all of Raheem Mostert and Devin Achan were like taking a beating to their expected fantasy points every single week because of how this offense operates. Like, I don't know, you give me 10 to 12 touches per game for Jalen Wright in Miami. I'll take that over pounding into the left guard repeatedly in Houston.
Yeah, and I would also say kind of to turn Thomas's point from yesterday back at him that like this 40% like opportunity share and like insane efficiency did get Devon Achan to the RB8 in Dynasty. So
Right, no,
I mean we
sure.
kind of already know how the market will react if Wright comes in for a handful of games, maybe where Mostert's hurt or whatever, has that role, like flashes really well, and then Mostert's gone next year. That there is more like market upside to this pick than probably to your typical day 3 running back.
Yep. Cool. I got it.
Also, good news for Jalen Wright. He is now officially the last fantasy asset to beat the punter line. If you are drafted after a punter, you are no longer a relevant fantasy option.
Oh,
If you're drafted before a punter, you can beat it. And the punter line has now been established. The Chicago Bears have taken punter Torrey Taylor at pick 100 in 2022. If you are now drafted heretofore, you have been drafted after a punter.
Rip
well,
Johnny Wilson.
we can always say, "What's up, brother?" Because Cade Stover was drafted with the help of Sketch to the Houston Texans. So
Fortunately, he was drafted after a punter. So it's over for
yeah.
Cade.
So can we?
Are we shutting the show down now?
I was gonna say, can we start a stream? Right? If the punter corollary exists, I give him the Sketch bump. If I'm being honest, soon Sketch will be running audibles on his Twitch stream with Cade Stover. So Ohio guy, another tight end could be useful. Good landing spot. I mean, Schultz is under contract, but he's not exactly setting the barn on fire. Brevin Jordan is never going to be a thing. So probably nothing, but worth stashing on a taxi squad, I imagine, on a waiver pickup.
And John Hanson really liked Cade Stover. That was one of his vibe guys at the end of our show with them on Tuesday. So I can definitely see it. I think he's an all-around tight end. He'll definitely have some playing time, probably a nice long NFL career. We'll see what he does for fantasy, but it's a solid pick by Texans.
Brett Whitefield says, to be fair, Taylor was basically Iowa's entire offense. So in your points per punt league, you might be a first round pick in your points per punt league, your punt yardage leagues. I think we've seen quite a few favorites go. I know Bakara was in here. He mentioned that the landing spots for Tracy to land to be fantasy relevant is rapidly decreasing. However, somebody else mentioned that Rico Dowdle is still holding strong to his RB1 role. I can hope that Tracy is born to be a Dallas Cowboy. Don't get me wrong, I love Jake Tribby's call last night for Birmingham, but that is the deepest galaxy brain for one of the most galaxy brain spring football players I've ever met. I'm still liking that opportunity. Look, if you're watching over on Twitter, I got it right that time. If you're watching over on Twitter, please do us a favor. Help our families continue to eat. It is going to be a long summer if we don't. You want to hit that link on your screen, youtube.com/fantasypoints. That will be in the tweet underneath where you are watching this. If you are on Twitter, obviously liking, subscribing, leaving a comment on the video does more for us than you could possibly know. It helps us boost through the algorithm. It allows us to continue doing these types of videos, more streams. It helps us know what kind of content you guys are into and help provide you with more dynamic fantasy football content on a platform that is growing for us rapidly. So be a part of that. We love that. Remember that if you are subscribed to the YouTube channel and you want to get in on the Jonathan Brooks helmet giveaway, to get into Discord, if you are not there, you go to the website, head to media. There is a walkthrough guide on how to get in. All you need to have is a basic Fantasy Points subscription to the website. That is a free subscription, gets you base level access to the Fantasy Points Discord take a screenshot being in there, take a screenshot being subscribed, send it to us via DM, myself at El Nostradamus everywhere. It will get you entered. We love and appreciate every single one of you. We really do. And when I say it's growing, I mean rapidly. Obviously, we have made it a focus to provide you with more and more video content for Fantasy Points, and it's just going to continue the more we get into it. So not going to want to miss out on that. Lots of post-draft content, dynasty startup content, players to avoid, all of the above. It's going to be great. Brett Whitefield apparently saying Bucky Irving to the Bucks. Rashad is still safe. There we go.
I mean, first of all, he is pretty Bucky, so good name fit. I
took me a second.
That if you're Rashad White,
I just think Bucky Irving is kind of bad, so I think that's kind of what.
But he's good at playing in the receiving game, which is kind of the deal.
Yeah, but all Rashad White has to do is be better at him in the receiving game, and I think that he is. I think that he is just a prototypical backup in every sense for everything that Rashad White does and for what Bucky does. I just think he just fits a pure backup role situation. For me, that's how I feel. And I'm no Rashad White truther either.
Yeah, look, if Rashad White has one trait that is like well above average for an NFL running back, it is the pass catching. So yeah, if there were any like running back that they're going to draft on day 3, that's the archetype I want it to be in, where I know, okay, White is an upgrade over this player in every situation, essentially, because this player, if this player is going to be limited to a pass catching role, that's fine. I'm pretty confident in Rashad White to beat him out for that.
Just the whole pre-draft process for Bucky Irving has been such a sad thing to watch. As somebody who you love watching the film on him, he makes so many exciting plays, and then he goes to the combine, doesn't have a great combine. It's such a bummer. The more you dive into his analytical profile, you come away from it just like with a sour taste in your mouth, kind of. He doesn't have the size that you're wanting from a prototypical NFL running back. It's not been a fun time, but we'll always get to remember at least enjoying the film. So
yeah, the process of hyping him up will always be a journey. LaMarcus says that JJ McCarthy equals Kenny Pickett. Let me tell you, if JJ McCarthy doesn't score more than 12.2 points per game with the Vikings, I'll quit fantasy. I'm pretty confident in that he will be accidentally better than Kenny Pickett. So, I mean, I'll take that. I'll take that all day.
Kenny Pickett had like a bottom 5 like passing touchdown rate of all time as a rookie.
Yeah.
And I remember
just as a pro period.
Yeah, but so as a rookie, he was bottom 5, bottom 10 of all time. I remember sending the tweet of, okay, literally every quarterback that has been on this list and continued to start in year 2 got better in terms of their touchdown rate. Like maybe we shouldn't feel so bad about Deontay Johnson, guys. Like Kenny Pickett will be better this year. Overwhelmingly, the odds tell us this, just statistically and based on history. And that man had a lower passing touchdown rate in year 2.
Isn't the running joke? It's like X player who has only played like 3 games has more career passing touchdowns, or there are wide receivers and running backs throwing touchdowns. Like they have more passing touchdowns than Kenny Pickett has had in a year. Like it's horrendous and it's bad. I've again full confident that much like everything in life, blame Canada. No, Kenny Pickett has to blame himself at this point. Okay, Canada, we do not claim Matt Canada. Okay, that you can't put that on us. Okay, we have to apologize for Bryan Adams continuously. We will not be apologizing for Matt Canada. Like we're just not going to do that. Yeah. How do you navigate testing speed versus game speed? Lepuka last year, Keon Coleman, and assuming Troy Franklin this. I think that's a very interesting question. Game speed. Lucas, you are the Keon Coleman game speed believer. So let's walk through that, because I don't think he can separate at all. You keep telling me he can.
I haven't been going on record saying they can separate. I'm saying that he's not slow. Yes, he did not run well at the combine. There's been lots of wide receivers who did not run well at the combine, but their play speed is perfectly fine. I do care way more about play speed than I do what you can do in a 40-yard dash, and he does have elite play speed. We'll see if he can work out. I'm still going to be very hopeful, but I've talked way too much about my love for Keon Coleman so far. I'm not going to go on record saying that he's the next Puka Nacua because I want to actually be taken somewhat seriously, and there's not going to be a next Puka Nacua or this draft class's Puka Nacua. It really is just... it kind of is what it is there. And then I see what Brett's putting in here. Separation speed aren't really connected. I completely agree with that as well. I do like players who are really fast whenever they're playing. I am definitely concerned that he cannot separate, but Jerry Jeudy was the best separator that we've seen in a very long time. And that has been very well documented how he's worked out so far in the NFL. It's also a reason I'm not wearing my Jerry Jeudy jersey right now. I'm still in mourning.
Yo, shout out, streaming live from Vancouver, British Columbia, UBC offensive tackle Giovanni Manu to the Detroit Lions. Shout out Vancouver, shout out UBC. Let's go Thunderbirds. I'm gonna have to go get my go get some UBC gear out here on the stream. I'll be right back.
I love it. We are committed to our Canadian brethren. We're going to double down right here on that. I think you're right. It can be hard because we always see, I think this is a Brett Whitefield question, if you ask me. And I wish he was here to answer this because this is right up his alley. Obviously, people thought Puka, right, was just a slow kind of plodding receiver. Shows that he can do the big play game, win on all sides. I can say, well, Brett says, I need to find some tape on him. I'm desperate because I knew the Lions were taking him. Theo also goes UBC. We have another Go Birds. Canadians representing. Look, if you guys are on the Canadian contingency and have not hit the sub button, when I tell you that every time I go and look at the channel analytics and see what countries are following Canada, massively misrepresented. So let's hit that subscribe button. You're already watching. Hit that button. It is free if you haven't already. Apparently, Shipley has gone to Philly. There's a spot I don't hate. I don't hate that spot at all. Brandon said sub. That's what I'm talking about, Brandon. Hey, now, if you want to get in on the Jonathan Brooks helmet, all you have to do is go head into the Fantasy Points Discord, which you can get into if you go to fantasypoints.com, get a free account, get into the Discord, take a screenshot of those two things and send them to me. And guess what? Boom! You didn't finish your question to me. Well, what I was saying is how you separate game speed to game speed to, say, track speed or testing speed. That's not something I can answer.
I mean, I do have like a take on this just in terms of what I observe in the industry and also what I observe in myself, because I try to be self-aware. I know I'm fallible. I think really how you differentiate between game speed and like the tracking speed is if you like the player, you choose the better one. If you don't like the player, you choose the worst one. That's kind of how everyone seems to operate in this space. I mean, I even catch myself doing this with Troy Franklin when I'm like messaging Scott Barrett, like, oh, like why aren't we taking his GPS tracking speeds more seriously? Like what? So I will cop to doing that, but I think a lot of the time we're more likely to make the wrong decision on that, just because as fallible humans, if we're given options, we're probably going to pick the one that makes us feel the best.
Yeah, no, that's a better breakdown of it that I could possibly have.
Here we go. Oh, Brett's covering it up. There we go. We got UBC represented. Shout out to the Allard School of Law. Shout out to the Thunderbirds. Look,
hey,
when you go to a Canadian university, it is not often that you get to be streaming the NFL draft and watch a player from your school get drafted. So I'm enjoying this moment. This is sick.
Yeah, I got to tell you, when the Ravens drafted a guy from Guelph, I was pretty ecstatic, to say the least. Wasn't able to be streaming that. Brett Whitefield says, so unfortunately, a lot of people pound the table for game speed when a guy they like tests bad. Take that, Lucas. Yeah, you can take that with your Keon Coleman and stick it, brother.
Need to look down 2 more comments. All right, let's actually say the full thing that he's saying.
Okay, hold on. I hate when I do
All
that.
right,
GPS,
okay, let's
accurate,
provide more
contested 40.
context. Yes.
If you have access to those numbers, always defer to them. Okay, you know what, Brett? Why you got to do that to me, bro? Just write one comment, one full comment, so I don't look like an absolute clown show over here. No, that's great. Awesome.
And I still going to be pound a table for Keon Coleman. I absolutely love him. We'll see. Yes, I am still extremely concerned about the separation numbers, and I haven't done a deep enough study on like the comparisons between him and say like a N'Keal Harry, who also just couldn't really separate. So I probably need to do that sort of investigation if I really just hate myself a little bit more and don't want to feel good about Keon Coleman. But I am really excited. And I can't think of another player really in this class who has such a discrepancy between what their tested number was and what their in-game athletic score has been. He's kind of the poster child for it this season. So hopefully he proves the believers right. That's what I'm wanting ideally, but we'll see.
Yeah. Just on the separation thing, I will say all of the highest contested catch rates for day 1 and day 2 wide receivers, that list is Nico Collins and all of the draft busts from the last 10 years, essentially. So Keon Coleman is there. I will say we can, if we're looking for the party line, we can blame that on QB play. That's what we're doing in the Johnny Wilson hive, is that it's the QB play. It's not that he can't separate. So, but that just for some context there, yeah, it's incredibly concerning, just the comparisons that are very easy to make there.
Man, so I'm so sorry. I'm watching the Eagles truly celebrate their Will Shipley selection, and man,
yeah, that's an interesting spot. I mean, I guess I would hope that Shipley would go somewhere where he could immediately take on third downs. And I don't think no one's taken on anything in that backfield except for Saquon Barkley. So I guess rip to the Gainwell hive, right? They just kind of drafted new and improved Kenny Gainwell, who I had as one of my low end comps for Shipley. Tom just did Surrender Cobra. So what just happened? Who just got picked?
Ray Davis.
Ray Davis
drafted to the Bills. I like that pick.
I mean, look,
lot.
I'm not the biggest. Well, I shouldn't say I don't like James Cook. I like James Cook. I like what he does. I don't like what he doesn't do. And I take issue sometimes when I think people translate what he does well to things I think he doesn't do particularly well. And I think there are things on a football field that Ray Davis does a lot better than James Cook. He's a better pass protector than James Cook. He's a better outlet back than James Cook. He's going to be a better goal line and short yardage back than James Cook. And from a real life perspective, I think this is an excellent pairing of one guy who provides a ton of athletic juice and on the edge, and one guy who can pick up grimy 9-to-5 blue collar yards and step in and take on a linebacker in pass protection. I love it. And Brett's saying he's a better receiver than James Cook. And I think yes and no. I made this case a lot last year with James Cook, which was what he's great at in the receiving game is space receptions. Get him out on a swing pass, early down receiving usage where he's getting designed read throws. He's a more explosive back than a Ray Davis, and he's going to be better at that stuff. If you're asking me, who do I want 3rd and 8? Is this linebacker coming? No, he's not. I'm getting out in a route. I'm going to be an outlet. To me, that's what Ray Davis does. He's that lunch pail back who can do that. So I think Ray Davis is a fantastic pick by the Buffalo Bills. I'm very excited to draft him. Into this.
Got him at 312 in the pre-NFL rookie draft that we did. I love that. Love that pick for me right now. Right now, I'm smashing with Benson, Corum, Davis. I just need Estime to like go to the Cowboys, and I'm gonna feel really good. And for Tracy not to just not exist, but I love both of the two running back picks. Let's go back to Will Shipley first because those happened just back to back. I want to go to Will Shipley. When we talked with Graham Barfield in the yards,
your boy
created,
Tom, another running back, Isaac
Tracy?
Garendo. You are a San Francisco 49er.
Oh,
Oh wow.
fuck
RB
yeah.
run.
I love that. You know why I love that? Because it is a system where it is almost impossible to fail. That's why I am this excited. Big, strong, athletic, and Mitchell, we know, can't stay on the field. He stubs his toe and he's gone for 8 weeks at a time. Obviously sucks being behind McCaffrey, but now I might have to prey upon his downfall for my own benefit. I don't know. Can't wait to talk about that. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I thought you were going to say Tracy, and it was about to be shirt off. Shirt off, but not the case yet. Still, Alex, we're still hoping. But let's go back to Shipley. When we were on the Yards Created show with Graham, he mentioned that the best and most likely scenario for him to success would be to get in somewhere where he can get on special teams, work his way into a third down-esque role, hope something happens where he gets to take the job and run with it. Obviously, you don't want to be behind Saquon. Like, that's not a clear path to playing, but carving out a role on a team that does kind of like to rotate their backs a little bit, I think he's going to be a usable fantasy player, probably somebody that you're always constantly hoping for more from, which is a little sad. But I don't think this does any damage to like Saquon at all. What I think this does is it kind of drops Shipley out of kind of like my mid-third round conversation.
Shipley now becomes a fun handcuff. But it's just, I don't know, that's a bummer spot. I mean, to me, what he has going for him is the receiving game, right? And that's not really what Philly can provide to a running back. So even in the event that Saquon goes down, obviously you're excited if you have Shipley in that case, but it's not the landing spot I think can take the most advantage of what he provides. Like, I think he's a okay runner. I think he's a really good receiver. That's not really the deal. So I don't know. Why does Philly keep drafting receiving backs when they don't throw to running backs? Like they drafted Gainwell, they signed DeAndre Swift, like they now drafted Will Shipley. Like, do they think that they pass to running backs more than they do? I don't really understand it.
They want to have the option to for when they do once every game. Like, they want to know that if they wanted to, they could do it, you know? I think what it does, you're right, handcuff kind of puts him in that late 3 round if you really like him. My lone Devy team is crying buckets right now, as Will Shipley was my second ever Devy pick, and it's just so. My first ever Devy pick was Quinn Ewers, so you can imagine how badly I am down in that league. It's going to be a forever rebuild, a la Lucas style. Like, it's just going to be, except just not for fun. That's the thing. You do it because you're a sicko. I'm doing it because, man, that team was really bad. So, Jacob, come make an offer for CeeDee Lamb when this draft is over, because that team is dead. Let's. Well, I know we've been talking Ray Davis, but let's talk about it. This is a mover for me. This is a spot that legitimately moves a player like him up for me in drafts. Like, he's definitely going to become more of an early third type player for me. Does anyone else have, like, for context, I took him late third. He's basically going to be moving up to the front end of that draft round. Does anyone else have as strong a feeling? I know Brett's out here. Davis had 5-6 targets, 20 plus yards downfield just this last year as an awesome route runner. So that gives me good hope. I don't think James Cook is good enough to just fend off other running backs consistently, if that makes sense. Joe Brady ran through the running game. Anyone else? I know, Lucas, you're a little bit down on Ray Davis. You thanked me for taking him late round 3. So does this change anything for you?
He might move up from the very back end of the 3rd round to the mid-3rd round for me. I just look at him and I love his story. Every interview I've ever seen from Ray Davis, he seems like an awesome guy. I don't like the backing analytics for him versus what you also see on film. he's described as somebody who is this big, strong guy who also runs super fast. And by big, I mean like he has enough weight to him to carry a workload. But in college, like for Kentucky this year, yes, he had a lot of carries, but he didn't have near as many as you were expecting for someone. He's propped up a lot by the one ridiculous Florida game that he had. And he doesn't make enough people miss for me. He doesn't break enough tackles for me. And he's supposed to be one of the fastest guys in the class. And his breakaway yards percentage has been very mid. It was much better this season than it was in any of his time at Vanderbilt. But that's probably also associated because Vanderbilt is Vandy. But it's still, even at Kentucky this season, it was very meh. I think he's a good running back, but I don't think that he has the kind of upside that you are wanting, especially like the way that he's being talked about right now, going to Buffalo, having this upside. I don't think that upside's necessarily there.
I mean, look, I'll say if we think that James Cook has all these deficiencies, if there's any chance that Davis is walking, if we're saying, okay, Davis is going to like walk into the Latavius Murray role and kind of like grind out all this short yardage stuff, maybe being on the goal line. And then Brett is saying, okay, listen, like he's a good route runner. He has this upside as a pass catcher. That you can tell yourself the story of how he inserts himself fairly early on in the season. And then if you believe in the talent, then who knows what happens from there in terms of encroaching on the James Cook role. I mean, there's like a few things to like in his profile analytically. He was great by yards from scrimmage per team play in Scott Barrett's write-up. So I'm kind of with Thomas here. I can definitely see this being interesting in round 3.
Anti-Misanthrope, which is still one of my favorite usernames of all time, said Ray Davis is just Devin Singletary. Well, I got news for you. Devin Singletary, as I referenced him before, is the running back.
Great.
Yeah, that he is the running back cockroach. No matter what team Devin Singletary goes to, if one of your favorite players is a running back on that team, you will be perpetually annoyed for his entire existence on that team. I mean, if we're talking about a 3rd round running back, if we get one season like he had last year with Houston, we are loving life. Like, let's just be real. We're getting multiple years of usage out of the flex. I was a big Singletary guy. I don't know if you remember that, Jacob, in the first year of the home league, big Singletary guy. I'm really going to like Davis. Jared Wiley just went to the Chiefs, and it really just makes me sad to think that I'm holding like a 45% rostership in Noah Gray, and he may not be anything. So that makes me sad. Don't laugh, Ryan. Okay. I have strong hopes for what I thought was going to be the Kelsey replacement for the last 3 years.
I'm laughing because I saw the pick
days.
and I was like, there's no possible way that we can like complain about this for fantasy. Nobody on this podcast is going to complain about their Noah Gray shares. And you did exactly what I thought was not possible.
Just
like
when
you read my mind.
Just when you thought something good happened.
Clarifying that he said Ray Davis is just Devin Singletary bracket complimentary, and we interpret it as Ray Davis is just Devin Singletary bracket derogatory. So
right, yeah. Sorry about that.
That was our bad. I do think though, like you have to change your mindset on these day 3 picks. Like we're past the point where we're playing for day 1 starters, except for I guess when the Cowboys and Chargers draft a running back at some point. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You're now looking at like, can this guy find a role, and can this role expand if he gets lucky? And I think Ray Davis has a clear role. Like he's just going to play the Latavius Murray role from last year, which is pass pro, goal line, whenever James Cook needs a Gatorade. And then you're looking at if James Cook gets hurt, can Ray Davis, can he just fill the space? Is he a gas, or is he a solid, or is he a liquid? Right, that was the big column that I had last year. It's like, how does he fill space? And I think he fills space well. So he's my type of day 3 running back. I don't disagree with everything that Lucas said. It's just, he's why we have bits like the Samaj AP line. Like he's that kind of running back where it's like, is he a dynamic game changer? No. Can he do all the things that coaches need him to do at a level of base confidence where if some dude gets hurt? Like, I think I put him in some my write-up, I said he won first prize that I'm most likely to be 52% owned at $4,900 on DraftKings when the running back contest. That's Ray Davis. Like, it's like, oh, like Friday we get the injury report. James Cook he was questionable. He's out. Ray Davis is $4,900 on DraftKings this week. Everybody put him into your lineups. We got a free square. 18 touches. That's Ray Davis.
No, I think it's a great pick. Not as great as what I think the next pick is.
Okay.
But before we do that, I want to remind everyone, if you're watching on Twitter, head over to the Fantasy Points YouTube page where we have tons of breakdowns all the time. More and more coming. The Dynasty content was not hyper focused previously, but when I tell you over the last year, it has been a point of emphasis to grow. We cannot do that if we do not have you guys. The more you like and subscribe and comment, the more it helps us know that that is the type of content that you are looking for. So help us help you for now and forever by subscribing to the Fantasy Points YouTube page, which if you're watching on Twitter will be in the tweet, in the comment below where you are watching right now. I want to talk about a player that I have just been hammering through the course of this draft process. I have had eyes rolled at me. I have had specifically from Jacob where there was a point where I thought if he actually rolled his eyes any harder, he would fall out of his chair. But let's talk about Isaac Orendo because, man, he is a Raz score guy. Like, let's be honest. That's what he is. We're talking 6'2", the size of Jonathan Taylor with insane athletic capabilities, gets drafted to one of the best running back systems in the game, where we saw guys like Mitchell hold some standalone value in games, even when McCaffrey was there. Mitchell just can't stay healthy. I think Brett had also mentioned that they are changing their scheme more and more, and the scheme now benefits a guy like Orendo more. We're talking about a guy that could legitimately be the RB2 in San Francisco. I mean, he's going to get a massive bump. We know his ADP is just going to be an insane hike. I don't want to I'm going to take a little lap here. Like, he was one of my favorites. Absolutely. He gets an absolute nut spot for what we were thinking. Like, worst case scenario, right? He was some RB4. This is a very ambiguous RB2 situation in San Francisco for a guy that has legitimate explosive ability. Don't know if he can catch the ball at all. Don't think that is going to matter. When he needs a break, when McCaffrey does need a break, and maybe he is getting older, and maybe he finally shows some more cracks in the armor, I don't know. But I'm going to have Orendo at probably a 50 to 70% rostership, and I'm going to feel great about it. Fantastic.
He does grade out really well as a pass catcher. He didn't do it enough, but he does grade out really well as a pass catcher. He is a very solid pass blocker for a running back. Not great or anything, but he'll put his nose in there, do some things. Not super elusive, but it's fine. And he does get out and run quite a bit. And you would expect that with, I forgot what he ended up running. I think 4.38 at 225, just stupid fast. We'll see. I was wanting a slightly different spot. I was wanting him to go to some place that I thought that he'd have the more defined third down role, but I'm fine with this. It's not really moving the needle just where I had him valued, but I do still like him, and the spot's fine.
See, Lamar is here taking a lap on a backup RB on both college teams he played for, but what you're not understanding is how free he was and how open the opportunity is. I mean, Mitchell, again, can't stay healthy, can hard time getting on the field. Yeah, I am going to lap that. He's free. He's been free, and we're getting a 4th round pick on a very successful team who can accidentally walk into successful playing time and fantasy production. You lap the crap out of that, considering he is, if we were to go and try to find him, his current ADP, let's see if we can look him up and where he is going.
He's not even on DLF for their ADP tracking. He's that far down.
There you go. Yeah, he's going. I mean, we're talking a guy who's going after Izzy Abanikanda. Like, come on. And we're getting him in San Francisco. So yeah, I am going to lap that a little bit.
People are asking whether the Lions draft a
Oh!
running back or a safety, and the answer is both. The Sion Vaki played both running back and safety at Utah. He was officially announced as a running back, but we'll see. Certainly going to be a 4-down player for them, I think. And really explosive, fun guy. The very first Dynasty rookie podcast I did this offseason was with Pat Carrain and Davis Maddock, and Maddock was bringing up Sion Vaki as a sleeper, and then we were like, isn't he a safety? And he was like, maybe. Big moment for Davis. And yeah, Brett agrees with me. I'd said he was going to be a 4-down player, which is just one of my favorite terms to sound like I know ball. And yeah, special teams ace. So potential kick returner, potential, I don't know, Craig Reynolds type guy. Maybe plays a little safety. I mean, Dan Campbell just loves ballers, man. He just loves ballers. And Sion Vaki is certainly a baller.
Oh, Thomas, are you going to talk about who just went to the New York Jets?
Yeah, and I love this spot for him too, even if I think he is softer than baby poop. Braylon Allen going to the Jets.
Tough scene for him.
Yeah, I just think he runs soft. I think that's if there's a knock on a guy like him for his size and speed, his young breakout age, all that stuff. It's just that he runs a little bit soft. His power through contact just seems to evaporate, which is also weird because he still has balance. So like his contact balance seems to be fine, but he just doesn't gain the yards moving forward you would expect out of a running back of his size and his speed, his athleticism. But another guy that can catch the ball, Brett, maybe you can help us out here. Not sure what his pass blocking kind of ability is. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's terrible.
Okay, so there it is.
That's my biggest issue with Braylon Allen is the pass protection. I thought was a mess. I mean, he has the size for it. I just thought that I just thought his technique is, I mean, maybe it can be coached, but I thought his technique is way off. Like for a big guy, he just leans forward and lunges himself at people,
right,
and finds himself totally out of position. I do think that he is like a capable enough runner. I just think he runs soft. I don't think he's a good pass catcher. I don't think he's a very good player. But I don't know. I had him ranked like RB10, which was kind of like a hot take. I think the NFL drafted him as like RB11 or RB12. So I feel fine about that. And I feel fine about drafting him in the 3rd round as a handcuff back.
We're getting a lot of fun handcuff backups, hyper athletic, big guys that have prototypical ace type builds, just not the production or complete profiles. I mean, Allen is also a young back. Obviously being stuck behind Breece Hall kind of means he's probably dead. Unless he has some sort of like Michael Turner turnaround in his career, but those don't happen very often. Also, shout out for the throwback call on Michael Turner. I don't know why that name popped into my head, but there you go. Yeah. Former Falcons legend. Shout out Trey Camberling. Some positive notes here.
And Solak just tweeted the Lions trading future picks to grab a safety running back hybrid and a University of British Columbia offensive tackle as the definition of a heat check. And yeah, that is correct. that is a logo 3 from Brad Holmes on that one.
Yes. I love that.
Niners. That's fun.
Yes. Yeah, that's another good pick. But reports apparently they're not moving off of one of the wide receivers. So yeah, I don't know how.
Believe it. I'm going to believe their actions over their words personally on that one. They drafted a round 1 wide receiver and a round 4 wide receiver. And you're telling me that they have no interest in moving their receivers?
I think it doesn't necessarily.
It doesn't necessarily have to be this year, right? It just is likely to be before 2025, I think, is when the cap crunch really hits for how they have their contract set up there. So this could be like a move for 2025. So, but yeah, I mean, I hear you. We're all waiting with bated breath for who's going to be traded. Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm a little confused by this pick just because Cowing's pretty much just a slot wide receiver. And from everything I've been hearing over the last 2 days, they were drafting Ricky Pearsall as a slot wide receiver. So maybe they like Pearsall is a fairly flexible wide receiver where you can line him up. So maybe they have some plans for him on the outside. But I would have liked to have seen Cowan go to a place where he didn't have that competition at the slot. I still really like him. Really loved what he did in 2021 at UTEP. Was still productive whenever he moved to the Power 5. So that's awesome. Whenever Arizona did get in more target competition for him, you saw a definite decrease in what his production was, which is a little concerning. But I still think he's an overall good player. I think right now he might end up being my lowest ranked wide receiver out of anyone drafted so far.
Really?
We'll see just based off the landing spot. But there's definitely some upside there if he can establish himself.
I just like the player. Guy who earned a ton of targets next to a pretty quality teammate at University of Arizona. I think he's probably a slot only player at the NFL level, which is a tough spot in San Fran because they don't actually play their slot receiver very often, right? That would be my issue with the landing spot there is that's a team that they want to get juice check on the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
So their slot wide receiver tends to live at like a 50 to 65% route rate zone. So I think at some point here, we're going to have maybe it's the summer, maybe it's next year, Ayuk or Debo leave, and then Cowing at that point. I mean, he's not owed anything. He's a round 4 pick, but he'd have an opportunity to step into a slot role next to Pearsall and whichever wide receiver remains. But I don't know. We'll see. At the same time, though, like you want to have players attached to good offenses, and he's going to be attached to a great offense, and that's exciting.
Yeah.
Also, we are officially done with the 4th round.
We're done with the 4th round. All right.
Yep. We are into the 5th. There's a lot of interesting picks there in the 4th round. Like, this is why we say at the top of the show, this is where you can get some real heaters, some real deep value, like players who are not even on ADP listings going in the 4th round to ambiguous backfields that are hyper athletic and built like Jonathan Taylor. And we lap those guys, as I mentioned again. Ryan, I know we have to get you out of here. I mean, we have been up late last night when the show went off. I mean, Taylor Swift lyric discussion were on the forefront. We have just been having such a great time this weekend, but I know you have a life and things to do. So let's talk about one last player that you haven't yet that has also seemingly completely survived this NFL draft.
Yeah, so this was kind of a take I had heading into the draft, and that has kind of proved out to be true, is I think Isaiah Pacheco might be a top 10 dynasty running back at this point. The Chiefs passed on running back after that big run at the back end of the 4th. They had 2 picks there. They drafted a tight end and a safety, I think. So I think we have so with these like running backs that are productive early in their careers, it understandably takes a while for the dynasty market to feel confident in them as legitimate assets that aren't just going to immediately be blown up by a day 2 pick. But I think now we have passed that event horizon with Pacheco. We can talk about him in terms of like the Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler kind of like dynasty value career arcs. And I mean, I'm excited about that. Isaiah Pacheco, top 5 in expected fantasy points per game over the second half of last season. I think it was the RB4 just by fantasy points per game. He was getting more and more involved in the passing game. All of the too high coverage that Mahomes sees at like a top 3 rate in the league helps him out in all of those ways, gives him a lot more running room. And I would expect the Chiefs to maybe add some depth to the backfield. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is still their RB2 there. But I mean, whether they do or don't, I think they're very clearly telling us that Pacheco is a player to take seriously in Dynasty at this point, because we've just gotten far enough away from us needing to wonder if the organization has any sort of commitment whatsoever to this guy.
So do you like Pacheco? So the top 10 part is It's fascinating. So Pacheco or Ken Walker for you in Dynasty?
I think that's Pacheco, honestly.
Wow. Okay.
Like Ken
that's
Walker.
how you get into the top 10 conversations, right? Because I was going on the list. I'm like, obviously not over Brees, obviously not over Bijan, Gibbs, Taylor, CMC. Then my 6 is Achane, 7 ETN. I mean, I have Pacheco down at 17, but he'll probably move up a little bit after this. I just don't think he's all that great. But yeah, Walker. I mean, that's interesting. What's just you prefer the KC and prefer the role there?
Yeah, I prefer the role there. I think Walker is a great player. If you're asking me real life, yeah, I'm taking Walker 100 times out of 100. But the path to fantasy football upside is a little bit narrower there. Like he has to be like on the Nick Chubb spectrum essentially for him to post like a top 12 running back type of season. I think it's possible. He leads the league in missed tackles forced since he was drafted. It's going to be a new system, a lot more spread concepts with Ryan Grubb. I mean, I like the thought there. They could also just be a more pass heavy team, and Zach Charbonnet could take on a bigger role. So would I like to see that happen? Not necessarily, but I think that just the path for Walker to legitimate like difference making every week fantasy upside is a lot narrower than it is for Pacheco. And I mean, just like looking at Dynasty Data Lab ADP, I mean, we have a few guys in the top 10 here that are going to fall out of it. Kyron Williams is no longer a top 10 Dynasty running back, was the RB6 by ADP over the past month. Josh Jacobs, I have never believed was a top 10 running back, but he was by ADP. He's coming out. I think if anyone is passing some of these guys, it has to be Pacheco.
Yeah, I don't hate it at all. I really don't. I think it's always a gamble. It is a gamble. Like, I would love to see a contract at least being discussed at some point. But I mean, if we were playing in a 2-year window.
Yes. When he signs the extension, you're correct. Then everybody will agree with me. I'm there with you. So maybe this is a little bit of a buying window if you're of my train of thought still, that people will be unsure until he signs an extension. And he may not.
My concern, like you mentioned Josh Jacobs, right? And it's like, Pacheco's obviously younger. I guess I'm just like, maybe it's a talent thing and it's a pedigree thing. And I'm just like, I still think Josh Jacobs is going to be a workhorse running back longer than Isaiah Pacheco in the NFL.
That's fair. I think I do, as Thomas kind of said, with running backs, especially outside of like the top 5, I do just tend to think in terms of 2-year windows. And I like Pacheco's 2-year window at the end of his rookie contract.
So redraft this year, you think Pacheco outscores Jacobs?
Yes, I would back that. Yeah.
Okay.
Taking Jacobs. But that's I could see it. Yeah.
Oh, Dynasty Points. We have a couple of bet opportunities that I cannot.
I mean, I'm not going to make that my bet. I have limited bets to make on air. I'm not wasting one of them on Josh frickin' Jacobs. But yeah, I mean, but you raise a good point though, for sure. Like I'm not really like a Pacheco guy, but I was talking with someone where it was like, I don't know, someone asked me what to do or asked me for my thoughts on their startup, and they'd taken Travis Etienne in the early 4th. And I mean, I really like Travis Etienne as a player. And I certainly like him more than Isaiah Pacheco in a vacuum in Dynasty. But I was like, I don't think I'm taking Travis Etienne in the 4th. So I'm like, really, like, what is the difference between him and Isaiah Pacheco outside of like a little more long-term confidence, just because of the pedigree of the profile? Because like from a projection standpoint in 2024, like kind of the same guy, right? It's like they're going to get all the early down work. They're probably going to play on most of the third downs, but they're probably not going to catch all that many passes, but they're going to catch some passes. And they're going to play in like a pretty friendly offense and score some touchdowns. And it's like, probably the guy who scores the more out of the two is the one who runs a little hotter on efficiency. And, so it's like, why do I want to defer like Drake London's or Jalen Waddles and like those type of pedigree or Roma Dunze for living in like the Etienne, Kyron Williams, Saquon Barkley zone of dynasty running back, when we can either go into the like unsexy young guys, right? You brought up Pacheco. I'll keep pushing Javonte Williams propaganda. Rashad White is another guy in this group. Or we can go to the just like I'm paying the amount that is required for me to only get 1 year of this guy, and that's fine. And anything else is a bonus, right? Like your Aaron Jones, your Derrick Henry, or Alvin Kamara. We have a lot of those guys now.
It'll be interesting to see in the ranks. I think 17 is a little low. Hopefully, I think we're gonna get
moved
that
up a bit because that's behind Kyron, who I'm probably gonna move him ahead of. That's behind James Cook, who now I'm gonna probably move him ahead of. That'll probably be, yeah.
Okay, I love that, Ryan. Last couple evenings, and then on to today. Always great to have you. This has been dope. Happy to have the insight. A couple of battles. I always like that, differing opinions. Can't wait to keep talking and chatting and having you out here on Dynasty Points on a regular basis. Ryan is taking off for the day. We have a special little bit of time with Brett Whitefield popping back in. He just couldn't stay away. He just loves us far too much. I will be gone for roughly a minute, but when you see all our faces again, Brett will be here, and I will be back shortly thereafter. For Ryan, we appreciate you. Much love to all of you. Thanks, man. We'll be right back. Mm-hmm.
Or we'll never leave.
Yeah.
Or we might. There we go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
How's it going, Mr. Whitefield?
Oh, good. I barely got any sleep last night. I was too amped up, couldn't sleep. Then I got up, coached a soccer game this morning, my daughter's soccer game. They won 9-0, so that was fun.
Nice.
Yeah, and I know absolutely nothing about soccer, but I'm coaching it. So when I signed up to do this, I just YouTubed a bunch of like fundamental drills to work on. It's like 9-year-old soccer. It's not like super duper competitive. So yeah, it's fun though. Fun times. So
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Fun round 4. Hey, like we got all the running backs coming off the board. We got a few more wide receivers, some tight ends. Yeah, a lot of fun stuff. What's your favorite pick? I mean, I know you're pretty pumped about Ray Davis. Are there other ones that you're really excited about so far this round?
Yeah, Davis is interesting because I thought he needed a pretty specific landing spot to be fantasy relevant, and I feel like he kind of hit it. I also admittedly, I'm not a big James Cook guy, so I think maybe there's a weak point there where Davis could compete for a role. Not saying he's going to overtake Cook right away or anything, but I think he could definitely compete for a role. Gosh, I'm looking through here. If Cowing, I like Cowing a lot. He landed with a horrible situation though. That was a weird draft pick. I'm not gonna lie. They're just so loaded at receiver. Even if they trade one of those guys, does he play? Like, that's crazy. Guys, I think Troy Franklin's got to be probably my favorite going to the Broncos. Obviously, that was like the second pick of the day, so that easy to be excited about that. But just getting Nick's, his guy, I think is important. It's they have a bare cupboard there pretty much, as we talked about last night. So Franklin probably starts for them like right away. Franklin and Mims gives Nick's a ton of speed on the field to work with. So I like that.
Who do you think's moving to the slot there, particularly? Because I don't think any of them truly profile as a slot. Like Gordon Sutton definitely isn't. Mims played primarily on the outside in college, and they've been using him so far down the field. I don't think that they really want him to be playing slot. And Troy Franklin, like that would allow him to not always have somebody jamming him off the line if he's playing in a slot, but he also really didn't do that much in college. So I don't know if that there's like a true slot currently on that roster.
Yeah, I think it could be like a committee approach where you see 30% Franklin in the slot, 30% Mims in the slot, and then let's not forget too, Sean Payton, for whatever reason, he didn't do it last year, but he likes bigger players out of the slot. Like he's always like Michael Thomas role was invented, long before Michael Thomas was there. So I think that's an option, right? I'm trying to. Who's the big Saints receiver before Michael Thomas that played that role?
Marcus Colston.
Yeah, Marcus Colston. Yeah. So like I could see Josh Reynolds playing in the slot some. I could see if they keep Courtland Sutton playing in the slot a little bit. And I know that's a role change for those guys, but that's like he likes that big body over the middle of the field for the navigating the traffic and being tough at the catch point. So now Bo Nix doesn't have to worry about that because he doesn't throw to the middle of the field, but whatever.
And apologies, by the way, if people are watching, listening. My audio is going to be pretty garbage for the next little bit here because I'm having port issues. I got 2 ports on my laptop and one of them isn't working. So I can either only charge my laptop or have my mic plugged in at the same time. And my laptop was about to die. So I figured with Brett out here about to cook, this was the time to put in the charger and talk out of the inferior audio. But I'll be here anyway. Audric Estime, is he about to be really lucky for falling into the 5th round and land with the Cowboys with the Chargers?
I mean, that would be awesome, right?
No, not the Chargers. I was hoping he would go right here at 40, but it's they took a corner. Cam Hart from Notre Dame.
Okay. Estime, and there's some overlap to Estime's game and Gus the Bus's game, so that'd kind of be funny if he landed with the Chargers. If he lands with the Cowboys, though, that'd be just nasty. Is that like the last spot remaining where there's like a clear path to the field?
Yeah, it's that. And I mean, I still consider the Chargers a pretty clear path to the field because, like,
you think
there's a limit on how much Gus. I mean, I think Gus Edwards is fine, but I think there's only so much Gus Edwards you want in your life. Like, I don't think you want Gus Edwards playing 70% of those snaps in your running back room. And I have no idea what J.K. Dobbins' health status is.
Yeah. I don't either. I have no idea on the medicals there. Assuming because they signed him, they got some good news, but yeah, I guess that's true. Estime would be. What do you guys think of Estime? I'm a huge fan of him. I like
him.
Yeah, I like him too. I knew the NFL wouldn't really like him though, but
yeah, I had him ranked at RB7, and that was because I only felt good about day 2 capital for 5 running backs, and ultimately only 4 of them end up actually getting it. Jalen Wright ends up going pretty early, day 30. But if I was just ranking in a vacuum, like without the projected draft capital, I probably would have put Estime into my top 5. So I'm a fan of his game. It's obviously the NFL does not agree, but I get it, right? Like, to me, what he does best is creating value on inside and chunk runs. And the NFL, like, probably appropriately thinks like turning 4-yard runs into 6-yard runs isn't the most valuable thing in the world.
I do think he's going to be elite in his role, though. Like, he showed that in college. Our biggest concern with Braylon Allen has been he's a really big guy, and that profiles well, but he doesn't do any of the nitty-gritty work that you're expecting from somebody of his size. Audric Estime actually does that. He is turning those smaller runs into bigger runs, and he has a surprising amount of breakaway yardage percentage that you're not expecting from somebody who was running as slow as he did at the combine. I think he actually eclipsed Braylon Allen in his breakaway yards percentage. So that's awesome to see. He's breaking tackles. I'm going to be really excited with wherever he goes, but I think that New York could potentially be a fun landing spot for him with the Giants. I think that's kind of where I'm paying attention to, aside from the Chargers and the Cowboys, is I really want a running back that I like to go to the Giants, just because, yes, Singletary's there, and Singletary is always going to be taking away some opportunities from folks, but I think that somebody can potentially really establish a role there.
Here's another one for you. It's up in about 10 picks. What do you think of the Jacksonville Jaguars for Estime? I like Travis Etienne, but I think that he has some massive holes in his game and would benefit from being used exclusively on things he does well and not being asked to misread duo over and over again. So I would like to see someone who's not Tank Bigsby get a chance to take on like 8 to 10 blue collar carries for the Jacksonville Jaguars, not have Travis Etienne get his head bashed in, running up his guard's ass on 3-yard carries, and allow him to get out on the edge, use his speed, use him on swing passes, screen passes, all the stuff that he's good at, instead of just like tiring him out on things he's bad at.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I liked Tank Bigsby coming out. His rookie
I did too. I was just incorrect.
No, yeah, his rookie tape was just pretty bad. I mean, there's still a chance he develops though, but yeah, I wouldn't mind that. What about the Raiders?
No,
I know Tom is a Zamir guy, but
Tom likes Zeus White.
Well, I mean, we're talking about a round 5 running back. I'm actually going to still feel pretty good, if I'm being honest with you.
I don't think you have to be afraid of.
Like, they're going to add an LDD back at some point, and Estime is that. So
what's an LDD?
long down and
Well,
distance.
I think you're a little off. Yeah, I mean, I think Estime's more of an early down guy. I think they need a pass catching guy. I don't know who that guy is at this point in the draft.
Do they? I mean, this is Dan Campbell 2.0. This is Antonio Pierce. Like, does he believe in throwing to running backs, or is it just going to be,
Does he believe in? Yeah, he believes in not throwing to his 13th overall pick, I guess.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think I put it in the chat earlier. This is gonna be a run heavy offense. Like he is.
Oh yeah.
He wants to grind it out. So Zamir and Estime would be an interesting combo, right? Both willing to punch you in the face. So
yeah.
Would you guys think
other guys still want? Sorry.
So what'd you think of Garendo to the
You want me to talk more about that, Brett? I mean, I can talk about it ad nauseum.
I was cutting up some rookie or some college tape, so I kind of missed your discussion on that. What'd you say?
I love him. I've loved him through this entire draft process. As soon as I saw look, I make fun of the Raz card clan on the interwebs a lot because they see the Raz card and that becomes the only thing they care about. When you see a guy that doesn't get all the reps, there's obviously seriously a problem. But when you're built like Jonathan Taylor and run and are more athletic than that, and you get him in an opportunity where your biggest hurdle is like Mitchell, who can stub his toe and be out 8 weeks. I just mean like the opportunity is there. It obviously sucks being behind Christian McCaffrey, but there have been some people, Scott Barrett had mentioned before, that some of his guys have said that McCaffrey's already kind of losing a step. So maybe it's that time. I don't know. But I'm excited, man. You're talking about a guy with nothing but opportunity. There's a legitimate opportunity for him to garner some carries. And that excites me. That excites me more than it probably should.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I mean, so the 49ers have been kind of slowly shifting to a more gap heavy scheme. I don't think Garendo can play in zone just flat out. He's pretty much blind. He's Jalen Wright level blind, and he's super stiff. Like he's purely a linear athlete. So I wouldn't say he's a great athlete from a functionality standpoint. He's linearly, I can't say that word, linearly explosive, which can be super valuable. Like I'm not discrediting what he does, but if he can beat out Mitchell, that is exciting. I agree with you there.
Well, my favorite part about it is how free he is. And we're literally talking, if you go to Dynasty Data Lab and search for their Dynasty ADP, he's not even listed. He's not being drafted. So to identify a guy that has those kind of size speed combinations in an offense that is like Kyle Shanahan, the old joke even with Mike Shanahan was you could put Reuben Drones back there in that offense, and there's a callback for you in that offense, and there'll be 1,000-yard guy. Mitchell was a guy that was screaming up draft boards prior to them acquiring McCaffrey, even though he was a very much so limited style runner, but he just got opportunity. It was good. It's almost impossible to fail running the ball in this offense. It's almost impossible. So if his biggest hurdle is Mitchell, I'm going to be all about it, especially with how free he was in all Dynasty Draft startups. I'm too much of a favorite. I know I'm going to roster 50%. He's going to be my Chase Brown this year. I know he is, and I'm going to overdraft him, but I'm going to be okay taking a big fat L.
Colts, I've seen people say they drafted a wide receiver. Technically true, but highly misleading. They drafted a kick returner.
Yeah.
Anthony Gould.
Yeah.
There was a lot of late buzz on him on draft Twitter. I could not figure out what that was about.
I mean, maybe they'll play him a wide receiver. I would presume they're drafting him to fill a special teams need. I would be pretty surprised if he saw a significant run as a receiver. Maybe I'm wrong.
Touchdowns, I think. Like he can do well on screens. He's good on vertical stuff. I shouldn't say good on vertical stuff. He can do vertical stuff from the slot. Yeah, back to Garendo. So I'm all about throwing darts at guys with his profile. Let me shoot. Look at Isaiah Pacheco. They're essentially the same exact player. And you land in the right system, to your point. Next thing you know, you have a starting gig. And Pacheco, I've got so many shares of him right now because he's been free all over the place. I've just been scooping him up, and he's going to be a pretty good fantasy running back this year. So
still widely disrespected too. I know we just talked about Pacheco, but RB14 right now, maybe not terribly disrespected at this point, but up until last year was still horrendously disrespected. I believe Mixon was still going ahead of him. So that shows you exactly what the value of that can be. These late dart throws. And I know I see the Trey Sermon thing and I get it. 49ers drafted another 4th round running back, but this guy's actually athletic, has juice. Sermon was horrendous from the get-go. The vaunted 201 pick in his rookie ADPs, which
Sermon was just as stiff as Guerrero, but he didn't have the explosiveness of Guerrero.
Right.
So he had nothing to really, he had no discernible quality to his game other than he was tough. He was a tough player, you know.
And the helmet he wore in college. I mean, let's be real.
Oklahoma and Ohio State.
Yeah, exactly. So that definitely does give people a boost. Yeah, you want to be excited, and I think Guerrero will stay cheap because McCaffrey is there, right? So it's not like I don't see a situation where you get a guy like Sermon, who everyone was like out on, and all of a sudden he goes to San Francisco and he vaults up to the 201, 202, which obviously you don't want to take that bet. The point with Guerrero is that he has to stay cheap. The second he when he jumps the shark, I'm back out.
Yeah,
but until the dynasty community makes him jump the shark, I'm gonna be right there in still.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Trey is back just in time for like a Falcons pick. I mean, you look just like a bro. I know you and we have had long streaming days. I think you and I combined we're gonna have almost 55 hours of live streaming, producing and on camera work in these couple of days, but you look so beaten down, brother, and I am so sorry for what the Falcons have done to you this year.
Yeah, the work has been one thing, but yeah, the Falcons just kind of kicking me while I'm down. But shout out to Brett and Thomas and Jacob. I said Brett's my MVP of this draft cycle. All the stuff he did last year, plus all the videos he's putting out, just putting in the work. Thomas kicking ass behind the scenes. I'm excited though because the Falcons are about to save their draft here. Does anybody have the pick? Do we know what's going on? There's got to be somebody out there.
They actually made a good pick earlier today, right? They finally took a player that was higher on the consensus big board than their draft position instead of reaching 50 picks. Like they took a normal player.
Yeah, Brett messaged me and said that they took a D tackle that was better than the first one they took. So Notre Dame linebacker J.D. Bertrand. So
yeah, that's not.
He looks like a high IQ coach's son.
Yeah, he's a special teams player, guys. Like he might have shorter arms than my 9-year-old daughter. I'm not kidding.
Oh my god,
he's basically a T-Rex. Not a great athlete.
Yeah,
he was a captain there, so draft capital, I guess.
Real lunch pail guy, right? First guy in, last guy out. Sneaky athletic. Real glue guy. He's the rug, right? He's the rug. As we learned last night from Danny. Did we talk about the Lions draft picks here on a heater? I know you were in the comments when we did, but how do you feel about
I heard
Canadian UBC?
I heard Jacob's comment that when you're trading future draft picks for a running back safety hybrid and some Canadian football player, that's definitely a heat check. That was one of the funniest things I've heard this draft cycle. That's 100% a heat check for Brad Holmes. Like, you know what? Can I even miss? Let's just do some random stuff. Let's. So unfortunately, I have no access to Giovanni Manu's tape, the tackle they took from Canada.
So the only player in the draft I've watched more than Brett, then.
Yeah, right.
I've had the privilege of seeing him live down at Thunderbird Stadium.
Oh, nice. So the one game I watched, he was just forklifting the defensive end he was playing against, like literally just picking him up off the ground and carrying him 10 yards downfield. And I was like, I don't even know how to score this. This looks like high school football to me. And
I mean, he's playing youth sports, which for anyone, so Canada, they have college football in Canada. It's not very good. You compete for the Vanier Cup. It used to be called the CIS. It's now youth sports. It's a hard watch. It's Canadian football rules. So 3 downs, but 2 and then a punt down. Way wider field, extra man on the field on all teams. So it's just a very different style of game. It's far more about speed and space. Yeah, yard off line of scrimmage. So trying to figure out how things translate between the CFL and NFL is hard. If it was easy, then anytime we get an NFL washout that comes into the CFL, they would be the best player in the league. They're often massive failures in the CFL because it's just a fundamentally different game. But I went to a couple Thunderbirds games when I was at UBC. and around. Like, he's hilarious. It looks like a Zamboni driving over bicycles because he's like 6'8", 352 pounds, playing against a bunch of Canadian future accountants. So like, I don't know what to take from it, but he's a very large, strong man.
That's how I felt watching this tape. I was like, I have no clue how to even score this. This is great. So, and I only had one game anyway, so I couldn't score him. But, I mean, I like an upside dart, 6'7", 350. I think Brugler wrote in the Beast that he's like actually tested as a really good athlete at the pro day. Every team he talked to was impressed with his athleticism for his size. So, Lions, listen, they needed offensive line help, so I'm not going to be mad about it. They did not have a swing tackle on the roster currently. They had Dan Skipper, but he's basically a, traffic cone. So
Dan Skipper is a controversially eligible receiver, right?
yes. He's now eligible to be cut as well with this draft pick. So.
Yeah.
And then the
Jeez.
hockey thing, I knew. Obviously, I'm pretty connected to that organization, and I knew from the guys I talked to, they viewed him as a special teams player, running back type, more than a safety. Ironically, they do need a safety, though. I think they only have 2 on the roster currently, maybe 3 if you count like whatever UDFA
Didn't
they
already do this with Godwin Igwe-Bikwe? Isn't it like the same idea where it was like a kind of hybrid defensive player, running back, special teams guy?
Yeah, Godwin didn't have any college tape of being a running back, though, where Vaki does, and it's actually really good. Shockingly good. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but he had higher GPS time. He's like 23.4 miles per hour. So higher than any running back in the class and higher than any defensive back in the class, including the corners. So this is one of the fastest players in that. Ironically, he only ran like 4.6 going back to our GPS versus timed 40s. But I mean, very explosive player. So I think he's kick returner / special teams ace is where they'll be using him.
Brett, I love chatting with you for your football experience, but I got to ask from an emotional experience, what does it feel like to have a team that has drafted, well, at least once, in the last like 5-10 years? Like, as a fan of a team, what does that, feel like? Do you, when you go to sleep, do you feel good? Or do you stare at the ceiling and can't close your eyes like I do, just commiserating?
I know there's a heavy dose of comedy in your question, but I will say, I'll bring it back a little to like honest reality. It's weird to have the Lions be the discussion point of like, like Jacob said, heat check. Like, never in a million years would we think that was possible with this team. They've never drafted good. At their best draft classes are like, oh wow, we hit on the 2nd overall pick and now he's a Hall of Famer, like on accident. Because the Raiders took Jamarcus Russell ahead of him. Like, they've never been a good drafting team. And all of a sudden, Brad Holmes is the freaking guy who just literally can't miss. So it feels great, to be honest. It feels awesome. But I, like 3 years ago, I was right where you're at, where it's just like, oh my gosh, every draft, just like throw my head against the wall,
I put it in perspective for myself this morning. The last time in the moment I was really, really thrilled with the Falcons draft pick was Julio Jones in 2011.
Oh,
so that was so long ago. I liked the AJ Terrell pick. I didn't love it, but I liked it. I thought it was a good pick. And then after the fact, the 2016 draft, I was a fan of after the fact. But yeah, it's
like the Ridley pick.
I mean, I thought he was okay. He was just so old at that point.
And he was polarizing, right? Bad testing numbers, old.
Yeah, I mean, he was fine. He worked out like in whatever capacity, obviously, the gambling stuff aside, now that he doesn't play there. So, that's the thing about the Falcons, right? Is that anytime something good happens for them, it's followed by the worst type of despair and heartbreak you could possibly imagine. So like growing up, like Michael Vick was my hero. And then obviously he went down, and I've got bad heroes. Sammy Sosa, another one of my heroes. Ricky Williams, not a bad guy, but another one of my heroes. They just all go down. All the good things in my life, they go down. And then obviously, you get Matt Ryan and the crew, the MVP, the Super Bowl, kicking ass. I mean, geez, the best day of my life. And then 28-3 happens. It's the highs, highs and the somewhat highs and the super extreme lows. And one more thing, Arthur Smith, when he got canned, geez, the best day of my life. I say, hey, Arthur Smith, he's gone. We don't have to worry about it. You know what? Things are looking up. And then we take Michael Penix with the 8th pick in the draft. So it's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster that never really gets, high enough up for it to be exciting. It just kind of gets to here, and then you just slowly kind of cruise back down or just go straight down. And then, it's
Right.
pretty brutal.
On that note, did we settle the Falcons fan data suite giveaway yet, or are we still working on that, Trey?
It has not been settled, but we do have a winner we can announce.
Well,
If you'd like to announce it, Brett.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let me pull up our thread because I don't remember the gentleman's name.
And for anyone wondering what we're talking about, if you watched yesterday's stream, Brett felt so bad for these down bad Falcons fans that we offered a data suite subscription for the year to anyone who didn't have it, to one of these down bad Falcons fans that are currently subscribed. So,
yep. The winner is Ben Win. He said, I'm so devastated at this Falcons. Time to turn in my fan card. Don't turn in your fan card. Get a data subscription instead. And then you can, you can either pull out all the bad data points or the good ones to give you some copium, whatever you got to do. But we'll get you set up. Congratulations. We'll get you set up with the data suite login or whatever here in the next couple days, I'm sure, after the dust settles with the draft.
Right. And look, the data suite is going to help you do what the Falcons can't, which is play good football. Whether it's fantasy football or DFS, will help you out.
I can also say
was
too.
Unfortunately,
I was gonna say
Go
I
for it.
have turned in my fan card before. My mother, when the Michael Vick stuff happened, said, "You got to pick a different team. You can't, we're not rooting for those type of guys." And so I jumped off ship and was with the Jags for like a couple weeks. And then when the Falcons drafted Matt Ryan, I said, "Mom, like, I'm just not going to tell her. I'm just going to get back on the Dirty Bird bandwagon." So turning in the fan card. It didn't last long for me. I'm guessing it won't last long for you either, but congrats on the win.
I feel like it's like a Bobby Boucher, what mama don't know, don't hurt her type situation with that Falcons fandom. Jacob, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, I was unfortunate on the show on the Thursday night, so I haven't actually gotten the full Brett Whitefield take on how ridiculous or not ridiculous the Falcons drafting Michael Penix ahead of any other position group or JJ McCarthy was. Can I just get like the 2-minute take on how stunned you were when that happened? And if you had the same reaction as me, which was I didn't realize that they had taken Michael Penix over JJ McCarthy until JJ McCarthy himself was drafted. Once they took Penix, I was so focused on how insane it was for them to take a quarterback that I, in my mind, just assumed McCarthy was off the board.
Yeah.
And then when McCarthy got drafted, I was like, oh, wait, not only did they take a quarterback, they didn't even take the good quarterback. And I was like, what the hell?
It was I mean, I think Joe Dolan was in the middle of a sentence and I just flat out cut him off with a loud scream. And I could not believe what I saw when the text came through. It was from one of my tippers. And I was like, what? There's no way. And so I waited until Twitter confirmed what was being said to me via text. And then sure enough, it was Michael Penix Jr. The thing that's crazy, and I wrote this up in my grades article yesterday, Caleb versus JJ, you can make the debate for Caleb, and I don't think you're a dumb person. Drake May versus JJ. You can make the debate for Drake May, and I don't think you're a dumb person. Jaden Daniels, same discussion. But Michael Penix and JJ, there's no world I felt like that's justifiable, and I was beside myself for Trey.
Especially not if you're drafting a developmental quarterback, right? Like if the
thing.
goal is sit for 2 years, draft the 20-year-old who's a bit of a black box, who's got more twitch, who's got more potential. I think JJ McCarthy is a better quarterback than Michael Penix today, but maybe that's wrong. But if you're drafting for who's a better quarterback in 2 years and that's all you care about, what are we doing?
Penix has already hit the biggest chunk of his developmental curve. He's already through it, right? So JJ's got a what a 4-year runway before he gets to where Penix is. I mean, that's insane. So yeah, in this exact scenario, JJ would have made a lot more sense. It still wouldn't have made that much sense though, but it would have made a lot more sense for what they're trying to do. That's something you do like in the late 20s, not something you do freaking 9th overall.
Well, that's the bad faith argument that I'm so happy the Falcons are giving us, right? Like, well, it worked out for the Packers. It's gonna work out for us. There's a big difference between 8 and 26, 23, where Jordan Love went, and just the players on the board. The Packers took the young guy with the traits and hoped they could develop him. It was right in front of them.
Love is like the opposite of Penix. And I mean, I'm not like the world's greatest quarterback scout. Like I'm not compared to like a Brett Whitefield who's on the show with us here, but like that's Love was drafted, maybe I think the Packers should have tried to win the Super Bowl instead, but that made sense for Love, right? Like he was the toolsy, traitsy, moldable clay who had a long way to develop and probably was benefited by being in a place where he could sit and develop and practice. Like I don't know what traits or tools Penix has left unseen.
Yes.
I think we've seen what Michael Penix is, and you either love it or you don't love it, but I don't think you're benefiting from sitting around much.
On top of that, there's debate on if it did work for Green Bay. It may have well cost them a Super Bowl. Like Aaron Rodgers won back-to-back MVPs. He was a finalist for a third year. I don't know in what world did taking Jordan Love there help their team in that moment. Like they were right. They were knocking on the door, right? They were the 1 seed, I think, 2 years in a row in the NFC.
Oh no.
I see it.
Oh no. God. My Jaleel McLaughlin bags are in deep trouble. I'm not really that worried about my Javonte bags because it's the middle of the 5th round. But Audrey Estime goes to Broncos. I don't like this for any of them. I don't like this for Javonte. I don't like this for Estime. I don't like this for McLaughlin. Ryan Heath's P. Ryan take is probably no. I don't think he's on the roster anymore. But that's
especially if P. Ryan's
existence
was based on pass protection, and Estime is awesome there. Like he's going to come up and
his take is now correct in terms of it not being a 2-man backfield. It's just no longer Samaje P. Ryan doing it.
Before we move
draft, by the way, sorry.
Before we move too far off the Falcons, I just wanted to say I 1,000,000% agreed with what Brett said about the difference between JJ and Michael Penix. I have what I call the latte model, which is in my 3rd year, and it ranks prospects. 95 would be the greatest prospect ever. 55 would be you're nothing, you're garbage. And there is there's 12 is the distance between JJ McCarthy and Michael Penix in my rankings, which is a lot. I mean, usually you only see, intervals of guys drafted, and that accounts for draft capital, does not account for landing spots. So it's absolutely sickening. And then another thing I wanted to say, Brett said there's question about whether or not the Jordan Love pick worked for the Packers. The answer is it did not work for the Packers. I think that's not even a question at this point, because it's like, what's the goal? Is the goal to win the championship, or is the goal to be pretty good for a long time? Like, or to sell tickets? Like, Jordan Love's going to sell tickets, and maybe he gets to the top of the peak. He looks like a solid player. I don't think that's something we could say right now. But yeah, you mortgaged your opportunity at 2 Super Bowls with MVP Aaron Rodgers for this guy who's going to sell you tickets for 10 years. Like, it just depends on what your goal. If your goal is to win a championship, it's not a debate. It is 100% a failed pick, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And would he start 1 game on a rookie deal?
Yeah. Awful.
The most valuable time of a quarterback's career. You got 1 game out of it. Congratulations.
It's one of those things. It's Captain Hindsight, right? Like, that's what it is. Oh, it worked out. Look how good he was this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like you said, there's a couple years you kind of won an MVP and could have helped. So yeah, I think you're right. And again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. And Ryan Heath says he was directionally accurate. All caps, directionally accurate. That's what's up. It muddies the waters for the Broncos backfield. It does. It sucks. It is a 5th round back. Right. So you can always sit there and be like, well, 5th round back, but pass catching role, Estime is good in pass pro. the Javonte dump offs. I don't know, man. It sucks. I thought maybe they were done with running backs and they wouldn't go there, but they did. I will
Well,
say
I don't
for
think
every
they
running
needed
back,
a freaking running back. Like they had so many running backs. Like
this is Sean Payton. This is just a
Yeah,
Sean
it's just-
Payton annoying, which is one of my main concerns to begin with. And I said, you know what, I might be back in on him. Now I'm gonna have to sit here and rework out in my brain if I'm actually in or out. I'm gonna be this is gonna be a Jacob Sanderson flip-flop special for me
I'm
all
gonna
off
be-
season.
I'm gonna be in on this backfield on aggregate because the environment's so strong. Like they just the pass rate to the backs is so high with Peyton, and they're gonna run the ball so much, and they're gonna run the ball pretty efficiently. Their offensive line's a lot better as a run blocking unit than as a pass pro unit, in my opinion, with some of the guys they have there. And then I like all their players, so I'm gonna be in. It's just gonna be crowded, and I think the move is like, especially in best ball, is you just get a little overweight across the board. You just let things shake out, and if one of your picks is a 0, the others maybe come out ahead. But I don't like it as a guy who likes Javonte and likes Jaleel and really likes Estime. I wish these guys were split up instead of all in the same big backfield. And I mean, I'm thinking P. Ryan gets cut now because who really needs 4 running backs? But maybe not. That even just muddies things up more. I don't know, man. Some of these coaches just have running back fetishes, and I mean that's the thing where like that's the problem is you get into this range of the draft, right? Once you get into round 3 through into day 3, sometimes who takes a running back is less determined by who needs a running back and who values running backs. So it's like, you know, if you're a Marshawn Lloyd, if you're an Estime, if you're a Braylon Allen, whatever, like some of these teams are just like, we draft running backs every single year, no matter how many running backs we already have. And some of these teams are like, we don't care about the position at all. We will start Rico Dowdle and re-sign washed Ezekiel Elliott and make that a backfield. Like it won't be a good backfield, but they just might not care.
Yeah, I think this is the correct approach. I do think is throwing darts on day 3 at running back versus paying guys. Like I would not pay running backs, but you need one that's functional, right? So I'm not going to give you a lot of draft capital either. So let's throw darts on day 3. I'd probably draft one nearly every year just to, see if I can hit on a guy. So Estime is a perfect day 3 type running back too, because you know, even if you hit on him, what's his value ever going to be in the open market? Probably not great because he's like more of a 2-down player. So
yeah.
Jerry
Jones was radicalized, and he was radicalized by the Zeke extension, and he surrendered forever to the woke mob. That's like it's. But also, he's gonna also like Ezekiel Elliott is gonna be their week 1 starting running back. So he like both surrendered to the woke mob and is pointing his middle finger at the woke mob when Zeke signs for $1.5 million and has like 21 carries for 52 yards in the first week of the season.
Well, and they're still paying him $6.5 million in dead cap. So
he's gonna be making
even if he makes $1.5 million,
this year.
he's gonna make damn near $8 million with incentives at the end of the year.
Quarterback, Saints pick, Spencer Rattler.
Oh, nice.
Interesting pick. I like that pick. Like that pick a lot. I really thought he was a Raider. I had that like penciled into my thought process the whole time. Ram would have been good too. But they have like a 24, 25-year-old, career fringe starter already.
Who?
He just happens to Stetson Bennett. I was making a joke, Brett. We have fun here.
Is he like still planning to play football? I'm not making a joke. Like I'm serious. I'm not sure.
I think last report I saw is that Stetson Bennett is going to take part in off-season workouts.
Okay.
That's the last thing I saw. But yeah,
As opposed to what, breaking the law or what?
Basically, yeah.
Carson Wentz is their backup. Anyways, I forgot they had him, so
right.
I guess they weren't really in need of a strong.
No, isn't Wentz the Chiefs backup now?
Yeah, Wentz to KC.
Okay, somebody went to LA, right? Am I crazy?
I'm pretty sure it's just Stetson Bennett.
Rams backup quarterback.
We're gonna answer some serious.
Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo. They have Jimmy G.
Oh, that's right.
There it is.
Right.
There it is.
I knew they had somebody. Okay, look at that.
Hey, I don't know if he's the most accurate pass in the world, but he's got the best fadeaway, man. He's got the best Jamal Murray 2 steps.
I mean, you're not lying.
Push.
He had like a 63-yard dot in a game to Leggett while he was literally running backwards.
The only thing that really concerns me about that is this is like how much they seem to like Carr. Like Carr was quite so visibly broken that they gave Kamara like 20 receptions in a game, pretty much because he couldn't throw the ball past the line of scrimmage. And they're like, we have other capable players at this position. Like Taysom Hill could probably, they were just like, nah, send him out there, even though he's got a busted up shoulder, bad ribs, a bad ankle, just send him out there. So I don't know how, but we have seen teams.
Spencer Rattler is who you
contract.
pick if Derek Carr has tilted you to oblivion. Like he's the anti-Derek Carr, right? Like Derek Carr is like, I refuse to leave the pocket. I refuse to take hits. I just want to like check it down to my running backs. I want to throw 8 yards over the field. And Spencer Rattler is like, I don't give a fuck. Like,
So
I'm making plays, baby.
there's some psychological warfare to be had there. Like in practice, they may have literally drafted Rattler. So in practice, he's gonna make these throws that ooh and ah the crowd, especially like training camp when you got fans there. And Carr's gonna look at that and go, well, shoot, I want people to ooh and ah me. I'm gonna have to try to do that. And they might actually get him out of his shell because he's gonna have to watch Spencer Rattler every day. There could be some truth to that, Jake.
Well, the other thing too is I want Rattler in there for what we should have got with Jameis there, right? Is a bit,
Nolo Express.
yes, because Olave, that's what he's missing. I remember there were a couple of throws last year. I watched every Olave snap a couple of times in this offseason because I'm wondering why. Why is Chris Olave, his peripheral data so good? And why does he feel like a nesting doll wide receiver? And then I'm watching him beat DBs by 10 yards on the boundary, and Derek Carr just yeet that ball 10 yards underneath and out of bounds because he just can't make boundary throws to the outside. And Spencer Rattler might be the gift that Chris Olave needs. He might have been willing to pay Spencer Rattler's rookie salary himself, to be honest with you. He needs it.
Wouldn't be phenomenal for Olave, but I'm marginally higher than I think most on Joe Milton. I know people like absolutely hate Joe Milton, and which is totally fine. But for fantasy, like that's the type of guy that I'm kind of hoping will get a little bit more capital, like here. And again, I know that's a hope and a prayer, but I think for fantasy, if he could get some round 5 capital and kind of find a interesting landing spot, I'm more of a fan of Milton than Rattler for fantasy, but I know I'm definitely in the minority on that.
I'll go put on the Vols hoodie for Jalen Wright. I'm not putting it on for Joe Milton, man.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I know for sure that I'm almost probably alone on that island, but I think he's like I was gonna say I think he's like a homeless man's homeless friend's Anthony Richardson. Like just
if we had the long drive contest for quarterbacks, right, where like golfers who didn't really have a wedge game and couldn't really putt, they just go into professional long drive. If we had that for quarterbacks, Joe Milton would be on the circuit, just throwing 78-yard bombs to.
If you could punt with your arm, if that was allowed, he'd be a great punter.
He's your third and 45 long quarterback.
What if a team just drafts him as their designated Hail Mary specialist?
Hey,
right?
there you go.
You're on your own 38, and you're down by 4, and there's 2 seconds on the clock.
Teams are doing weird shit like that with like Clayton Tune last year running the tush push package. Like maybe we're going to see some more of that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, let's get some of these specialty quarterbacks that do just one thing and pay them some good money. And I'd love to see him like once every 6 games for one play. I'd be a fan.
I mean, once every single game, Joe Milton will make a throw where you're like, first overall pick.
Yeah,
and then like the rest of the game is not great, but.
I know a huge part of Dynasty community are star bros, like 5-star recruit. He was a 5-star guy to the University of Michigan. So who knows, man? Like, I'm kidding, obviously, but I'm sure there will be somebody on Twitter saying that, like, former 5-star recruit Joe Milton.
Yeah,
there will
be.
All you have to say with Tennessee guys is Alvin Kamara. Just say they don't know what they're doing and just say Alvin Kamara. Doesn't matter the position, doesn't matter the player. Just say, they don't know what they're doing. Trust me, they don't know what they're doing. And then you just walk away. That's all you have to do.
Brett, I know
does have
we
some
got to
insane
get you
throws,
out of
though,
here.
man. Like he can throw it like 65 yards with not even a hitch. Like it's just a flick, and it's nuts.
Really interesting. I know you're trying to set me up to leave, Thomas. Really interesting. The Eagles just drafted Aeneas Smith, Texas A&M wide receiver, but they announced him as a running back, which makes sense.
I can see that.
Yeah, he can't play wide receiver, but that's the second pass catching running back they've drafted today. So that's super weird.
Barkley's not catching a pass, baby. This is super weird.
You got Gainwell and Smith now in the backfield there. That's very strange.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wrote up Smith.
Maybe that's just to save the money.
As a hybrid guy. He's a guy I like a little bit. Probably not in fantasy, but more just as a real life player. What did you mention? You said he was the homeless man's homeless friends, Anthony Richards from Milton. Aeneas Smith is he's a homeless man's homeless friends, Curtis Samuel kind of type of player, I think, where like he can do a little bit of everything. He played both in college, right? Because like there was a period of time where the backfield was him and Spiller and Achane, and then he became more of a full-time wide receiver and didn't do a whole lot. But he's a nifty little player.
He did some RB drills down in Mobile too for the Senior Bowl. So
yeah, get like a.
I just want to tell you, in terms of when Trey said that all you have to say is Alvin Kamara, I cannot tell you the stranglehold that Eric Gray had on me for far too long. He is my most rostered running back in Dynasty because I picked him up off the waiver wire in 38 leagues and have been praying ever since. But with that, look, it wasn't planned that you hopped on with us, but I have this weird feeling that you were watching the stream and you just couldn't stay away from us. So you're like, man, I got to get back on with these guys. So
heck yeah. I was doing some household things with the stream on, and then I actually got to sit down for a second and watch the draft. And I was like, well, why sit here and chat this whole time? I could just hop in and say what's up. So thanks.
Yeah, man, we really appreciate it, man. Look, I know you are not the best with compliments, so I'll keep it quick, but you are one of the best. You are the man here. We do appreciate it, and I feel like there needs to be more dynasty based content from yourself as someone that dives so deep into some of these things. So I think I'm gonna drag you kicking and screaming on the Dynasty Points so many times this offseason that it will make your head spin. We love and appreciate you, Brett. Stay well. Keep enjoying this Detroit Lions draft. Brett's going to step out. Paul Patterson, writer for FantasyPoints.com, is going to step in, and the man of the hour here with us for the rest of this here program. So, Brett, thank you. Sit tight. We'll be right back with Paul Patterson.
Thank you.
All right, baby. Here we are. You've been waiting. We're here. Nick Foles in the background. Look, what a wild fourth round. Now actually on the board, the Philadelphia Eagles say it is wide receiver Aeneas Smith. So I don't know what's going on there, how they announced him and how they're putting him up there. Maybe the NFL Network just doesn't have the same people that we do and can make graphics on the fly. I don't know. Who knows? Fantasy Points represents, but obviously a fun draft. You've been in the chat all day, obviously doing your own stuff regularly on Pure Potential. So let's get your quick thoughts so far on this last day of the draft.
Yeah, man, this has been awesome drafts. I mean, most exciting NFL draft for fantasy that I can remember. We've like over 40 fantasy positional players in the first 4 rounds of the draft. Like it's just so deep. They're not all going to be stars, obviously, but yeah, today with the running backs, like a lot of really interesting spots to kind of evaluate what kind of roles they can fill. The profiles, like you guys were talking about Ray Davis. That's a really interesting one. I'm with Jacob on the Jalen Wright thing. I think that's a cool spot for sure. Will Shipley to the Eagles sends Kenny Gainwell to the shadow realm. I mean, I don't know. I like all these guys. I'm going to be interested in most of them in rookie drafts, round 3, round 4. It just seems like a great year to have those late picks.
The Colts finally drafted a defensive back. We can stop the pass now with 151st overall pick. Great. Problem solved.
Oh, the forever tilt is just so. You know what? Can I say this? The Ravens draft has been boring as hell. Like normally, like last year, the Ravens absolutely killed it. The last couple of years they did, except for like the constant Penn State and like torn Achilles pass rusher that they hope generate like 4 sacks a year. And they're just throwing that down the drain. But It's like, oh, this guy fell, Linderbaum. Oh, Kyle Hamilton fell. Oh, this is great. Ravens this year, boring. Plain Jane, boring. They draft a 170-pound corner for the AFC North, which I don't know, man. Kool-Aid falls to the Saints in the second round. A little disappointing, but
update. I just watched the first 3 seconds of one video.
Oh God.
Of the Colts' new pick, and the very first thing the person said is, "I think he's more of a linebacker."
Oh no!
So we will not be stopping the pass.
Colts should have drafted Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, you think?
Every team in the NFL should have drafted him.
He was 6 picks. I mean, he went 6 picks in front of us. Kool-Aid went 5. I mean, I think they made up for it with the AD Mitchell trade back, get Mitchell. I was pretty pumped about that, so they made up for it. But I am still tilted that we have the worst defensive backfield in the entire NFL, and we've made, I think, 6 picks now and have yet to draft a corner. So seems bad. But
at least you don't play in a
resign
division with any good quarterbacks or anything.
That's right.
It's gross.
Damn right. I mean, Lord knows Trevor Lawrence is a hail ticket away from getting replaced here. And now they have Brian Thomas Jr. just a clone of Gabe Davis. So, man, I really hope for your sake, getting on a little side tangent, that Trevor Lawrence is good this year. I'm going to be fucking insufferable if he's bad
talking
again
to me or
this year.
Jacob?
Both of you, because you're both. I mean, you're Jacob A and Jacob B here with the Trevor Lawrence thing. So yeah, I hope for your guys' sake that he's good, because if he's not, I am just going to be the worst. But although I do need him to be good, as Jacob and I drafted him in the Scott Barrett, Danny Kelly startup. So I now am attached to at least a Trevor Lawrence share. So.
I'm optimistic, definitely optimistic. Brian Thomas is a great fit for him. I mean, that offense is not like the best set of skill players in the league, but like it's very deep and very solid, like with all the guys there, Kirk and Ingram. And I don't know. I think it'll be good. I think we could finally get into that legit QB1 season this year.
It just sounds so funny to hear that about Trevor Lawrence. It's just that's the funniest part of it for me. That's the big lull that I get to have in poking and prodding it at the bit. And just so everyone knows, like, it is a bit of a bit, right? Like it is a little bit for the lulls here, but I just love tilting Paul and Jacob every single chance I get.
If you can avoid suffering multiple injuries throughout the season and not have like the 30th ranked offensive line and
missing wide open receivers too.
Maybe
if you do all of those things, including hitting your wide open receivers, I think you'll be really good. But aside from all that, like, all jokes aside, I do just want to point out that right now the Cowboys and the Raiders are doing late RB drafters a favor. Same with the Giants. I don't know how many guys are left. Obviously, I wanted Tracy to be a thing. Every minute of this draft passing where he doesn't get drafted clearly shows me that he's just never going to be a thing, and I have to be forever sad about it. But
Isaiah Pacheco was a 7th round pick. We can hold out a little bit of hope for him.
Everyone is Isaiah Pacheco. Like, that's I think you're right. That's how I have to go about it.
If he falls out of the 7th round, he could be James Robinson.
Oh man, that's the other thing too, is seems to be, like, every once in a while, every couple of years, there is a guy that kind of takes a stranglehold. Now it's Pacheco, where Ryan has clearly stated, like, top 10, top 11 type back. There was a period where James Robinson was so debated that he has to be a top 12 running back that I got blocked and muted for saying that he wasn't. So you're right. It definitely does happen. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. goes to the Eagles in a Nepo pick. That is Nepo.
I don't often feel old, but I'm feeling a little old hearing that one.
Yeah. Same. Sante Samuel Jr. was the one for me where I was like, man, I think, like, I had a Sante Samuel in every Madden I ever played because you could always draft him and he was always good. And now, Asante Samuel Jr. That one was the one for me. Just gonna make sure. Oh, go ahead.
I want to get back to the Cowboys thing because I'm just like, they're up in about 20 picks, and I know we've hit on it quite a few times, but it's just like, how many names are left that make sense? Because it's obvious, everybody knows it's the nuts landing spot. I don't know how many times is the nuts running back landing spot like still there in round 5 or even round 6 if that becomes the case. Like one of these guys where draft capital says, they're not really going to matter, who cares? One of these guys are going to land in a spot where it does matter. It's the Cowboys. Just the names that are left. I mean, I'm looking at my board. I'm higher on Jace McClellan than a lot of people, but Dylan Lobb, however you say, is still there. Tyrone Tracy, obviously, and then Senior Bowl
Isaiah
guy Cody
Davis.
Schrader, who's down the board. Isaiah Davis, they are. I know we named 5 or 6 guys, but that seems like they're running out of like those type of guys. After that, it's just guys where you're like, I guess Rasheen Ali maybe, but after that, it's just guys where you're like, Kamani Vidal. I guess I just named 9, but it's just like, I don't know. I'm feeling like we're running out of names here.
Well, whoever they draft, everybody's going to think they're Isaiah Pacheco, and they'll probably be Darwin Thompson. So.
Didn't have to do that
think
to me, bro. It took me years to recover from Darwin Thompson. Like the 2019 draft season, I was riding high, right? And then it died really fast.
That was my first year in Dynasty, so I remember Darwin Thompson very
Mine too.
vividly. Luckily, I think I dodged that landmine. He went like super duper early in the only rookie drafts that I participated in, but yeah, absolutely remember that one fondly.
Yeah. Okay, look, Jacob. Oh, never mind. He's not quite ready yet. I thought he was. Thought he was chilling.
I can vamp. Yeah, I'll be tapping up pretty shortly for a little bit, but I'll be back. Lucas, I think, is coming. Lucas looks ready to rock. I'm gonna go take my quick little break here, and then I don't know. I'll be back in probably 20, 30 minutes, and then we can do whatever. But you guys go slay for a while. Have fun. I'll be back.
Yeah, 100%. Boom. Man of the hour. There he is. Yeah, Jacob has to go. He couldn't quite go to the liquor store at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. So he is off to go and get his food recovery and his beverage for the bet in which I lost that I'm sitting here waiting. Makes me sad because that means I have a jar of pickle juice that I also have to take down. Not looking forward to that at all. Lucas, you've got yours ready. What was yours? Maple syrup and
the maple syrup and pickle juice. It's going to be gross. It's going to be a thing. But
don't bet
we'll get
against
through it
Jacob.
together. What was that?
So I gotta stop. I blame Ryan Heath. I was so far ahead the whole year. Ryan Heath makes Jacob's picks, and next thing you know, I can't catch up. I just Trey McBrided my way to first for so long. Ryan Heath comes in, and all of a sudden I'm just dust and have to drink whiskey and pickle juice. It's just the worst. Spencer wants to know, is he going to be a safety or running back? I think Brett just said he's going to be a special teams guy that rotates. I'm pretty sure that was Brett's call here. Wasn't that long ago if you want to go back in the stream? Yeah, I believe oh my goodness. Brett said special team, like returner and kind of a rotational special teams guy. So that's probably what it is. Yeah, here he goes. Anti-Misanthrope said Brett thinks he's mainly going to be kick returner and depth RB. So there you go. It's just
Tom, were you upset that the Cardinals drafted a replacement for Trey McBride in the 3rd round?
Oh yeah, devastated that they drafted a tackle to replace him.
Man. He's been going Trey McBride, tight end 2 or 3 in Dynasty, just gone like that.
Just
Some guy
evaporated.
named Tip.
I know.
I actually saw Rip Trey McBride posted in a group chat yesterday and I just I laughed out loud. I was like, what do you mean? Like, I don't even know who this guy is.
Yeah, he's a blocker. It's just like that. You know what? You're here. We can talk a little bit more about the tight end discourse and why it irritated me so much. We had Scott on the show. We've talked about it previously already, but we can touch on it. Jamari Thrash to Cleveland. I actually don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Darnell Washington 2.0, except Washington was actually like athletic and could ball out with the ball. So this guy, I don't know. I literally just think he's a tackle. That's what Brett said. The thing with Dynasty tight end that is so funny to me and it'll never not be funny to me, is I referenced it today with Moby Dick. Is how I referenced it today. We chase that like ultimate upside so regularly. So with the Bauer situation, it's precisely the reason why I wouldn't put him in as my tight end 1 before he was drafted. I could not do that. I think it's okay to hold on to the elite young tight ends you already have instead of searching for the great white whale. At some point, your cycle will turn your teams into Captain Ahab. And that's how I feel about it. All of a sudden, we're like, oh, Bowers, no way. He's a dynasty tight end 1, unflappable. Boom. And next thing you know, he goes to the Raiders and people are like, oh, shit. It just immediately, night and day, with one pick within a couple of hours, all of a sudden. And I got my vindication with Jacob, who already said Laporta's back to his tight end 1 overall. He never should have left.
Yeah, I mean, it's
chasing that
pretty
dragon.
hard to have Bowers ranked as the tight end 1 if he's in Las Vegas. Now, it was never a problem for me because I don't draft rookies before the NFL draft. So like considering Bowers my tight end 1 was more of like a hypothetical, placeholder sort of thing where I was like, yeah, he'll probably be my tight end 1. I didn't actually have any shares of him, but I probably would have advised people to value him that way. And that maybe that's a mistake. I still put him in the same tier, but yeah, looking at having Gardner Minshew as your quarterback, being in that offense with Devontae Adams, like it's not, I don't think you're going to get that immediate payoff with him. So I think Laporta, totally reasonable to have him ahead. McBride, I'm open to it, but I'd still have him in that tier. It doesn't change how I feel about the talent. I think anybody who's worried about Michael Mayer is frankly kind of crazy. Like the fact that they're taking a tight end in the top 15 tells me how they feel about Michael Mayer.
Yeah, I think that's the wrong part for people to focus on.
Yeah, that part doesn't matter to me. The fact that he doesn't get to land with like a legit quarterback, and now, nobody likes the 2025 class. When is this going to turn into, a high-powered offense? That's the question that matters, because with tight ends more so than other positions, it feels like a lot of it is tied up in what's the touchdown equity, what's the overall passing volume that there is to go around, and that's tough. But long term, I mean, Adams isn't going to be there forever. I'm still optimistic about the situation with Bowers. I'm still taking him, happily taking him at the 6 or 7 spot in rookie drafts.
Yeah,
just a little bit of a pessimistic landing spot for him.
This is exactly, he now kind of slides into exactly where I felt like he should have been, right? Being drafted as the dynasty tight end 2 or 3, right? This just justifies where he was going. I think my biggest issue is telling people that, and I'm not directly relating this to yourself. I think this is this is one of those takes that it's, if you live just on the internet and within the fantasy space on Twitter and you're like, I'm annoyed at this, that's what this is going to be. But it's the like fundamentally telling people for like 4 months, like we've believed this, it's Brock Bowers, nothing could happen. Talent over situation, no matter what. He's number 1. This is the guy, can't miss. And in 5 seconds, it's just the same joke that we made on Dynasty Points, where when Jacob and I were going back and forth, Scott stopped and said, imagine the year is 2029 and we're all hoping for the year 4 breakout out of Brock Bowers. It happened. To me, that spot was Indianapolis, because that's who they were, like the most people. I was like, if he goes to Indy, we're going to be sad pandas. It's not going to be great. Did not even have the Raiders on the radar because I was convinced they were taking Penix. No. So this is like, I thought the Colts were the worst spot. Then the Raiders came in and were like, nah, watch this. Hold my beer real quick. But that's where that, I know you and I have joked about it and we've talked a lot about it. That's where my whole issue with that train of thought can get you. I think there's a little bit more nuance to that where we really don't know. So one thing I definitely tried to do with my Fantasy Points Dynasty rankings was take that into account with the rookies this year. And I got to say, I really punished them until the NFL rookie draft. And it was the same thing with advice in the Discord and how to be cautious with things like that, because we don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the absolute hardest things when you're talking about ranking players in Dynasty is how to toe that line between safety and upside, and understanding like when one is being valued too heavily with a player. Like I think we get caught up with these young wide receivers. Like someone like Jordan Addison comes to mind, where we're valuing safety way too high when you can go out and buy, somebody like a Jacoby Myers for a late second every single year and get the same points per game production out of them. Where it's like, well, yeah, but we know he's a good wide receiver and he's going to be around for 10 years. And so we're putting too much stock into the safety, when in reality you're tying up value in something that's not that worthwhile. But then other times, obviously, we can go too far. Like I drafted Kyle Pitts with the 4th pick of the 2nd round in a full tilt startup last year, and that didn't go too well. We were drafting Trey Lance at the 1-2 turn. So it's really hard to balance those two things. And I think that's where the Bowers versus Laporta thing comes in for me.
Yeah, again, I can't sit there and be like, well, what was the exact thing that I said though? Is we were going to be hoping and praying to the Lord of football that we might maybe somehow one day possibly maybe get that kind of season that we got from Laporta. Just I think we overcorrected from the Kyle Pitts thing after his first year, which is kind of what I think a lot of that is. But I think you're right. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you on Addison. He is Jahan Dotson 2.0 to me. I am so far okay yeeting that guy onto another person's team for another asset, but young, elite. Remember, this is still just like year one, right? This is still year one for Laporta. We don't know what it is moving forward. I mean, I know I got corrected by Trey when we were discussing tight end ranks between Kyle Pitts and like Dalton Kincaid, and you corrected me on that one, and I came back around for Kyle, but it's like, Paul out here slandering McBride, mentioning Laporta over him. Hey, I have Laporta over Trey McBride as well. Look, we talked about it. I want the guy that in his first year balls out to a guy like McBride. And hey, I'm wearing Trey McBride. I'm all about him. All right. He's right here. I got my signed helmet. It's right over there.
I mean, just for market purposes alone, you kind of have to have Laporta over McBride. He's going like a full round ahead of him in startups right now. So like,
yeah. And I would trade McBride for now Bowers and whatever I could get, and McBride for Kincaid plus whatever I could get, and Pitts, etc., and do that whole thing. The one person I'm just not doing that with though is Laporta, because he just is everything we wanted. I'm doing that. I know you are.
Give me the plus, dude. Give me the plus. I understand, but I don't think he distances himself. I don't think he's.
It's not. It's just the plus when you go and search up like trade histories for Sam Laporta. That plus that we're hoping to get is very micro. You might find like a handful and be like, got it, for it to work out to like exactly what you wanted. But to me, that's like telling people I made a trade 2 years ago where I traded Ryan Tannehill and Dalvin Cook for Patrick Mahomes and Amari Cooper. And I was like, go and get that plus for fucking Dalvin Cook. And plus, that's a very niche micro. You should be doing it. Like, I think you should be exploring it. But to actually get that thing that you're hoping that plus is going to equate to over time is not as probable as it is great in theory, is where like the best way that I can describe it. So I'm not saying it's impossible to go and get a deal like that you want. It's just chances are when you're in a league that is established, somebody's just not willing to give up that significant piece more often than not, which is the key part of what I'm saying. More often than not, being willing to give up like a significant piece. Most Dynasty players now are saying, why would I do that when I have, like you're saying, pretty replaceable production? It just doesn't happen as often as maybe the Twitterverse will tell you.
100% agree with what you're saying, but I did just pull up Fantasy Calc because I was like, oh, let's see what Sam Laporta trades. Second Sam Laporta trade here. Sam Laporta and Baker Mayfield for Jamar Chase is the most recent trade.
That's going to be, that's a one-off trade.
No,
like
I understand.
That's a hilarious,
I would never go out and say like, hey, go trade go trade for, there are a lot of Laporta for McBride in a second. Trades, which is what I would do. Like I would make that.
Yeah, trade. I just wouldn't. I don't see a need to. Like that's one of those deals where I just don't see a need to, right? Because I still believe that Laporta is better. Yeah. Like I know your Mark Andrews thing, and like I get that. Maybe get a first on top of it. I don't see that being a regular thing. It's okay to keep your elite young players.
That's totally fair.
Yeah.
We did have a little while ago, I know you mentioned it briefly, Jamari Thrash to the Browns.
Yep.
I did kind of, I mean, like, I'm using the word like loosely here, but like I do kind of like his profile. He's just one of a bunch of mid wide receivers, I guess, now on the Browns, where they're just collecting them like Infinity Stones.
The Elijah Moore corollary.
Judy, Jamari Thrash. Like, I mean, I don't think any of these guys is really gonna matter, especially if Deshaun Watson isn't Deshaun Watson anymore. But yeah, I don't know.
Man, it's so crazy
Late
how
fourth
good
round pick, maybe.
like. Go ahead, Trey.
I was going to mention, and I think Lucas marginally has some skin in this game with Jerry Jeudy, but to me, the Browns are like the Midwest guy that goes, well, maybe more than marginally. I don't know Lucas as well, but maybe more than marginally. The Browns are like the Midwest guy that I know that goes to the gas station and buys like a scratch off, which is their wide receiver, acquisitions. And then they make like half their money back or a fourth of their money back. And then they just buy another scratch off. So it's like David Bell. And I know Adam Kaplan mentioned on one of our streams a while back that the Browns were pretty high on Cedric Tillman still. I don't know with this pick if that's still the case, but they just the Elijah Moore trade. Donovan Peoples-Jones. Obviously, Amari Cooper's totally different. We knew what he was. Anthony Schwartz. And there's another one too. I'm forgetting another name. But they just take these wide receivers and get half their value back or none of their value back, and they just kind of bust out David Bell. There's even another one that wasn't even the one I was thinking of.
Well, Amari Cooper was the scratch off that they hit like $30 or something. So they were like, oh, cool, I can buy like 6 more of these because it's free money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's and I don't know. It's just weird to me that they just keep doing this over and over and over again. And people have kind of come off of like, in whatever small way, they've come off of the Browns being just a absolute shit franchise. Just like because they've gotten a little bit better, but like they're still a pretty shit franchise. Like the Deshaun, I don't. It's not about disparaging them, but like I don't know. Some of these, none of these wide receiver moves have worked except for Amari Cooper, and I know Lucas. You can defend the Jerry Jeudy signing, but yeah, just that's my takeaway from the Rams. It's just like doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, and like they never get different results.
I'm in mourning from the whole Jerry Jeudy saga. I'll be in mourning for a while. Somebody who I foot stomp for so long, and he can never be a thing. It is strange. Like it seems like the Browns are trying to take the Pittsburgh Steelers approach to wide receivers right now, but they have nowhere near the track record of doing it like the Steelers do. Where Steelers, they're going to take like 10 wide receivers in 5 years, and only 3 of them will hit, and everybody will say, "Oh, look, Steelers are awesome at." The Browns are trying to do that, but they're not hitting on any of them. We'll see. I don't think like that Jeremiah Thrash means anything for Cedric Tillman, just because those two are just so different in terms of their players. It is interesting. I think that probably hurts Elijah Moore a little bit more. Bringing again Jerry Jeudy, I think definitely hurts Elijah Moore. I think it also hurts David Bell too. Like there's some that are just about to become extremely irrelevant.
Well, somebody's going to get cut. I mean, how many wide receivers can they?
A lot of somebodies are going to get cut.
Yeah.
I mean, Cooper, Moore, Jeudy, Tillman, Bell, Thrash. I mean, that's 6. I don't know. Maybe they'll carry 6. But
I don't know.
None of them are going to matter.
You're right. Someone's getting yeeted for sure. And either way, it's going to be gross for everyone but Amari, especially with not Joe Flacco throwing him the football. I think that's important. We got round 5 and 6.
I said the wide receiver I couldn't remember was Antonio Callaway. That's all I wanted to say.
Antonio
Callaway was the other one that I couldn't put my finger on.
Twitter legend in the fantasy space, Antonio Callaway. Jesus.
Oh, I just realized why they're doing all these scratch offs. They're still chasing that Josh Gordon high. They got that one season. They're like, we can do it again. We can do it again.
Don't they need Derek Anderson for that? Wasn't that who the quarterback was at the time? I don't even actually remember, but
I don't remember, man.
That is a heck of a throwback. I've got 3 throwbacks today that are just insane. I got Ruben Drones, right? We got Derek Anderson now. We're just really piling on here. Oh, Michael Turner. I'm just popping off old Madden superstars from back in the day.
Trotter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Round 5 and 6 seems like a spot.
Corey Coleman was another one, another Browns receiver. Corey Coleman.
God,
I don't know how we can forget about that, but yeah,
They
just fuck it up every time. I don't know.
They have a type. They definitely have a type. Darren says rounds 5 and 6 seems like the spot for Jaheim Bell. Thoughts on the Screen King? It's not looking great. I mean, we already have the punter corollary, and now we're getting into that 5th, 6th round corollary. Very tough to see production out of this spot.
I'm
Banning
going
the
to
hip-
fight back.
Oh.
He is not the Screen King with so many Screen Kings in this draft. That's an
Malachi
odd one to
Corley
put
is the
that
Screen
title
King.
with. Yeah, I'm still very hopeful about Jaheim Bell. I don't think anyone should have expected him to go in the top 4 rounds. So if you did, then that's kind of on you. If you're disappointed at this point, you need to be more realistic about that. But with Jaheim Bell, he had an elite sophomore season at a trash South Carolina. And it was kind of strange that once they actually got above average quarterback play there, he kind of went down a little bit. In terms of his overall production, he excelled in his role at Florida State. He can catch passes all over the field, and he's very good to support quarterbacks there. He might be a more real life good player than your fantasy football player, but he's still somebody that I'm definitely looking at going and making an impact. I'm thinking probably somewhere in round 5. I'm starting to run out of places that he could potentially go.
Give me the
Rams could definitely be a place.
seems like that
Indianapolis
kind of
here real soon. He might be able to go there. And I mean, he just does so many things. He was even a starting running back for South Carolina whenever they were so banged up there. I don't know. I'm still high on Jaheim Bell. I didn't expect him to go early though, so I'm sitting here. I'm still fine with it.
And I just want to point out, Ryan.
Like, if for a tight end, is Screen Merchant for even an insult when you are talking about fantasy football? Like, isn't that the type of tight end you want to have? Like that's kind of the question that comes to my mind, is like, it's not even, a problem. I don't know if you're using it as an insult, but like for fantasy, that's exactly what you want, as a tight end with those capabilities.
I'm just saying he has so much more to his game than just like being in the screens. Yes, because he's used out of the backfield so much, I can see like correlation that he's a Screen King or Screen Merchant, but he can do so much more all over the field that I think he's a very intriguing player later on. He's been one of my sleepers throughout this whole process. I don't know exactly where he's going to line up in my tight end ranks right now, just with some of the other landing spots we've seen. I don't think he'll be any lower than tight end 4 though, and I'm going to be really excited wherever he lands up, and he will be a very free addition to most of my squads.
Yeah, I mean, this might probably be undrafted in most 4-round rookie drafts. I'd assume.
Give me somewhere a spot like the Rams, where we know Higbee, he's beaten up, and there's opportunity there, and an offense that can scheme him. That's going to be crucial. It's an offense that can scheme young tight ends into space that you need, and there are only a handful. I just want to point out, Ryan, did I not say for everyone but Amari Cooper, though? Did I miss say that? Because I know you're giving me that Amari was really good with yards per out run and all peripherals with Watson. I agree. For everyone else, this is bad news bears without Flacco throwing the football. So if I missed that little bit, okay, forgive me. It's been a really long weekend. We have been out here in the streets for a while. This is a great time to remind everybody that if you're watching on Twitter, I mean, the Twitter views are great. What really helps us along the line to help us build upon what we are constructing here with Fantasy Points is heading over to the YouTube page, link on your screen, youtube.com/FantasyPoints. It will be underneath the video in which you are watching on Twitter. When you head over there and you hit like and you hit subscribe, it may sound cheesy, but it does more for us than you know. It boosts us up algorithms, it puts us on more front pages, and it helps us know what content you are looking for from us. And that's what matters to us. We want to deliver the content that you guys want, with the content that you guys like, with the increased focus on dynasty related content all the way up through the draft process, where we have videos with Jim Nagy and mock drafts with John Hansen. We have an incredible series with Graham Barfield and JJ Zachariason and so many favorites and more guests to come as well. You're not going to want to miss out on that. We are constantly reshaping the YouTube channel to help you guys play fantasy football. And without you guys, we have no videos to make. So hit that subscribe button for us. It means a lot. Anti says Colts back on the clock. Let's see if they take an actual DB for Jacob. Oh, man. I'd be afraid. He may never come back if they don't.
When are we going to get Johnny Wilson off the board here, man? It's just making me sad at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Such an interesting profile, too, but like
Baltimore. That's
just
what it is.
Way too hard to get on board.
It's going to be Baltimore. That's like he'd be such a Baltimore pick.
I'll cross my fingers
Nagy
for Buffalo here in a little bit. Reunite him with Keon, put him with Keon Coleman, who he outproduced last year.
Yeah,
that
Keon
Nagy
Coleman,
pod
man.
that Thomas mentioned with Scott and Jim Nagy. Scott mentioned that he just wishes Johnny Wilson and Jaheim Bell could just like trade a couple inches between each other, and then they'd both be like phenomenal prospects at their position. So if you could just like take a couple inches, and average them out. But yeah, that was a great pod, and Scott also did a really probably I think it was the best pod of the draft cycle with Sigmund Bloom, which is also on our page, and that was an incredible podcast. So yeah, like Thomas said, definitely check that stuff out.
And it's still evergreen, right? Like the opinions on these players don't necessarily change. It's just now we can take those takes and that insight that everyone had leading up to the draft and apply it to their new teams. It really does kind of help shuffle through some of the noise and some of the stagnant spaces that some of these players might be providing us now with landing spots. So important to take the previous information and apply it to new information, and it gives you a clear outlook. Colts pick is in. I mean, Baltimore did just take a receiver. They're not taking another one.
And
So
I know
Wilson's
you all are
gonna have to stay.
talking about Johnny Wilson so much. I am interested in where he's going to go. I think really the only wide receiver that I'm really, really paying attention to at this point still is Malik Washington. I'm very curious to see where he's going to go. Another kind of unique profile, and just he was all of Virginia's offense last season. So I'm really paying attention to him. I don't like Johnny Wilson's fine. He doesn't really move the needle for me as much as like it seems like we've been talking about him now for the last 2 days. I get that it's a unique profile, it's a weird profile, and he did outperform Keon Coleman, so I think that has put him in a dark spot in my mind, just in a back corner. I'm trying to not like actually acknowledge that too much, but we'll see. Yeah. And they did draft a defensive back, talk. So there we go.
This is some hater talk, man.
A
One of the
safety.
best junior seasons in the class. I think it's 3.36 yards per out run the year before Coleman transfers there. Then outproduces him in his senior season. I don't know. I mean, clearly the league doesn't like something about him. Maybe the league hasn't forgotten about Hakeem Butler. I'm not sure. So I mean, obviously, I'm not going to hold on to Pryor's when he goes in round 6. Like at that point, he's Kelvin Harmon or whatever previously hyped wide receiver from way back in the day that doesn't get the draft capital. Like I'm not going to be taking him with any premium picks, but you better believe if he falls out of the draft, I'm picking him up on waivers and just put him on the taxi squad.
Tyrone Tracy Jr. is about to be a Baltimore Raven. I feel it in my system. This is what I need. My other favorite sleeper aside from Garendo, he's coming home. It's happening.
How would
it's
you feel
right
if it were Frank Gore Jr. instead?
That's fine. Another Nepo baby getting an opportunity in the NFL. I mean, you got to love that. But give me my favorite sleeper on my favorite team. Like, let's. My first favorite sleeper is Garendo. So give me my second favorite sleeper on my favorite team. Let's go. Needed one team to have I can fix him energy, says Ryan Heath on Wilson. I need that right now. Right here in Baltimore. Don't mess this up. Don't muck this up for me. We cannot go into the season with Derrick Henry and Justice Hill. We cannot do it. The ACLs won't survive. Please don't double down. They're going to make me watch Melvin Gordon run the goddamn ball again this year. I swear to God. I swear to God. They're going to bring some Le'Veon Bell, Melvin Gordon, Chase Edmonds type back in.
They're going to bring Devonta Freeman back out of retirement.
Yeah. That's another one when all three guys tear their ACLs this year. Just please, I need something here in the backfield, something that I like.
On
I
Malik
need it.
Washington, though, I was kind of hoping he would get a little draft capital because I participated in one pre-draft rookie draft, and it's in a league that Tom's in, and maybe Lucas is in. I don't remember. It's a full tote league. And oh, wait, we can come back to that. Ravens pick is in. It's not
Rasheen
your boy,
Ali.
though. Yeah.
Rasheen
That's an
Ali.
interesting one, though.
All right,
I know
like it.
nothing about him. Lucas, tell me about him.
He has some excellent top end speed, which is nice. He doesn't necessarily have the size. He is going to be a straight line, get him the ball and watch him run type of guy. Doesn't break as many tackles as you would want, but he did completely dominate at Marshall. And whenever Marshall would go and play some of the Power 5 schools, he was still putting up stats. So it'll be interesting. I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick. I would have probably preferred a Blake Watson there if they're going with that kind of similar archetype. But I think it's a pretty good pick. I've kind of fallen down a little bit more the more I look at his profile, but I really did like the film.
I'll take it.
Well, you
Is
get
Keaton Mitchell dead?
Yes.
Yes.
It's another body at least for you. So
Keaton Mitchell was already an outlier, and then he has one of the more horrific leg injuries that I've seen. He is unfortunately dust.
yeah, I don't really
I
get
would not
people
want
that are still putting a lot of value in him in Dynasty or like drafting him in underdog drafts. It's odd. Like I get it. He had a couple of exciting games, but I mean, we've seen players do a lot more and disappear after an injury like that. It's just like,
Yeah.
hard.
Well,
to
it's just because it's a
realize
Raven, right? It's the Raven running back
Mm.
theory. I really believe that's what it is. And he was so electric on a team that just had plotters, right? Like he really was a night and day difference for them when he stepped on the field. He was, he was giving us A-chain level, insane efficiency type plays. So I get why people want to attach themselves to that, but
Yeah.
Ravens will sign Lat Murray. Darren, stop. Don't. I can't. Please don't. My heart. I can't take. I'll need to drink the rest of the bottle that's beside me. Like I can't handle more Latavius Murray in my life as a Ravens fan. Devil says, I missed day 2. What were your thoughts on Ben Sinnott to Washington? Will he be a better NFL player than fantasy asset? I think
kinda like him.
I was gonna say I don't know much about him. I talked some schmack on the stream and I got corrected really fast. And I'm a man that can admit my mistakes. So after going back and looking at him a little bit, I am pretty excited about him. He is athletic. Please God, change your number. If I see 34 out there lined up, you're dead to me. It'll be the 24 of wide receivers.
Yeah,
I just can't do it.
I want him to be wearing 47.
No, God, please stop. Can we bring the 80s back for receiving targets, please? Like number 82 is a dope number. Number 80 rocked Rod Smith. I mean, come on. 82, Torrey Smith, 87, Decker. I mean, I don't know why I'm listing Broncos players right now, but maybe it's because I see Lucas's jersey. But the numbers in the 89, Steve Smith, numbers in the 80s are awesome.
Walker.
Yeah. Numbers in the 80s are awesome. Bring that back. But no, in all seriousness, he obviously has a veteran that he has to get past, but it's Zach Ertz. Like, it's the ghost of Zach Ertz. Like, it's not even like
Yeah.
So I think getting on the field won't be an issue. Getting on the ball won't be an issue. The issue might be Cliff Kingsbury's need to run 10 personnel. Like that's probably going to be his biggest issue.
But wasn't Kingsbury like spamming tight end targets? Wasn't he the one spamming Zach Ertz in Arizona and the one who drafted Trey McBride round 2? Like I don't know. I feel
in his
like
last year, yeah.
I feel like he is at worst like a neutral coach for a tight end. But yeah, I like Sinnott. I mean, he was a fullback, which is weird, but then didn't he end up with like the highest ADOT of any tight end in the class? So I don't know if I think he's evolved past that that phase of his football life.
He doesn't have the highest ADOT. He has a much higher ADOT than you would expect from somebody who people are classifying him as a fullback. I really, really like Sinnott. I am so excited for that pick. He is going to definitely be my tight end 2 whenever I finish up with my rankings. Yeah, I'm really, really pumped for him.
We talked a lot about the H-back kind of swing position. This feels like a throwback to that, right? This feels like a throwback to the Heath Miller H-back kind of situation. A little bit more explosive, right, than Heath might have been, but This really feels like that swing type. Tyrone Tracy Jr. Let's go
For the Giants. Okay. All right.
Let's go. He might live.
Going to
He
be mad
might
about
live.
that.
He might live.
He just has to overcome the cockroach.
Right, the football cup. But that's it. That's all he's got to do is beat out Devin fucking Singletary. Let's go.
He just has to do what Damian Pierce could not.
Yeah, Damian Pierce sucked. Unathletic. Oh, baby. I've peaked. This is gonna get rated R in the stream real quick. It might be pants off, shirt off, socks off. I don't know. I need a cigarette.
Your victory lap cut right into mine. I was about to take a victory lap on Ben Sinnott because in that pre-draft NFL rookie draft, I drafted Ben Sinnott at the 407. And now I'm pretty sure his ADP is going to be round 2. So I'm pretty happy about that, how that turned out. You got Tracy, though. I know you got Tracy.
I got all 3 of my sleepers. All
Garendo,
3.
Ray
Luke
Davis.
McCaffrey, Garendo, and recently, thanks to Alex, Tyrone Tracy Jr., we did it. We made it. We're here, Mama. I mean, I'm an orphan, but still, Mama, we made it. We got here. Oh my gosh, I'm beside myself. It's not Dallas, right? Because Devin Singletary is like an actual NFL running back, but I mean, could it have gotten better? Could it have been any better than this? Man, I am. I'm like the guy. Yeah, but you know what? Kevin? Look. I understand. You're like the meme of the guy celebrating on the podium in 8th place. And It's true. It's true. But you know what the best part is? 2 of the guys I'm celebrating are not listed on ADP sheets. These are free. These are free players with legitimate opportunity, legitimate possibility even to get on the field and produce. Size, speed. You've got the athleticism, pass catching. Tyrone Tracy Jr. is an efficient pass protector as well. Can get him on the field immediately. What does he have to beat out? Eric Gray? I love Eric Gray. Loved him at Tennessee. Thought he was Kamara. The NFL said, nah, he's garbage. I mean, you have to celebrate these guys. These are the guys that everyone laughs at that you like. And these are the guys that can end up absolutely spiking ADP. You can end up netting 2nd-round picks for these guys the second they stay on the field. I am so excited that I get to watch. This is probably my best since I've been doing podcasts. 2024 has been my best year of the sleeper, at least to this point in the period. I'm going to selly with my pants off like crazy at the end of this.
Nice time before any games have taken place, before we have to reckon with the actual fantasy production. Tom's getting all his laps in now.
Yes, because by the time the NFL season starts, if I'm wrong, no one will remember anyway. And then if I'm right, I'll just clip all this and I'll just post it ad nauseum until Trey tells me to stop posting it. And then, so that's what it is. Trey, we have Jacob back. There's one more player you wanted to touch on before bowing out while Jacob gets back. What do you got?
Yeah, Lucas. I thought Lucas was gonna bang the drum for Brendan Rice when he went in on Malik Washington. I was ready to start fist pumping, and then he said Malik Washington. I was like, But yeah, I watched a lot of Brendan Rice. Obviously, probably most people have, watching as much Caleb Williams as people have watched in this cycle. And when I'm watching those two together, that just to me felt like an NFL connection. I know that's kind of fugazi and not really, whatever. But maybe NFL teams now are thinking like that was, 80% Caleb and 20% Brendan Rice. I don't know. Definitely more Caleb than it was Brendan Rice based on where he's fallen at this point. I had him slotted in, and what I was kind of hoping for was around pick 100 draft capital for Brendan Rice, which obviously we're not getting. We're well past that point, but I just wanted to come in and bang the drum for him one time before we kind of get out of here, and Jacob comes in and gives you a lot better analysis than I can. So I know I think I overstayed my welcome a little bit, but had to overstay just a little more to bang the drum for Brendan Rice, because I loved watching him on tape. He's got great hands, and I think he, was one of the guys that Caleb kind of looked to when he was out of structure, which we know that's one of the criticisms of Caleb, and he got out of structure a lot at USC. But I think he could be a good kind of safety blanket guy for a quarterback in the NFL, and obviously he's got that NFL pedigree, being the son of Jerry. So love Brendan Rice. I had to shout him out before I get out of here. But thank you guys for letting me come on and talk shop, and hopefully we can do it again soon sometime.
Yeah, baby, can't wait. Appreciate you, Trey. Really do. I mean, it's been a heck of a week for us, but I mean, this is what it came down to, was this show. I'm glad you got to come on and have a good time.
Yeah, super quickly, Thomas, Lucas, Jacob, Paul, like a lot of people are subbed for the Guru and Scott specifically, and Dynasty Points has carved out such a unique role within this company, and they kill live streams, kill YouTube videos. It's fucking legendary shit, what you guys do. And I'm just such a big fan of your guys' work. And I'm a big Dynasty guy myself. It's my favorite way to play, but so that I might be a little biased, but you guys kick ass, and you guys are all up there with the best of what our company has to offer. So thanks for having me on. And here comes Jacob.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I mean, shout out to Trey. Dude is an OG in the game. Doesn't get enough credit, for sure. Look, I am Jacob. I'm on cloud 9 at the moment. I may never come down until I have to drink. You're muted. So classic Jacob can't hear you. I may not come down until I drink this pickle juice. Like, I think until that has to go down, I'm going to feel really good. I'm going to explain the pickle juice thing after we get comments on this Tracy development, because obviously I can't be trusted. I'm getting deemed that it's hopium from me already, so I'll step aside and let other people talk about
hear
it.
Me now?
I can hear you now, absolutely.
Okay, good. All right.
I'll step aside. I want to get your take. He really does only have to beat the cockroach. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a great landing spot, right? Like, obviously not ideal to fall towards the end of round 5, but if you're going to fall towards the end of round 5, hard to find a much better place to compete with an incumbent than Devin Singletary. Not exactly the greatest obstacle in the world. I think he's a fun prospect. Like, I don't really know or feel like that optimistic about how great of like a true running back he is, just in terms of being kind of a project player, being an older player, converted wide receiver type. But round 5, I think sharp on the Giants to bet on athleticism and potential dynamism. And if you're a dynasty manager, I mean, just based even on the landing spot alone, you're probably going to be more inclined to take a shot on him than plenty of the running backs who go into way more crowded spots in round 4. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him rise to like RB 7 or 8 in ADP and rookie drafts.
yeah, no, I love it, man. I really do. There's again a ton. This is the guy that could end up just not playing a snap ever. Or again, I want to stress the cost to acquire has been 0. And at least it will be non-zero from here moving forward.
Yeah, I bet he becomes an early 3rd round pick by the middle of the summer.
Yeah. Sure.
Also, other running backs off the board. I don't know how many of them you've already talked about, if any, but we got Rasheen Ali to Baltimore, which is, I thought they were going to add a guy with Henry being old and Mitchell injured. He's mildly interesting. I saw the Jaguars added Keelan Robinson. I don't think he's really much of a running back, but I think he will be active on game day. He's going to be their kick returner, I would expect. He's 5'9", 183 pounds for anyone curious, and never really played all that much on offense at either Texas or Alabama. But I could see him being active on game days as a special teams guy, and then that would probably leave Tank Bigsby as a healthy inactive if they go with Travis Etienne, Dearness Johnson, and Robinson for special teams purposes.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask if Tank was the RB2 there. I didn't know they still had Dearness Johnson. That's tough.
I mean, I'm sure Tank will have an opportunity. I'm sure that the team would like Tank to beat out Dearness Johnson for the RB2 job. Like I don't think that Dearness has any or much guaranteed money on the contract. I'm sure they would be much happier if their round 3 running back beats him out. I don't know, man. I liked Tank out of college. He looked so bad last year, just like mistake prone and lethargic, and I think it would take a lot for him to turn it around at this point.
We got another fantasy pick here. Bub Means, wide receiver, goes to the New Orleans Saints to play with Spencer Rattler. I don't really.
Yeah, you got a Bub Means take?
got nothing. No takes. He's the one guy that nobody's ever heard of on the top 5 in-game speed screenshot that goes around every time people want to justify Keon Coleman. So it's like Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, Brian Thomas, and then Bub Means is on there. So I guess he's fast.
He's an early declare. I'm not entirely sure why he declared, because he didn't really do much in college and he went on day 3, but only a 3-year college player coming out of Pitt. Not overly productive. Probably not a great player, but on the bright side, wide open depth chart, right? New Orleans, it's Olave, it's Shaheed, he's never been a full-time player. A.T. Perry. So like, on the off chance that Bub Means is good, there's opportunity. I wish it was Johnny Wilson.
I know.
Yeah, like, I don't get this at all. Here he comes.
Do people not want to take a shot on it? Do people not want to take a shot on a 6'7", 232-pound athletic leaping gazelle? Anybody? I mean, just seems like it's worth a shot, man. Round 5 pick. Everyone's taking punters and kick returners and special teams gunners. Like, we can't take a shot on Johnny Wilson.
I have a theory. I have a place where he's going to go. Johnny Wilson's going to be the Darren Waller the Ravens didn't let go. And because they love and have an obsession with needing multiple tight ends, they will draft Johnny Wilson in the 6th round and convert him to tight end.
Well, I'm hoping the Jets have 3 picks of the next 6 and really could use a tight end. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for here.
Yeah, that would be a little bit.
We don't. We don't.
Are you trying to
talk down to Tyler Conklin?
Conk daddy?
Yeah, we don't. No, we don't talk down on Ty Conklin here. Dude had like 7 usable weeks last year with Zach Wilson.
Tyler Conklin has to keep his streak alive. He's had the same number of targets every year for the past 3 seasons.
Yeah. Now it's going to go up now because Aaron Rodgers is
87 targets the last 3 years.
Look, Tyler Conklin has been a big supporter of mine through the weekly picks. He has won me weeks on my weekly picks. I can always slide him into my lineup, and I've got like a 30-70 chance that he puts up like 11 points. All right. I need those 11 points. He's on too many of my rosters. I like this pick. Jets take quarterback Jordan Travis, Florida State.
That's fun.
I like this. Developmental quarterback. Sit behind Rodgers. It's not in the 1st round this time. It's in the 4th round, so we might not cry about it as much. I like this.
I don't have any issue with it. I always just find it somewhat funny whenever we have wide receivers who everybody's like, "Oh man, if only the quarterback play wasn't so bad," and then that quarterback gets drafted in the NFL. And it's like, so it's like, okay, like with the quarterback play, like this happens with Quinn Ewers and it happens with Jordan Travis, and it's like, obviously these guys are not Caleb Williams, they're not JJ McCarthy, they're not Drake May, but like if they're still going to be drafted, so think about how bad the quarterback play is for some of these other guys who are playing with quarterbacks who don't even get drafted into the NFL.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Lucas, correct me if I'm wrong, because I am not the college football connoisseur. That is your domain. But didn't Florida State blame their like being left out of the playoff bracket on like Jordan Travis not playing entirely? Like, wasn't that the whole thing? No Jordan Travis, no Florida State.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So that's got to be something, right? I mean, leadership or some intangible that we can't measure in the spreadsheet, like nerds?
So he plays the position very well. It's just sometimes just glaringly obvious on film that he just doesn't have like a prototypical NFL arm, and he's going to have to overcome that to really like ever be something special. I think that he can be at least a solid game manager. I think he'll be a good backup quarterback, somebody who can at least execute the offense if your starter goes down. I don't think that there's like an elite ceiling there for him, but he should be solid.
Does he run
And he's
enough?
way better than the second and third stringers that Florida State had, which was extremely evident whenever they actually started playing the games, but it's all right.
Does he have any running element to his game? Like, is it in his game at all?
That's how he got his freaking leg broken, was by scrambling. He's decent, better than Spencer Rattler, I believe, in that regard, but it's not like that special of a skill. It's there, but it's not anything like super awesome, like what you would want from like a typical like Russian quarterback.
Theo says the committee didn't want FSU in the playoffs because Travis was injured. I mean, tinfoil hatting. I mean, that's always fun. Can we?
We had like a 30-minute debate.
We had extremely fun.
Ago.
Yeah, and then we got really fun college football playoff games. Like we got to watch 2 instant classics in Washington, Texas, and Michigan, Alabama. And somewhere there are people like Lucas being like, "Oh man, I wish I was watching Florida State get beat by 49 points right now."
Honestly, with how bad Michigan played in that game, I don't think that would have happened, but it is what it is. I wasn't thinking that Florida State would beat Michigan regardless. I thought Florida State would go in as the 4 seed. I thought Michigan would beat them still, and then Michigan ended up being the 4 seed Alabama. So it all worked out for what the national championship was, but I don't know. That was such... I know you're saying it was a good game. It was a close game. I wouldn't say it was a good game because it was quite ugly at times to watch.
I could listen to this. So
just, like I've watched the obligatory, oh, we gotta give it to this team game. Like I watched Michigan State get pummeled by Alabama. I watched Washington in the Jake Browning year get absolutely throttled. Like we've seen it. It's like Cincinnati, the Desmond Ridder year when they got taken on the woodshed. Like I'm good on needing to see Florida State lose.
Notre Dame, Bama, right? Notre Dame, Bama, in the Manti Te'o year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the
Look at me remembering a game. Look at me remembering a game. Look there.
Yeah,
that was before the playoff, though. I thought
that was the playoff. Yeah.
Give it to me, Lucas. All right, like the one game I was going to be able to pull out where I remembered that happening. Okay, you got to just give it to me. I can't even say I'm the one clicking the buttons. I can't even use that excuse anymore for taking total control because Trey is here. So I don't have ultimate power.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, unfortunately, there has been that history of the playoff having like at least just one just really bad game. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, that was the national championship game. Yeah. But you know, there's always going to be at least one bad game. This year, we were lucky, and there wasn't in terms of like any blowouts. Like I said, I thought that the Alabama-Michigan game was a bad game to watch just because it was ugly, but I understand it was close. It was exciting at the end, and that's at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want people engaged the whole time. So that worked out. And then Florida State, yes, they had a ton of opt-outs. I don't know what their motivation was, but that was also just a terrible game to watch, the Georgia-Florida State game. So I can admit that. We can always go back to the what ifs.
That was an all-time scared to compete move, by the way. Like they could have gone out, everybody plays, and proved to the world, you know, that they were disrespected, that they should have been included. And instead they were like, oh, we're all going to opt out so that when we get obliterated, we have plausible deniability. That was one of the all-time coward moves by the Florida State players. I didn't respect that at all.
Did not respect it.
You're almost at the end of round 5.
Yeah.
The Eagles took a guard. Who are? Do we have like a top 5 of fantasy eligible players that we care about? We have probably like Johnny Wilson. We got like Isaiah Davis, Kalani Vidal, Malik Washington.
Yeah.
There's still
Those
some
would
tight
be-
ends. You
those
have
are the
Jaheim
guys.
Bell hanging around.
Oh yeah, Bell.
Yep.
Michael
Bell.
Pratt was a guy that was
Mhm.
talked about a little bit.
Proposal. It's going to get really slow, so we can always break off if there are picks that come in. Why don't we do a mock draft? Just snake it around.
Yes, let's do it.
From everybody who's been drafted so far this year.
I love it. I've got a
Okay, you wanna
spreadsheet
do
in front of
that?
me already with all
Chris-
the picks. So
Chris said, I haven't seen anything after round 5. Best pick for Dynasty since then. I'm not allowed to say it because I've said it a lot. I'll go last.
Aren't we still in round 5?
Well, I think he's saying from round 5 to where we're at now.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably Tom's
yeah, it's
guy.
Tracy. I mean, it's definitely
It's
Tracy.
Tracy, and now the only other guy really I think that would be close is Rattler. Those are probably the two guys that will go in the third round of rookie drafts, I think.
I would give a shout out to Estime. I think
Yeah.
he's
Oh, yeah.
I think he
He
could
was a
be relevant. He could be relevant for sure.
Well, I think he's the best player that's been drafted in this round. I just think the landing spot was really bad, but he'll still have some level of interest too.
All right, Paul, send me
Round
that.
five is
If Estime went to the Giants, pants off for me. But he went to the fucking Broncos.
Not all of us can have the pants off.
Yeah.
Okay, let's Jacob, can you thank you. I got that, Paul. You were already ahead of me for asking because you knew I was gonna. That's why you're an absolute beauty here on the show. That's why I love you so goddamn much.
Paul's
All
already
right, so
got the spreadsheet rolling. Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So this is a great idea.
Wait, are you
What?
kidding me?
Isaiah Davis to the Jets?
What is wrong with this team, man? Like, talk about a fetish.
Whoa.
So they now have Braylon Allen, Izzy Abanikanda, and Isaiah Davis all in a big competition to back up the best running back in the league. Like, what's the point here?
To a team reported, regardless of what Jacob wants to say, that was in on Jahmyr Gibbs last year. Like they do have a fetish.
Like,
Aaron
that
Rodgers is
doesn't
like-
make me think any differently about Breece Hall, who's just awesome and proved it last year. But like the Jets have got to like seek professional help for this stuff.
What about Johnny Wilson?
Yeah.
He could be the
I
Mike
mean,
Williams replacement.
All right, Jacob, let's get this. I love this idea. We're gonna do. Well, hold on. Do you have your beverages ready? Are you
I do.
okay? Should we do this now?
I need to go grab them, and I can be right back. I'm not close to my kitchen, and I haven't really wanted to think about it too much.
Okay.
So if you give me 5 minutes, I will be ready to do that. If you
Okay.
don't want to set up the draft.
Yeah, we'll queue up the mock draft. We'll get this bet out of the way. It has been sitting beside me since 10:30 this morning, and the smell has now gotten to me. So we've got to let's get this over with. Pickle juice. Oh my gosh. Okay. Don't worry, Trey. I got this. We will be right back. Boom. Look at that. Bam. The expert at fucking
The real
screen
injustice
switching.
of the Isaiah Davis pick is that the Cowboys were up next on the clock.
Yeah.
They could have actually had some fun.
No kidding.
Like, you need 2 running backs. Like, come on, Jets. Like, seriously, Joe Douglas and Brian Gutekunst need to be each other's sponsor and running backs anonymous.
Mm.
This shit is ridiculous. The Cowboys are just about to be on the clock and are starting no one at running back, and they just needed to take two day 3 running backs.
Guess we got to cross
can't
our
have nice
fingers
things.
for some
We can't have nice
Kamani
things.
Vidal.
Spencer is asking if Isaiah Davis is going to beat out Braylon Allen in the camp. I mean, look, if it happens, I will tweet about it. I'll put it that way.
He's better.
I'm here for it. Never been more here for anything in my life.
Well, in the interim here, since we got nothing going on, I did just have a 3-way trade go down involving some rookie picks, and I thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So I might as well just throw it out there. But was masterminding this with a friend yesterday. It's a conspiracy for me to get some Malik Neighbors exposure because I don't have enough 103 picks. So in this deal, I ended up sending away Tyreek Hill and Jordan Addison in exchange for the 103, 205, 302, and 401. So I just went full on rookie picks there. But we were talking trash on Jordan Addison earlier, so I figured put my money where my mouth is and ship him off.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones where if you were to like tally up dynasty value, like it looks you're both gonna, like, one dude is gonna score like a shit ton of points this year. You're gonna score a lot of points, and the following year you're gonna score a shit ton of points, and the other guy's probably just scoring a lot of points. That's one of those. That's one of those ones that I look at it where anything Tyreek Hill related seems to like be jarring. Every time I hear Tyreek Hill, I'm like, oh man, we moved him, and then I'm like, oh yeah, we should probably move him at some point.
Yeah, he's a tough guy to
He's a tough click.
value right now. You know,
He's
it's
a-
weird because he's a hard click, but he's also hard to trade away because it's like
Yeah.
you know what you're sending off.
I got an example for you in a 4-point passing touchdown league, half-point PPR. It's the only half-point. I swear, everyone, it's the only. Jacob, don't get mad at me. It's the only half-point PPR league that I am in, and someone has offered me Jordan Love for Tyreek Hill, and I'm just like, man, do I ever want to click that button? But I'm like,
Oh,
God, it's Tyreek Hill.
I'd be so fired up to click that.
That's what I'm
button.
saying. Like, I was the Jordan Love guy. I should be fired up to click
Cowboys
that
took
button.
a freaking cornerback from Wake Forest. So,
Dowdle lives, man. Dowdle lives.
I mean, I think it's just Zeke, right? They're just signing Zeke at this point.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
they're
sure.
just- That's their commitment.
And so it's going to be like Zeke and Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn, I guess. Like, I mean, look, I've been beating the drum for a long time that teams overspend at running back sometime, but I think it's not that hard to have some element of utility at the running back position, and the Cowboys just appearing to not want to have a top 60 running back on their roster is confusing to me. It's not, you don't have to spend that much to get like the bare minimum of play. You couldn't just sign like Deontay Foreman. Like, are they trying to just prove a point? Like, what is this, a bit? I don't understand what they're doing here.
It feels like a bit. I
Rico
don't know.
Dowdle is just secretly really, really good. You guys haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get a shot. Okay, let's break down what happened and why we're about to drink what we're about to drink very unhappily.
Yeah, speaking of shots.
Yeah, every week during the season, because it's a Dynasty content show and we want to have something to brag about instead of just talking about markets and values and things like that, we want to have a little bit of a competition. This started a couple of years ago. I've never won this competition, and it makes me really sad. I was in the lead for like 12 weeks and talked a lot of shit. I actually finished last, which makes me really sad. Ryan Heath stepped in on a week that Jacob wasn't there and gave him the nut lineup, passed both Lucas and I. The total points, myself in last, were 625.84 PPR fantasy points for our weekly player picks. Lucas finished with 657.36, and Jacob wins it all at 662.26 weekly fantasy points for the players he selected. The winner with bragging rights, not just bragging rights, but he gets to pick the drink that we have on this live draft show. And Jacob, what is it that you picked for everybody?
I picked picklebacks, but we have two alternatives here. We got the alcoholic version, the non-alcoholic version. So for the alcoholic version, of course, we got a little bit of whiskey, a little bit of pickle juice. And for the non-alcoholic version, we got maple syrup, followed by pickle juice. So we got Lucas rocking that. Paul, you don't have to participate, but if you want to, by all means, feel free.
It's very tempting. It is very, very tempting to drink pickle juice, but I'm going to let you guys have the fun this time.
It is not hot pickle juice. This is cool pickle juice. I don't think I could do hot pickle juice. I actually had to go and specifically go and buy sweet pickle juice because I don't think I could have handled anything else. I don't know what everyone else is rocking. If they're going dill or whatever the case may be, kosher, I don't know. But I went sweet because I feel like I need it. I have chosen for this unfortunate turn of events, a Canadian Classic in Crown Royal. It is peak for me. for mid-tier whiskeys. So as a tradition, I'll also say as a tradition here on the show, we do this. We get to do these draft shows every week since we have been doing podcasts, Jacob and I for sure, since 2020. This has always been kind of a tradition. So shout out to Fantasy Points for letting us be here. Shout out to all of you. I'm not going to enjoy this at all. And I swear I'm going to use the Fantasy Points data suite and be victorious next year in this task. So salute to everyone. Thanks for joining us. And oh God, I guess down the hatch.
Yeah, just some context. I've never done a shot in my life, and I've never had pickle juice, so this should be fun. Oh, gosh.
Oh man,
How do you enjoy this?
oh, very enjoyable.
Canadians are just
Pickle
built
juice is
different,
the
man.
best chase. It just cuts the alcohol aftertaste right out.
Oh,
The syrup with pickle juice is
Well, that's probably bad.
so
that
horrendous.
was probably bad.
probably
Spencer,
bad.
by the way, had my favorite comment of the last
Oh my
hour, which was the Jets picked
gosh.
twice in the 7th. Get ready to see Frank Gore Jr.
Oh, brother,
And Jace McClellan.
brother,
Yeah.
never again.
Well, come on, even
Oh.
all.
The pickle juice is warm. Like that's, oh my God. The whiskey goes down and it heats it up. And the pickle juice that was cold follows suit. And it's like it's cooking on its way down. That is,
Who's
I'm
that
not
Georgia
okay.
running back?
the syrup had like this like smoky like flavor, and it didn't really warm. It was just like lukewarm stuff going down, and then mixing with that pickle juice. Oh, it's not sitting right.
I got
Oh,
seeds in there too.
gosh.
Like I'm not sure if you're supposed to strain that out, but I'm pretty sure I got a pickle seed
oh,
that went down at the same time. That is, I'm winning next year. I'm sick of losing. I am.
and Jacob looks so unaffected by all of this. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, he's just an absolute. Well, I mean, hey, he's just an absolute vet in the game.
I mean, look, I truthfully enjoy pickleback. Like if I'm going to the bar, I'm ordering them. Like most of the time, I find it's a great combo.
They
I,
have pickle
I
juice. at
posted
the
in the
bar?
chat though. I gotta run to the washroom quick. If you can edit me out for a couple minutes, and then I'll come back when we start the mock.
Convenient. It's after the pickleback. Yeah. All right. I don't feel so
Yeah,
bad.
Promise
now.
I'm
Okay.
not. Promise
When-
I'm not thinking up.
When we come back,
Maybe I'm going to
seeing
get
as how
more.
it's a bit of a dead time, we are going to do a rookie mock draft with everyone that's been drafted. So
Sweet.
exciting. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
No, I could tell that Jacob genuinely enjoyed that. Like it was.
Yeah, he did.
He was having a good time.
He said he was going to do 6 of them during the stream, and I was like, you're a deranged.
He should do one every time he makes a pick in our rookie mock.
Oh God. You know what? I like pickles. I'm just going to say I enjoy pickles. Okay. I
Yeah.
need them on my burger. I need them on my Dagwood sandwiches. I need them on my Reuben. Like I like pickles. The juice though,
Yeah, I do not.
deranged.
People used to drink that before Gatorade got invented. They would drink it for the electrolytes,
Oh God, no.
like on the side.
Could you imagine just rolling up in a game? Right, it's like 45 degrees
Yeah.
outside. It's hot as hell. You're in a 2-a-day football practice,
Did
and
you
you're
just say
just at the-
45 degrees? Oh, Celsius.
yeah,
I was
Canadian baby.
really confused. I was so confused.
What is
Like,
that in Fahrenheit?
That's so cold.
Someone do that math for us.
That's probably like 90 something Fahrenheit.
Oh
Gosh.
God.
I don't know.
Yeah, seeds, pansies. You're damn right.
I don't.
Damn right. I
do
can
not like
survive
pickles.
negative 50-degree temperature. Okay. Negative 50-degree temperature going all the way up into the 90s and 100s in like a month or two span. I can handle that. No problem. Pickle seeds, I'm out. That's a hard out.
I don't like pickles at all. The only thing I think of with pickle juice is that Hannibal Buress joke about the pickle juice in the fridge, and he's like, I flick it on my sandwiches for flavor. That's it. That's all I
it.
got.
That's all you got.
Yeah.
The other Greek, I like this. Try peanut butter on burgers with pickles. Now, I have heard
Whoa.
peanut butter and pickles before. Peanut butter and pickles is not a foreign concept.
Sounds
to
like
me.
a pregnancy craving.
That's where I've heard it before. So, but on burgers, You know what? This is what I'll do, Theo. To reclaim my honor with seeds, what I will do is I will make a burger, make it nice medium rare burger, and I will put peanut butter and pickles for you. I'll take the video. I might even do it on stream. If you want it on stream, let me know. I'll make the burger. I'll sit down, peanut butter, pickles, burger on a brioche bun, and we'll get that done for you. I will redeem my seed honor. Look, it's the off season. It's dynasty content. You need a little bit of a help there. Pats fan here. I'd love the Screen King to the Pats at 180. Give me Bell. Hey, that's a good. Well, we have another Jets pick, so maybe.
Well, Jets are going to go running back here.
Frank Gore Jr.
Yeah. Oh, Kendall Milton was the running back I was trying to think of.
Oh, there you
naming
go.
Random guys. I kept thinking Keaton Mitchell because they have the same initials, and I could not get that name out of my head. Yeah.
Oh, that's just in my body.
This is not sitting well with me.
No,
at all. I am
not recovered.
Not having a good time.
Oh.
So let's
see, Lucas. This is one of those situations where if you were a drinker, like if you drank, it would have benefited you in this case.
So just a quick story while we're waiting on Jacob here, and just to kill some airtime too as we wait for the Jets to draft another running back. My wife's family, what they do every single year after Thanksgiving is a Drinksgiving. And this year that coincided with somebody's 21st birthday. And they had been drinking like all night. And the very last drink they had them do after at least 8 or 9 drinks was a pickleback. And as the DD, that was a rough time having to like dart over every 2 minutes so a guy could stick his head out and just that sitting on top of all the other mixed drinks throughout the night, not a good time.
No,
not
bro.
a good time.
That's terrifying. So look, I think the way that this draft is going to go now that Jacob is back. Here we go. Theo the Greek says 30 degrees Celsius is 90 Fahrenheit. So 30 degrees times 2 is plus 30. There you go. I never quite understood how that works for y'all. Okay, here we go. We're going to come back in, and then it's draft time. The draft is probably going to take us to most of the end of this whole thing. So that's probably going to be one of the things we finish on before final thoughts. So we're going to get Jacob back in here right now. All right, Jacob, how do we want to do this? Do you want to rotate? Just go 4x4?
Yeah, that's the easiest.
Okay.
You can snake it if we want. I don't know. Do you guys want to go snake or linear? It doesn't make a difference to me, really. We're just doing it for the conversation anyway.
For my sanity, let's go linear.
Sure.
Like we're doing a regular rookie draft in a vacuum.
I don't think anybody cares if they. I don't think anybody cares if they lose the mock draft. I think we're just doing it for fun. Okay, I will use the official mock draft randomizer of Dynasty Points, which is wheelofnames.com.
Yeah.
Hashtag right. Not a sponsor.
Hashtag not actually a sponsor, but sponsor us. Hashtag sponsor us.
They got this. Okay, I've just spun the wheel of names. Green goes first.
Let's go.
Okay, it is Tom, followed by Lucas, followed by Paul, and I didn't cheat because I have the last pick. So,
bet you wish it was a snake now.
Third round reversal.
Okay. And I'm gonna implement a rule unless everybody votes me down. I'm implementing the rule that this is a we don't give a fuck about the market mock draft.
Oh, a CFL DB
mock draft.
A CFL DB just got drafted from the Argonauts.
Oh, really? Wow.
Quantez Stiggers.
I thought he was going so much earlier. I'm surprised he's still there. There were talks that he could be a day 2 pick.
All right, CFL representing.
Really time.
Canada's having a great day.
Great
we're
day
officially in the 6th round. Look at us go. 4 hours in, 2 rounds down, 2 more to get.
Are we actually streaming this all the way through the end of round 7, or are we cutting this off?
What I am thinking, this is what I am thinking. I'm thinking from the time we start this mock draft
to when
the time that mock draft is done. I think if I'm waiting for Trey,
we'll probably be close to the end of round 6.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for Trey
that's
to give me
a good time to shut her down.
I'm waiting for Trey to give me the head nod or his camera's not connected. So a DM perhaps
Yeah.
on when we are shutting it down. So I'm gonna say
I'm gonna be
probably
I'm gonna be super honest. By the end of hour 6 of this stream, Celtics Heat is starting. I think I'd rather watch Celtics Heat than stream for the 7th hour of round 7.
No, we're not. This mock draft ain't gonna take 2 hours.
Well,
so.
share your
No,
screen, put the
challenge
game on the screen, and
accepted.
just talk over the
Yeah.
game. Like we'll just make
Demonetize
it
the whole stream
basketball
for the start of this basketball game. No, but for real, I think the mock draft. Do whatever the hell you want. Go Rouge, baby. I love that. Trey's the shit. He really is. He really is. Jets taking another running back here. Not quite. All right, let's do the mock draft. I'm going to start it off drafting the players that have been drafted already here. Number 1, I'm taking Caleb Williams. This is going to be a surprise. I'm going to start boring. I'll go Caleb Williams.
Oh, and who's documenting this, just so we know?
I can do it.
Yeah, do
All
it
right,
up. Do it up. Do it up.
right.
Number 2, I'm going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr. We'll make it nice and easy. No big
Okay.
surprises there.
Okay.
Okay, well, is this gonna be the world's
Pretty
fastest
chalk
mock
so
draft?
far.
You guys want to elaborate a little bit on these?
Well,
picks
look,
here?
here's the
Are we
thing.
doing
We
content,
know
or are we just listing names?
we know the first like 4 picks.
Fair
Like
enough,
we know that's been talked about enough.
Well, here's a
No,
question.
I-
There's going to be a non-0% of leagues where Marvin Harrison Jr. goes number 1 overall. How often do you think that's going to happen? Like, is that like 10% of the time? Is that like 5% of the time? Like, does the Adunze pick make Caleb like more locked in as the number 1? I don't know.
I think it helps. But yeah, I think it'll be like an 80-20 split.
Yeah, I think the teams that are going to draft Marvin 101, they're going to be the teams that like they're sitting on a Mahomes, Lawrence, Lamar Jackson, Kyler type situation, right? They'll be like, I can't trade this pick. No one's giving me what I want for it. I really like Marvin. I can't move these other 2 quarterbacks at value. I'm just going to take the receiver because the odds are forever in my favor. And I think that's fair. I think that's fine to do. If you're a true 101, you just shouldn't hold the pick anyway. So whatever. But
And I
Well,
will say, if Drake May went to Washington, I would have probably done Drake May number 2. But at New England, it just seems like it's going to be so rough this first year. And Marvin Harrison Jr. does appear to be like he's somebody who's going to be at one point in time a wide receiver 1 overall in scoring. He's going to have 8 top 12 seasons, probably at least 5 top 5 seasons. Like he's going to be extremely solid, very elite. So yeah.
Well, I think 3 is for the most part where the draft is going to begin for people, because I do think that you're going to see some discrepancy. I think some people are going to take Jaden Daniels at 3. I'm not one of those people. I love Drake May. I'm not going to take him either. I'm going to go with Malik Neighbors. I think just very close to Marvin Harrison in terms of prospect profile. I like the landing spot in New York. I mean, there's just he's competing with Wandale and Theo Johnson and who else for targets. I mean, it's just, I think Dayball's a good coach. He made the 2022 Giants look like a competent offense. I just think, he's one of the safest players in the draft. I think he has incredibly high upside, and he's going to have a ton of targets right away. So easy pick. And Jacob's on the clock.
Love it.
I already know what's coming.
Yeah, so this is the one, I said off the top, I was like, this is going to be a just your ranks mock draft. So if I'm actually on the clock here, this is when I'm starting to do some trade down action. We're throwing some feelers out because, my 104, I think, is probably going to be the market's 107 based on what I'm seeing in some early drafts. So that all that being said, at this point, we're just saying it with our chest. Throw up Justin Timberlake on the screen because it's going to be May.
Oh, God. Beautiful. That's beautiful. Drake May, yeah, I knew that was coming, which is why I feel really good at 5, taking my 3rd or my 4th on the board here at this spot. I'm taking JJ McCarthy, right?
Oh.
I think he's a do-it-all quarterback, sits into a great system. He gets Justin Jefferson, Hawkinson when he's back, Addison. He gets a capable weapon in Aaron Jones to take the pressure off. one of the best play callers in the league. I said this earlier on the stream when somebody called him Kenny Pickett. I said if he does not score more than 12.2 points per game, I will quit fantasy football. I will hand in my resignation papers at Fantasy Points. I just think he has this probably comparable situation to Caleb Williams, but with better coaching and with the best receiver in football. Maybe Jamar Chase, but still, like he's still got that guy that can help him alone. Nick Mullins throwing for 400 yards and winning you fantasy playoff games. JJ McCarthy's better than Nick Mullins. I'm just putting one on top of the other. Give me McCarthy here.
So this has me feeling
Spicy.
awesome.
We do not hope you have an injury buyout. Don't play fantasy football for injuries. I just don't do that.
So sitting here at 6, I'm going to get my right now my third-ranked player, and that's Jaden Daniels. So I'm feeling great about that. I like the situation in Washington in terms of his weapons. We'll see if Cliff's going to Cliff. I don't know. That's like my most like worrisome thing right now with Jaden Daniels and his landing spot.
Ooh.
So here we go.
Can we take a
Let's
little detour?
go!
Money Vidal to the Chargers. Okay.
Let's go, baby. All right.
That's
All
fun.
right. Okay.
That is a super fun pick.
New 211 just dropped.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm up here at
this
7.
is
I think
fun
I'll
and not
I
fun.
think I'll just take Vidal.
It's fun and not fun, right? Like it's fun that we get this landing spot. It's not fun because we're gonna have to take like a round 6 running back in the second round of rookie drafts, which is pretty uncomfortable. But I mean, this is a blast.
I mean, I'm just thinking about my underdog teams right now. Yeah, that one's pretty fun. I like that a lot. Here at 7, for what it's worth, I like Jaden Daniels over McCarthy too. I mean, I think in Minnesota, McCarthy's floor is definitely going to be a little bit higher, but the fantasy upside of Daniels is just outrageous. Here, I think I've got to put my money where my mouth is on a certain tight end who I may have prematurely crowned as the tight end 1 in Dynasty, but I'm still very excited about him. Brock Bowers, obviously, going to the Raiders is a little bit of a letdown, kind of a little bit of a deflation in his hype. I mean, you got Gardner Minshew at quarterback. You got Devontae Adams there commanding a lot of targets. I'm not worried about Michael Mayer. I don't think people like the fact that they took Bowers tells you what you need to know about Michael Mayer and what the Raiders think of him, but just not the number 1 spot for immediate upside. I still really like him long term, so I'm going to lock him in here at 7.
Yeah, it's smart.
All right.
It's one of the smart picks right there. 7 is going to be a steal for him. Keeping in mind, this is a super flex tight end premium as mock draft as everything on Dynasty Points is looked at in that lens. I should mention.
So I have the boring pick now, right? It's just whoever's left of the top 8, and I believe that's Rome Odunze. So come on down, Rome Odunze. You're on the team. I've seen some people talk about liking Worthy over Odunze. I think that is a little over our skis. I mean, I wrote about this in the piece this morning, but if you think about how the NFL draft went, we do the bucketing of like round 1, round 2, round 3, all that stuff. If you just think about it in terms of the flow of the draft, right? 10 of the first 14 picks, all fantasy eligible players, including the 4 pass catchers, right? Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, Bowers, before any defensive player draft. That to me is they're saying like, these are the offensive blue chippers. Then we've taken that down at offense. We're going to defense. Once we've gotten rid of all the defensive blue chippers, now it's back to start thinking about the secondary offensive guys. And I know some of these guys go in the first, some go in the second, but that group of 23 to 37, to me, the NFL is saying like, this is a new tier of player, right? And so I think with Worthy over Odunze, you're getting a little cute, banking on the Patrick Mahomes of it when Odunze himself was with Caleb Williams. And the Chiefs landing spot's always great because you have the Mahomes ceiling, but the whole idea that they just don't have anyone else, that's kind of over now. Like they have actually a good pass catching group. So the ceiling on Worthy is immense, but I don't think it's the same situation that we talked about the last 2 years where you could just walk in, be somewhat okay and get a 20% target share, like he's actually going to have to be good. So I'm going to a Dunze here.
Yeah, I mean, it's crowded with Chicago with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore for sure. But I mean, Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice, and Marquise Brown is still pretty crowded. I mean, it's going to be hard for Worthy to have a huge role in year one on that team. So I agree with that.
Yeah, and that kind of leaves me in a spot. I really want to take the first running back off the board at 1-9. I think he's a legitimate difference maker, and he's on a team with Canales that, used Rachaad White in an absolute bell cow role, regardless of how inefficient he was on the ground. He let him go. I want to do that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to take Ladd McConkey.
Oh, come on.
I think that,
Nice.
Look, I said that I did not want Neighbors to be anywhere near Greg Roman. That is true. However, later in the draft here, I'm okay taking a guy that slots well into what Greg Roman can scheme up, which is crossers over the middle and short route game. Greg Roman is really good at least scripting that because he runs his fullbacks down the field into the end zone for no reason. I think Ladd McConkey is a great wide receiver in space, and for an accurate quarterback like Herbert, even though he's probably not going to see major target volume, that was weird. I think he's going to be very good in terms of just straight production. This is a safe pick, in my opinion. I don't think he's going to blow anyone away, but I think he slots in nicely here at 1-9.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
So you didn't clear anything up for me at all. Ladd was not one of my next three players that I was considering here. And I was hoping that you would make it a little bit easier on me. But we're going to have fun with this a little bit. And just so I can feel a little bit better about having my number 2 quarterback, my number 1 wide
Washington went to
receiver,
Miami.
and my number 1 running back.
Yep.
So I'm going to go with Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, I think that's again, I said it. When everyone's like, oh, the whole running back class sucks, there's no way. And I said on this show, every year a rookie running back creeps in to the back end of the first round. I maybe thought in my head last night, I was getting real cocky and arrogant about it. I thought maybe there was 2. In my opinion, there is only 1. So I like this pick. I seriously considered it at 1-9.
All right. Well, we just got Malik Washington to Miami, which is pretty fun.
Which means 110.
So, whatever. But that's pretty cool. I'm on the clock here at 110. Or no, wait, 111. 111 in our mock. And McConkey and Brooks were both guys I was interested in. I'm totally fine to scoop the value on Xavier Worthy here. Definitely don't think he's in the conversation with Odunze. There's a clear tier break there, but I still do think he's like a pretty good prospect, and he goes first round to the Chiefs. Like, there's just no way to feel bad about that at the end of the first round. You're getting this rookie contract where you are tied to the best quarterback. Kelsey's going to retire at some point. Marquise Brown's on a 1-year contract. Like, if Worthy is good, there's plenty of room for him in this offense in 2025 and beyond. So definitely fine to grab him there. I feel like this is going to be a real sweet spot in rookie drafts, like 111 to 201. I really think no matter what order these guys go in, you're going to be really happy with who you're getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Leaves me with really between 2 guys here to choose from that I've flipped back and forth already in my ranks, I think twice. And ultimately, if I'm making this pick in a real draft, it's just going to come down to what my team situation is between the positions. But I'm going to go with Brian Thomas Jr. I think, I'm not super sure what the ceiling is as an all-around wide receiver, but he's still young. He played next to Malik Neighbors, so I don't want to write off that he's only in this specific archetype for sure. And a really great landing spot. Trevor Lawrence, and we can all go back and forth on what we think of him, but he's a guy that's willing to take chances down the field. He's a guy who's really, really needed an actual boundary wide receiver with juice. This position has either been played by guys who just aren't good, like Marvin Jones and Zay Jones and other sort of Joneses. Or it's been played by Calvin Ridley, who is good, but is basically being asked to play a role that's not really what he does effectively. And now he gets a guy who actually is juiced up, downfield, ball-winning separator. And so I'm excited for this fit. They're going to throw it at a reasonable clip. He's going to throw it downfield, and let's see what he's got. I'll take Brian Thomas here.
All right, let's recap the first round.
Yep. So we've got. Do you want me to do it in order or by team?
In order.
All right. So we start with Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Drake May, JJ McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, Brock Bowers, Roma Dunze, Lad McConkey, Jonathan Brooks, Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas.
I feel like it's pretty chalky. Like, I feel like maybe aside from the running back, maybe flip him like one of the last two receivers. I feel like it's a pretty chalky first round.
I do think we'll see Bo Nix in a lot of your first round rookie drafts.
True. Didn't even think of that.
And that's somebody I really did consider taking at the 110. But I just thought that the ability to get like the RB1, who's kind of separated himself out with the landing spot in this, was a higher upside, especially like if we were treating this like, oh, I already went and got Jaden Daniels, then I feel better about missing out on Bo Nix. But Bo Nix is going to be a very popular pick at the end of the first.
Johnny Wilson is
By the way, finally, Johnny Wilson off the board. Not a good spot.
Oh, to the Eagles. All right.
Good
Hey,
for
I'll
you,
take
Paul.
it. I'll take it. I love it. That's fun. I mean,
Dallas Goedert's repllement,
yeah,
right?
probably.
I mean, hey, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he was announced. Looks like as a wide receiver. And and Atlanta Falcons continue to be meme lords. They just took a running back.
Jace McClellan.
Sorry, Trey. For me, 201 has been like the worst pick in dynasty fantasy history for a long time. I feel like maybe we actually got a good one. I'm going to take Bo Nix at 201.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Bo Nix at 201. First round quarterback in that system that high, still with a little bit of stank on him. I'm going to scoop that value. He should probably be like the 108 or the 19. So give me the 201 here. Give me Bo Nix.
Yeah, I think that's great
He's
value on Nix.
All right.
Yeah. I think it's a huge value on him. Talk about a quarterback that could definitely get 20 points per game in a Sean Payton offense.
Yeah, so as I'm sitting here, if I were going to be true to my ranks, it would be Michael Penix Jr. But I feel like I'm going to have such a hard time drafting him anywhere up top, even though like I can logic my way through him maintaining value. So I'm going to take another running back. I'm going to take Trey Benson at 202.
Oh,
and I feel like that's going to be just ultimately where he goes. We might, a couple of leagues, see him sneak up into the first round. I don't think it's going to happen a lot of the time. Just with the first 8, I feel like so solidified with Jonathan Brooks being higher, and then with multiple first round quarterbacks and some wide receivers and some favorable landing spots. I just don't see him going there. So I think 202 is a good spot. I don't really see him falling past 204 in any leagues. Might surprise us a little bit, but I think that's a good spot for him.
All right. I'm putting 203 on the block. I'll wait about an hour. If I don't get any offers, I'll pick.
Can I just say though, like with Benson, I know Scott pushed back a little bit when I called it a nut spot yesterday. It is. You're going to the Arizona Cardinals where the running back succeeds. Like they just provide fantasy points, and keeping him off the field is James Conner's health, his age, and his productivity not declining at all, which I think there's a legitimate chance for Benson second half of the season to not just be a week winner, he'd be a legitimate league winner in that spot. So I love this. Like I said, I thought maybe I could get 2 running backs into the end of the first round. I was texting with Jacob yesterday once that pick was made. Not quite, but I think this is damn close. This is really close.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to go with Benson. I mean, we get into a group here of wide receivers where I think that there's legitimate arguments for a few different guys. You still have Pearsall and Leggett with the first round draft capital. You have Coleman, obviously, with a good landing spot. He's younger than those guys, has his own red flags. And then there's Penix, which is kind of the elephant in the room. I just don't know how to value, like, it goes first round. I don't like him as a prospect. He's not mobile. He's not going to play. It feels like I feel like I'd rather pass on him here, and I just don't know if that's overthinking it. If it's like, should I really be betting on these like risky wide receiver profiles? It's hard for me to see a way that Michael Penix maintains his value from year to year. Like we saw this with Jordan Love already, where he goes in the first round and then people kind of just forget about him before the time he actually plays. I don't know if being a top 10 pick makes that different for Penix, or just like the state of that offense with the weapons they have. I'm not sure, but I don't want him. I'm going to make Jacob be the guy that cleans up the value, just like in the other mock draft that you guys did with Hansen. So I'm going to take a wide receiver here. I'm just going to take Keon Coleman. I think you can make arguments, like I said, for those other guys. They're so close in draft capital that it hardly matters to me. I think he has the slightly more conventional looking profile. He gets to play with Josh Allen. You know, I like Pearsall, but there's no path right now for him to really be relevant right away. So I'm gonna go with Coleman and not feel super great about it.
Dang. I thought I was going to get lucky and he was going to somehow fall all the way back to me, but that's wishful thinking.
No, I mean, I think it's going to be what happens to me, unfortunately, in a lot of drafts, which is I'm going to end up overexposed on my least favorite player in the entire class. So come on down. Michael Penix, 204. Let's do it. I mean,
The Falcons
I
do
think if you can draft the 8th overall pick in the mid-second round, like I just think that you probably should do it more often than not, even though I think he's yeah. I don't know.
we're glad that you're here to do it, so we don't have to, and that's what we appreciate about you. So for me, this is like a weird spot for me, where especially in a 10-end premium, I really think Ben Sinnott is like an option, but there is a guy that I think is sitting here that look, I know Ricky Pearsall is loved by Brett Whitefield. I know that he is, and his wide receiver comps, aside from Michael Wilson, is really good, and I like him. But I'm going to take a shot on Xavier Leggett here. First round, wide receiver, and man, real opportunity to be the number one on his team. Whether that team is dog water or not, I don't know. But mid two,
you say number one on his team?
Yeah.
Okay, that is some Deontay Johnson disrespect that I will not stand for.
Well, deal with
Absolutely not.
Deal with it.
This dude's going to have like a 0.13 yards per out run this year. We're going to do the George Pickens thing all over again, where people are like, Leggett's better. He's actually better. You just have to watch him play, man. Look at the one-handed catch or whatever. I am looking at
in Canales' system and how he uses his wide receivers. The outside guy is the guy.
They said Deontay Johnson's going to play X.
Yeah.
Well, Deontay Johnson's a better X receiver than Xavier Leggett. I mean, Deontay Johnson is an elite separator against man and press coverage. Leggett is,
and he'll fit
a long way away.
Deontay Johnson is number one in ESPN Open Score over the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, and he'll be the nice, not Xavier Leggett is what he's going to be. That's what he's going to be. No, I'm trusting Canales. Jokes aside,
Deontay Johnson versus Xavier Leggett target share.
Jokes aside, I like the spot, the value, his draft capital, even if the production's not great. They seem like they love him a lot. And if I'm reading coach speak, I'm going to be happy with that. I'll be looking forward to Scott Barrett's breakdowns of the draft pressers when that article comes out. But obviously I'm trolling a little bit here, but I like the value here.
I was told by many people on Twitter that he's in fact a worse prospect than Jonathan Mingo. So I don't know. I feel like you got robbed.
Yeah, people are all over the place, but again, I'm taking my shot. I think maybe Bryce Young isn't the worst quarterback I've ever seen.
I like the pick. I like it. He was definitely in consideration for me.
I think Canales is he could just be an offensive guru, and we don't know. I definitely am not afraid of guys like Adam Thielen. I'll tell you that much right now.
There are so many X's in this class. Like we get We have multiple Xaviers. We have Bo Nix. We have Penix. Why are there so many players with X in their name right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's my hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah. Who's up next here? We got what, 206?
At 206, I'm going to stay true to what I've done in my rankings so far, and I'm going to take Adonai Mitchell here. I feel like there's some wide receivers who they definitely.
Kevin, we have fun here. Have fun here.
Debbie Downer over here.
Well, I do like the role that Adonai Mitchell is going to be in. I have no idea what his target share is going to be, but there's a lot of growth potential in this Indianapolis Colts offense. We'll see what Anthony Richardson can do in a healthy year 2, hopefully. And yeah, if he can have a couple of winning weeks, that'd be awesome. And at 206, I think that's an awesome place to take somebody who has the kind of upside that Adonai Mitchell has, even if his floor is extremely low. So I'm good with it.
What's he going to take to trade up here, Paul?
Yeah, what would it take to trade up? Send me your second round pick next year for next year's mock draft. I'll move back. No, I mean, I think there's one guy here. Like, I don't care who's in front of on the depth chart. I'm getting a first round wide receiver in a Kyle Shanahan offense. I mean, come on.
That was
His name
the
is
other
Ricky.
guy.
Come on. I'm taking Ricky Pearsall. I know Jacob ripped your heart out again, and there's not even a quarterback here for you to fall back on unless you want to go Rattler now. If you just want to get that out of the way,
maybe.
I
love
Pearsall was my other guy.
I mean, I had Pearsall ranked a cool 46 spots ahead of ADP pre-draft. So it'll be hard to keep that up now that he went in the first round, but I'll forever have my Skolansky box. And yeah, I mean, I just think if I was designing a wide receiver in a lab to play in a Kyle Shanahan offense, he would have every single component of Ricky Pearsall's game. He was my favorite wide receiver to watch out of the big 3 this year. I understand the metrics aren't great. I also think, like, I know me personally watching this guy, I'm just like, he's a total baller. And then when I see guys like Brett Whitefield and Matt Harmon, who both actually know ball as a wide receiver, then go ahead and rank him as their wide receiver 5 overall in the class, I'm like, okay, that's the confirmation bias I want to see. Yeah. So then he goes to San Fran, and we're talking about this like twitched up guy. You can do stuff after the catch. You can play all 3 positions. You can kill you on in breaking routes. An absolute technician. I'm so excited to watch him in this offense. And I hope that they don't trade Ayuk or Debo, because I want to actually have access to draft this guy. And it's going to be really hard to do that. But I guess I can't keep talking Ricky Pearsall because I can't take Ricky Pearsall. I have to take a different player.
Should have taken him over Penix.
Yeah, maybe I'll have
he
to.
Might have come back around to you, actually.
Yeah, that was probably worth considering. I guess I'll take Jalen Polk here. Feels like everything just dropped off a cliff after that Pearsall pick. I should have maybe sent the second round next year. I don't really like Jalen Polk. I really like Drake May. There's nobody on the depth chart, so I'll just go with draft capital and situation on this one. It kind of feels like drafting Jonathan Mingo last year. I'm not going to lie. I do have the stack.
You got the May Polk stack. Matt Harmon said he could be the next
63 leagues. How many times are you going to draft this exact stack in my leagues? Like probably like 12 or 13.
Probably a lot of them. Yeah. Matt Harmon did say Polk has some Puka Nacua in his game, so I don't know. Maybe that's something.
Oh man, what pick am I at here?
You're up here at 209,
208,
208.
Yeah, 209. Sorry.
Okay. Man, looking at the board, I think the pick is pretty easy for me. I'm going to take Ben Sinnott.
Yep.
Tight end premium, late 2. I don't know how he's going to fit into the offense. I don't know if Cliff Kingsbury has changed any of his ways, how he's going to operate the team, but athletic tight end with second round draft capital, I'm going to take it. And I, again, don't know much about the player. It's very open and honest about that yesterday. Not somebody that I got too high on the scouting for, but Debro loves him, and Brett Whitefield likes him too. So let's lock that in. Ben Sinnott Hopefully that's enough arguments on my player for you
Yeah.
guys. Let's
I
go.
mean,
Let's go with the next one.
I like that one. I mean, he's got the draft capital. He's a good athlete. He's going to an offense that is like pretty wide open. I don't think Jahan Dotson's very good, and I mean, Terry McLaurin can only command so many targets, so there's going to be opportunity there. So, you know, if Jaden Daniels is a hit, like there's a lot to be excited about.
Yep,
He
I
was
agree.
100% going to be my next pick, and I was going to be talking about how now I've got one of the top 2 of all of the positions. So there goes that talking point. The next highest ranked player I have is Marshawn Lloyd, but I've already drafted 2 running backs so far, so I'm going to let somebody else have some joy.
Are you doing the John Hanson Memorial like team building contest?
That was
no, I'm kind of wanting to talk about though where the value is in terms of like where you're ranking them overall in positions. And so the top 2 running backs are already off the board. I'm going to go with somebody who I was talking about last night that I absolutely love the landing spot, and I like how efficient he is as a player, and that'll be Roman Wilson. So I'm fine there. He's kind of at the back end of a very large wide receiver tier. I might end up putting a tier break in between some of these second round guys, but I really do like Roman Wilson. I like the potential he has in that offense, and hopefully they'll just use him right. We'll see. That might be a big if, but
are you guys ready? Who's next? Paul's on.
Yes, I'm next. I was going to say I was kind of hoping you would take Lloyd because I was between Lloyd and another guy, so now I'm kind of 2 minds here. I don't know. I'm interested in Lloyd. Obviously, the immediate role is kind of murky. Feels more like a bet I'd want to make in the 3rd round at this point. And there's so many running backs now that you can kind of take dart throws on, you know. I think I'm gonna go Jermaine Burton here. I don't know where his ADP is actually going to land, but I mean, JJ Zacharyson likes him a lot. He's kind of put me onto him. Seems like he probably would have gone higher if it weren't for some off-field stuff. Like, definitely interesting profile. Gets to go to one of the best fantasy friendly quarterbacks in the game. Who knows what the future holds for T. Higgins? You could be looking at a situation where Burton could establish himself as the 2 in that offense. So, you know, I think there's upside. I think that there could be some excitement about him. If T. Higgins leaves, you get a little bit of like, oh, don't forget about Jermaine Burton. He's the real winner here. He's going to be the wide receiver too. Even if it doesn't end up being the case, you're going to have a chance to like do what you want to do with him before the Bengals take another wide receiver next year. So yeah, I'll go Burton.
I like that pick. All right, let's go.
You guys ready to have your socks blown off here at the 212?
Spencer Rattler.
Come on, Vidal. Come on down.
Oh no! I knew it.
No.
Yeah,
you took the wrong one.
I think he's going to be my RB3. I'm a little bit torn whether to put him or Jalen Wright into that spot. But yeah, I mean, it's a guy I really like from a talent perspective. The floor is obviously game day inactive, which sucks. But I do think he's legitimately the best running back on a team that I think is going to run the ball like 550 times and probably efficiently. And Justin Herbert loves to check down to the backs. I think the upside is enough where at the 212, even if I'm eschewing real life players, and yes, I do see that the Patriots just took Bazooka Joe. Yeah, I mean, he's like he's
so much
basically
fun, bro.
the worst. If you think every Drake May hater's worst idea of Drake May just is Joe Milton. That's like the idea, really.
That's great.
Yeah.
So good fit.
Jacob, that is a surprising pick. What is he? So he is. Was he used in the passing game then at South Dakota?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he was, or not a South Dakota. That's Isaiah Davis. That was a South Dakota
yeah.
guy.
I had those. I had my
Kamani
sleepers
Vidal.
mixed up.
Of course. Kamani Vidal is courtesy of Troy. He also, though, pretty similar to Isaiah Davis, has like moderate pass game usage. 3 seasons of over 20 receptions. No seasons over 30 receptions. I think he's a guy who can catch the ball. I don't think he's going to be an LDD specialist or anything like that. But 297 carries for 1,661 yards.
Yeah.
Absolutely brings the thunder on film.
Yeah.
In terms of like who's a arbitrage Blake Corum in this class, to me that's Kamani Vidal. So if you're Jim Harbaugh and you missed out to draft your boy Blake Corum and you want group of 5 Blake Corum, like this is the guy to me who is going to play with absolute ferocity, who's going to be a reliable option, who if you need him to take the ball 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 60 times in one game, he can do that. I think he has legit ability. Like he's a really strong tackle breaker. He has the ability to make people miss in the open field. Like Noah got me kind of sold on him initially because he was pumping him up, and I seen other couple people, and then I went and watched him, and I really came away impressed. So it's probably an irresponsible pick, but I don't know. I think it's just chasing the upside when we're talking about potential RB1 for the Chargers.
I love this comment. Need 80 yards, Joe gives you 80 yards. Need 5, Joe gives you 80 yards.
Yeah, Vidal's a fun pick. I guess in rookie drafts, Blake Corum's going to be the arbitrage Kamani Vidal at this point. So do you think his ADP will get anywhere? I know we're not doing this based on the market. Do you think his ADP actually could flirt with like late second, early third? Like,
oh, yeah.
I do.
Yeah, it's going to skyrocket, especially the more people like Jacob that hype him up. Yeah.
I mean, he has good PR. Like people like this player, and the landing spot is incredible. So I think when you kind of merge those two things, I don't know. I think probably he comes in RB6. Like I think probably Corum still has a higher ADP than him. I think. Yeah. I think probably Lloyd and Wright have higher ADPs than him. I don't see any other day 3 back having a higher ADP than Vidal.
No, that's probably correct. I think because people are going to go so much off of opportunity in the offense. So he's definitely going to be higher than your average 6th-round running back. Should I recap the second round for us?
Yes.
All right. So we went Bo Nix, Trey Benson, Keon Coleman, Michael Penix, Xavier Legette, Adonai Mitchell, Ricky Pearsall, Jalen Polk, Ben Sinnott, Roman Wilson, Jermaine Burton, Kamani Vidal. And
I just think
back up.
I think that's a pretty solid second round. Again, the deepness of the classes is really strutting its stuff right now. I know I'm not going to get all 3 of my sleepers upon this draft, more than likely. So I'm still not going to take one here. I think I'm going to for sure get at least one. I'll take Marshawn Lloyd here. I stressed yesterday, I did not hate the landing spot. I think there is a legitimate role day 1 waiting for Marshawn Lloyd in a very good offense. So I'm going to take him here at the 301 and be very happy that I did.
Yeah. I mean, getting a 3rd-round running back with a good profile, interesting points profile, can catch passes in a good
might
offense. There's a lot there. There's a lot there for him.
Yep. I think he walks right into the Aaron Jones role, like Brett Whitefield mentioned.
All right. I'm going to say that the NFL is wrong, and I'm going to go with Troy Franklin here. That's somebody who there's a lot of other wide receivers with higher draft capital still on the board, but that's somebody I really like, and I'm going to be a little bit of a homer and go with him. I was going to say just a little bit of take lock too, just because of how much I liked him going into this process. I don't know. Maybe someday we'll figure out exactly what it is that the NFL didn't like about him. Maybe it's his size. Maybe it's because he does play a little weak at times. But I think he's such a good route runner. I love the analytical profile, and I think he is definitely athletic enough to stick in the NFL. Hopefully he can be a little bit stronger, but
I mean, in the 3rd round at 302, why not? Right?
Totally worth it.
Jacob took a 6th-round running back already, so you might as well go for it.
We have fun here.
Yeah, he would have been a consideration for me. I definitely liked Franklin a lot. Somebody who cares about age-adjusted production. Definitely interested. And there's a lot of opportunity in Denver too. I mean, I don't think Marvin Mims is good. I think Troy Franklin might just be Marvin Mims redux, but other than Cortland Sutton, what is he really competing with? Oh, and Greg Dulcich, by the way, the big winners of the draft so far. Gets a 1st-round quarterback, no tight end added to the roster. Come on. Come on, man. We're doing this thing. Year 3, I am back. I'm ready to go. I have over 35% exposure on underdog, ready to get it again.
You just admit that in public?
Yeah.
In the 20th round of every draft. What else am I supposed to take?
That and Noah Fant, those are the only guys.
Yeah, I was mixing in a little Jelani Woods, who has survived too. It's looking good.
I've been drafting the Chavian Sanders, so I was really grateful I got bailed out on the landing spot there.
Yeah, I had a lot of him too. Nice landing spot. Definitely a guy I was looking at here a little bit, but I am going to go ahead and stick with the day 2 draft capital. I'm going to take Blake Corum. I don't think he's exciting. I mean, I don't think he's a particularly fantastic running back, but what I do think is that Sean McVay is incredibly flighty when it comes to his running backs, and he could fall out of favor with Kyron Williams at any moment. And at that point, Blake Corum becomes the Darrell Henderson to Kyron Williams, Cam Akers, and we're off to the races. I mean, at any point, if Kyron Williams misses a game, I have no doubt that Blake Corum will play 85% of the snaps, and that seems pretty fun.
Agreed. Jalen Wright's still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Anyone taking him yet? Okay, then I will take Jalen Wright. That was the guy I was torn between at the last pick. I thought Wright was probably the correct pick, but I was like, I'm going to do the fun thing with Vidal, and then you guys let me have them both. I think, for all the reasons I said, incredible scheme fit, really fun spot for the player. Stash him, put him on the taxi squad this year, maybe pop him into the lineup if we get him some injuries. Otherwise, I think upside of being a top 24 back in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, if Corum is the vegetables pick, Jalen Wright is the candy pick, right? I mean, he's the just a ton of fun.
I was going to say cocaine, but yeah, candy too.
Sure, that works too.
That whole offense is just like one big. Like, are you kidding me?
They just need to go out and find a tight end that runs a 4-3 so that they can just fill out the entire offense with track stars.
I just want like one play where it's like Tyreek's out there, Waddle's out there, Achan's lined out at wide receiver, Wright is lined out at the slot in the left, and then Mostert's in the backfield, and just go. That would be put OD Vic in this offense. And I think like
if they ever had to do one of those like end of game hook and ladder situations where they had to like find a way, that I couldn't think of a better group of guys that I'd want out there that just like find a hole and run through it. And that would just be exciting.
How bad do you think Miami wants Lamar like on that team? Like he's just salivating. No, I can't. So I'm next up. I'm gonna take my first sleeper here. I'm gonna take Garendo. I'm taking Garendo right here.
Go for it.
I like the spot. I like the scheme fit, size, speed. He's the exact type of person that a hetero male can drool over for his fantasy teams. And that's what I'm gonna do.
Ideal of man.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Coming from a pro wrestling background, that's the dude. That's the body sculpt.
Can we call him Instagram?
Yes. Instagram Isaac, Instagram Garendo.
Let's get that one started. Guys. All
right. That means I'm going to go with Malachi Corley.
Thought about him.
Yeah, I thought there were 3 wide receivers I was considering. I actually have Malachi Corley currently sitting over Troy Franklin, who I had just taken. But I just think it's going to be harder, just knowing how much take luck I have on Troy Franklin to like actually commit to that whenever I'm having to draft. I do like Malachi Corley. I like what he can do with the ball in his hands. I know that the analytical profile is definitely extremely flawed, and his film looks good after he gets the ball, but you start getting really tired of seeing him only get the ball within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
The screen machine.
Yeah, but in that offense, though, it's going to be a very, I think, diverse offense. So I don't know.
If he drops one ball, he's screwed. That's just if he drops one pass, Rodgers gonna be like, "Give me Lazard back."
Yeah, that's pretty good though. Just the fact that we're getting guys with that kind of draft capital in the middle of the third round is pretty solid. I like to stick. I do like to go with running backs in this range, which is how I ended up with a lot of Zach Evans and Sean Tucker last year. But I'm just going to go ahead and do it again. Oh no, there's one guy here actually. There's actually one guy here that I like more than the running back. So I lied. I'm gonna take Shatavian Sanders here at 307.
Okay, that's a good spot at 307.
Yeah, I mean, didn't get the kind of draft capital we were hoping. Like, he was talked about as a second tight end off the board. He was the betting favorite to be the second tight end off the board until kind of the last minute. Definitely didn't impress people. I guess his size athleticism combo wasn't ideal. So, we'll see. But goes to a team that doesn't have a lot set in stone at pass catcher, like no tight end in Carolina to speak of. Xavier Legette is their second wide receiver right now. So there's opportunity there. I mean, I like him. He was more productive than AD Mitchell in college. So why not?
What a great class this is now. Like, I'm just realizing I'm on the clock here with the 308, and I have guys that I'm pumped to consider taking. This is a really, really deep class. I'll take Ray Davis. I already raved about a landing spot for him.
I knew I was taking a risk.
Getting to Buffalo. I think he's going to be like borderline flex play worthy, even alongside James Cook this year, in my opinion. And also has the opportunity, to be a really nice contingent upside back. That's if you're a 0 RB best ball drafter, that's the guy I think you are like 25% on in like round 11 or 12 or something. Is Ray Davis this year. It just kind of has that spike week touchdowns plus contingent upside profile.
Yeah, I knew I was taking a risk. Letting him slip, but I thought maybe Jacob had somebody else that he liked, but not the case. Not the case at all. Well, when in Rome, I'm going to take Tyrone Tracy Jr. Obviously. My last of my favorite, last of the players on here that I like here.
TT to TT.
Strongly considered a wide receiver or two, but honestly, at the end of the day, we're just loading up on running backs at this point and praying.
What a lot of fun landing spots for these back. Like that's 309. You got Tyrone Tracy on the Giants. That's great.
Yep.
Yeah,
and there's still other people I would want to trade up and go and get too. Like that's the beauty of this.
And as I'm looking here, I am going to go with one of Thomas's guys. I'm going to go with Luke McCaffrey here.
Yeah, that was my last one.
I know. I couldn't let you have all of them because that's way too much fun for you. So, yeah, I'll go with Luke McCaffrey. I do like the landing spot. I actually got a stack, so it makes me feel pretty good about myself too. And I did think about going with either Will Shipley or Audric Estime, but I think I like Luke McCaffrey that much better.
Yeah, well, most of the fun running backs are gone. So I guess I'll just be a fraud again and not pick a running back. I'm going to go with maybe less of an upside pick. So I don't know. Maybe this is a pointless pick. I think maybe in PPR formats, he could end up having a little bit of relevance. We'll see. But I like Jalen McMillan. Just dude was borderline as productive as Rome Odunze in his junior season, like targets per out run, target share, stuff like that. Like almost a mirror image of Odunze. Then he gets hurt as a senior, turns Jalen Polk into a second round pick somehow by missing time, but probably a slot only guy, like played like 92% of his snaps out of the slot last year. But I don't know. I like his production. It's third round pick. So yeah, I'll swing on him.
You guys know what's better than a stack? A double stack. Javon Baker, come on down and join the team. We got the whole New England Patriots offense. We've got Drake May. We got Jalen Polk. Now we got Javon Baker. So it'll cost you the 104,
pick incoming,
208, and the 312 to get all of the New England Patriots passing attack this year.
Oh my gosh, unbelievable! That's 3 rounds. I think we're good at 3 rounds. The crazy thing
is there's still a bunch of guys
there is.
I want to draft. I'm not saying we have to actually do it, but I'm saying like
we'll do one more each.
You're doing a rookie draft, like try to get someone to kick in some late 3s and 4s. Like I'm excited about drafting Baker and Garendo or Tracy or Ray Davis, like all these guys. Like Shipley is just like a straight handcuff that I think is in a reasonable position. Is a decent player. He's going to be a 4th round pick in this mock draft. We already mentioned Estime, similar, high quality player. Spencer Rattler is like not really that different of a situation than Sam Howell 2 years ago in terms of a day 3 quarterback drafted behind a pretty shitty quarterback, kind of had a high pedigree. If he's into the 4th round, that's I think a really intriguing upside bet. Theo Johnson, like a lot of guys here that you can talk yourself into.
Well, let's do one more pick each. Because there's a couple of guys that I think I want to mention. But
all right,
I'll do Spencer Rattler. Absolutely worthy of a 4th round pick here. Absolutely worthy of a 4th round pick. You should be smashing that in the 4th round.
Yeah,
and I'm going to Audric Estime, and that's kind of wild. Somebody before. Like a couple of months ago, we were talking about potentially being an early to mid 2nd round pick. I know the landing spot's not great, but I do think he's good enough at what he does to earn some playing time. And I've been saying for months that this is like low key an actually good rookie class. I know that it's kind of been a little up and down as we've gone through here, but I'm happy that as we're sitting here now, we're really excited about these players.
Yeah, man. I'll go homer pick with my last one. Why not? I'll take newly minted Philadelphia Eagle Will Shipley. Might as well. Jacob already kind of laid it out. I mean, he handled volume in college. He's got the pass catching skill set. I think he's immediately going to take over that backup role for Kenny Gainwell, and probably won't be very useful week to week. But if there's an injury, he can definitely absorb a good bit of volume.
Yeah, no, for sure. I love that. Jacob?
I already mentioned Estime. He's probably like the sharp pick here, but one guy that we haven't mentioned yet in this mock draft, so I'll just take him. Eric All, shout out, tight end for the Bengals.
Yeah, great pick.
I think that has a reasonable upside swing there.
Great pick. The 4th round is going to be a lot of fun. Like it always is. There's always guys we're excited about. Obviously, at least half of these guys are going to die before getting the step on the field in terms of likely production, but we play this game to have fun. This was a lot of fun. This weekend was crazy. Fantasy Points covering all 3 days with after parties. Dynasty Points took over today. Just absolutely incredible. Guys, I have put the list of people who submitted their entries for our Jonathan Brooks helmet. I had the list. We ran it through. We have a winner. And Theo the Greek, if you are still here, if you are in the chat, let me know. Reach out to me. I will reach out to you. Congratulations on that. We will handle taking care of everything from the shipping. You name it. We'll get your information. We'll get it out to you. Congratulations on that. If you haven't already, hit subscribe. That was a Jonathan Brooks signed mini helmet. On our way to Fantasy Points subscriber, YouTube subscriber, and Discord member. Theo the Greek hung out with us all weekend. Really a great time. This is what it's about. We had some fun. We made some fun picks. We had some fun moments, some good jokes, and some insight. You can't ask for much more than that. It has been a long weekend. I am exhausted. Everyone exhausted. But this is exactly Theo said he's here. Shout out, man. Right. Chris Moss says great mock, super youthful. Useful. Oh my god. I'm running out. Baby.
What is useful? They're all rookies.
It's true. Polk and Baker season. That's right. Please get for the love of Drake May, Pats get a wide receiver. They got a couple. So here we go.
Colts just drafted their first corner at pick 201, so problem solved.
There you go. You can stop all the offenses now. You're locked in. Guys, this is great. Paul, shout out for you for joining us for the last bit here. Lucas, you and I all weekend. Jacob, the last couple of days, phenomenal. Trey, as always. Brett popping in today. Did not have that on my day 3 bingo card, but happy to have it. All the work everyone's put in at Fantasy Points has led up to this weekend. So here it is. Cannot wait for the next step. We have so much more content to roll out to you guys. But that's going to finally put a bow on this fantastic draft. So much fun. Hopefully, again, Dynasty Points back to represent the more fantasy side of the NFL draft. For myself, for Paul Patterson, for Lucas Gilbert, for Jacob Sanderson, thanks for hanging out with us. Make sure you are subscribing to the Fantasy Points YouTube channel for more content like this. Remember to check in on your loved ones, even if you are not sure that they need it. And remember that clear eyes and full hearts can never lose. And your best days, they're always spent tilting. Good night, everybody.